Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SuperOldGameSaturday, and welcome back to Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. Last week we started playing the first 3D Sonic game, fully, officially 3D Sonic game in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise last week for the Super Sonic Game Saturday segment I've been doing this year. This is August's entry, but because the game was too big, we couldn't finish it. Also, we had technical problems with the stream last week that I was able to edit around, and you'll see that on the YouTube site for the first part, which is up there. But tonight, we're going to finish the rest of the game. I'm going to be playing until we're done. I'm going to assume, at worst, they'll probably be 5 hours. I don't know if it'll go that long, but we'll see. Last time, we ended off with the new porcupine on the block with the buff chest, out the wilderness with the ruggedness. So, knock it's Knuckles, and we got 60% more of his story to play tonight. One thing I'm also going to remember to do is what I didn't last week, which was show the instruction off, because I'm showing off each character, so we're going to do that. And we got other things random I'll go through as we go along tonight, including the Chow Garden, which I'll do probably when we start Amy's story, which will be next after this, and then also with the internet option. Yeah, not going to be able to show much because I don't have a way to connect this online, but we'll get to that when we get to that. First, let's go to the instruction of Knuckles to explain how he plays, which I should have last week, and then we'll get back to the story of where we're at.
How to play as Knuckles.
Alright, so, as was the case last week, you play as Knuckles the way you played him in Sonic and Knuckles, which was running around, flying, or jumping, and then gliding and being able to climb walls. In this case, you also have a punch attack, which would become part of Knuckles' repertoire, starting with this game, really officially, as far as the platforming games. And also this great rap R&B piece of music, which we'll get into later, because there's definitely some interesting stuff, especially if you're the rapper fan. But anyway, so glide and climb, and dig in the ground, which we were able to do because we got the power-up, which actually we're going to need to do that to go to the next action stage.
The rules for the action stages.
Yeah, the rules are get the 3 Master Emerald Shards, which, as I mentioned last week, is so much better in this game than it was in Sonic Adventure 2, because you can search for any of the 3 in any order you want, as opposed to the order that the game wants you to collect them. And sometimes they'll be buried, which we're probably going to see in the next level we're going to go to. But also, another thing, if you quit the game, or quit any of the stories before you finish them, you come back to it later, you get a recap of where you were, which is very nice. Fully voiced, by the way. Have a listen. Or, okay, no. They're fully voiced in Sonic Adventure 2. But anyway, now, when we had that last time, we were saying, hey, Eggman said to Knuckles, hey, what's going on with Sonic? He has the Master Emerald, probably, and Knuckles is kind of being fooled. That is nice. Well, I guess it is. Good evening, Dolly Finn. Good to see you, and welcome back to Sonic Adventure Part 2, and this is going to be the rest of the game tonight. Okay, so we're going to be going to the Mystic Ruins again, and where we ended off last time is we got the digging power-up, which actually, just to remind you, press A and X, dig under the ground wherever you want to dig. Sonic Adventure 2 makes it better, you can do it in the air, but, okay, so the save point is actually right here, so that's good. Excellent, well thank you. Hopefully you're doing well and had a good week and are having a good night so far, and hopefully you enjoy the show we have tonight. Alright. So this is the monkey destruction switch. Last week, I pulled this out, and you press the button here to switch that in order to get out and open the gate. But for the purpose of the next level we got to go to, we have to bring it with us again. Love the digging. Yeah, and that goes to the idea of Knuckles, and interesting you bring that up because Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles were the first games that Knuckles appeared in, as far as the character is concerned. And they emphasized in the instruction manual he likes digging, and the closest I guess they got to that was in Sonic and Knuckles in particular, and Sonic 3 as well. You're able to go through walls by walking into them in ways that, other characters can't. So it made it so that Knuckles could kind of go around, but they never really emphasized the digging aspect of it that much until this game where they made it so, yeah, it's something you do when you're going around. But anyway, same case here, drop the monkey destruction switch. The coconuts, which I guess is named after the same character from Sonic 2, is set, and, okay, I'm flying out here because there's supposed to be an emblem out here. Maybe you have to complete the next level to find it. I don't actually remember if there's a stipulation for the emblems appearing in the action stage, but by going through that gate we're going to the next action stage, which is Red Mountain. So the outside of this with Sonic last week, and now we're seeing the outside of it again while we're searching for the Emerald Shards. And you get to hear this great jazzy music again. We have these kind of horns and saxophones going, but also like the piano plinking, as you'll hear in just a second. But alright, so they're also saying dig for the emeralds, which is, this level introduces that. So let's see. Just follow the radar. It starts blue when you're furthest away. When you get closer, it goes from blue to red. Alright, there is... I don't know if that's supposed to be the enemy Soul from Sonic 2, from the Hilltop Zone, but actually, kind of fitting. Alright, actually, that's one thing I didn't show last time. You hit the hint bubble, you're to call, say, this way, and she'll point you to the direction of where the next Master Emerald Shard is, where the closest one is. There's also another mission here. The main mission for this is find all 3. Another one is find all 3 without using any of those hint bubbles, and the other one is finishing the level in a minute, which sounds daunting, but alright, there's the first shard. But you can feasibly just kind of just scout the area and then kill yourself, and then go backwards to find the other ones, basically then do it in a minute. Or did a triple punch there to destroy the coconuts. Alright, so let's see where the next shard is. We got 1, you have to get 3. I'm gonna try and not use that too much, but also enjoy the nice open area here, which is good for the purpose of the treasure hunting, particularly because of the way the radar works, unlike Sonic Adventure 2. We'll get into when we play Sonic Adventure 2 whenever either you want to see it or I feel we should show it. Alright, the next one is over the monkey bars. Alright, so 1 left, shield, and basically just fly around so you see the radar go off. And because in this game you can go after the emerald shards in any order you want, as opposed to only in the order the game wants you to, it makes it a lot more, you know, open to be able to play it as you want, although in that case, yeah, the camera's getting a little caught. Alright, so let's see. And this is probably the biggest area of Knuckles that you can go onto. Also, I think, you know, I may as well show that off since I have to go up that way anyway, feasibly. Hit the fan, you'll be blown up blown up into the sky the way you were in the other one. The green bubble, the one around Knuckles, that's the shield. You pick that up, and like the other Sonic games, you get hit by an attack, and you won't... I didn't even know there was a hint bubble there. But when you get hit... In fact, you know what? I'll show that off. Where is an enemy? You know what? I'll get crushed by these. Or not get crushed. Alright, let's try this again. That's not one to kill, but yeah, I lost the shield. Yeah, it protects you from damage without losing your rings. Which is good because I'm almost at 100, and every 100 you get a life. Find where the next one is. Ah, good. Yeah, they made it green in this game compared to how it was blue in the other Sonic games going forward. And I think they also differentiate that with how the electric shield goes. Alright, whoa. Alright, so there's the green. Alright, so in that case, it's basically, you're playing hot and cold here, pretty much, with the Emerald Shards. Because the idea is, and they do go to this sort of canonically, particularly in Sonic Adventure 2. Okay, it's an enemy. So he's gone. Okay, so I didn't have to dig at all. But they go into that because he has... What's his eye doing there? I guess he saw, like, a penny on the floor or something. But anyway, the idea of Knuckles is that he guards the Master Emerald as the lore of the games is gone, and he has, like, the sixth sense of where the shards are, so that's kind of ties in this one, and more into Sonic Adventure 2, which goes in that specifically. And then after that, except for Sonic Mania, they don't really go into aspects of the Master Emerald anymore, and the joke has always been, maybe you got a guard dog to protect it, as opposed to him. Alright, but we are done with Red Mountain, and I think with that, yeah, maybe not. I guess the, okay, oh wait, no, I might have gotten the emblem last month when I was, playing as Tails. I may have just fallen into the abyss. Great level. Yeah, that's the thing about Red Mountain that's interesting, because when people say what their favorite levels in this game are, by the way, this is where the Master Emerald's supposed to be, and that's Knuckles glitching as you jump onto it like that. But yeah, we gotta build the pieces back, but it's funny, because I don't tend to get a whole lot of people who say they really love Red Mountain. Okay, there it is. Alright, there's the emblem. I just was looking the wrong direction. There we go. Now, Knuckles, you can get this and climb on the wall and not die. But when I talk to people as far as some of these things, or I hear what people say, they tend to think Red Mountain is good as far as the aesthetics, but sometimes maybe too cramped in, particularly go inside the volcano like we did with Sonic. But I do like the atmosphere of it, and as mentioned when we played this last week, atmosphere is something this game does. In fact, it might potentially be the most atmospheric game in the franchise. Now I'm thinking about it, but then again, you also do get that in other games to certain degrees in different ways. But as was the case before, now we're going through the story the same way we had before there. It's like, we were tricked by Robotnik saying, you know, Sonic knows something about the Master Emerald, so Knuckles wants to investigate it. And so there's Sonic and Tails, and he's holding something, so he sees something to what that is.
It looks like a piece of the Master Emerald.
Yeah, unfortunately, the positioning the camera, and I guess Knuckles' eyesight is not letting him see that, no, it's not a Master Emerald shard. But
Hey, Knuckles!
we're still pulling our fists out to punch him. Oh, but yeah, Sonic can dive out of the way.
Whoa! What do you think think you're doing?
I love this.
Put him up.
Yeah, he's just straight to the point. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fight you for the Master Emerald shards. Which, as I mentioned last week, is how Sonic and Knuckles worked, but then... Okay, this is a little different because I'm beating Sonic up.
Oh no!
And it is insanely easy. Just punch him in the face and he'll be fine. Or, oh, he'll be gone, but he'll live. He also tries to do the homing attack. Actually, I'm surprised I let him last that long, but alright, there you go. Oh no, there you go. Perfect. Great catch on that. But yeah, I knocked the emeralds out of him, but of course, as we saw with Sonic and Tails, yeah, it was a trap. Robotnik tricked Knuckles. And so now he has the 4 emerald shards. Again, we're going back on some stuff we've already played, but we're doing it from Knuckles' perspective.
You guys are too easy.
Yeah, Dr. Robotnik, or as they call him now, Dr. Eggman. In fact, I remember Sonic Generations goes into a nice joke about that, because in Sonic Generations you have Robotnik playing with time and having like a modern Sonic and a classic Sonic, and you have Dr. Eggman, the modern Eggman, and then the past Eggman where it says, "It's Dr. Robotnik," and then they have the voice going, "Nobody calls me that anymore," which is a great attention to detail. But, yeah, we got tricked. And then he does that weird thing with the mouth to try and pretend that no, he wasn't tricked, but yes, he was.
I've got 4 emeralds now. Here, Chaos.
And once again, we're seeing Chaos. We're also seeing Chaos 4. We fought him with Sonic and Tails. Now we're fighting with Knuckles. Which is mostly the same as it was before in the lily pad water pit. Except we have to use Knuckles' abilities to do it. And the life bar of Chaos 4 is a little longer, I think, maybe by a tad. Or it's the same as Sonic's when you're playing as Knuckles. But there we go. There we go.
Problem. I'll make him eat dirt.
So yeah, before Sonic fought him, then Tails fought him, but now Knuckles is gonna, well, make him eat dirt. We'll see. Which actually, that sounds like a thing from Earthworm Jim. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Particularly the cartoon of Earthworm Jim, where he had Dan Castellaneta of The Simpsons voicing him, and he says, "Eat dirt!" And it sounds exactly like Homer Simpson, so it's kind of great. But anyway, same deal as before with Chaos 4. He'll do that flip thing on the lily pads, wait till he submerges, and just glide into him. Also, don't let yourself fall too far under the water, or you'll get yourself hurt. Whoa. Okay, you can also jump on him. Yeah, his hitbox is pretty open, or pretty wide, so you can just jump on kind of anywhere where the glowing orb is on the front of him. I think this is also the last time we're going to hear this music of Chaos. The doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. He also does that attack, which I don't remember when I've seen him do that. Maybe he did it when we played last week, but I'm not sure. Alright. Not too bad, just keep on the move and you'll be fine. And then just glide into him. So yeah, pretty much the same thing we saw before, so... But that's kind of what happens with this. To be fair, though, this is going to be the last, character story we're going to be really running into that happening with. Because the last 3 characters we have after Knuckles are going to be significantly different in terms of where the story goes. And some other things. And actually, you do get that with Knuckles to a certain extent, too, because a lot of his story takes place, actually, at the very beginning of this game. Well, it did before when we had Chaos showing up for the Master Emerald shards to bust that before he went to Station Square and met Sonic. So, and actually, technically, when we play with Knuckles as we go along, we're going to be doing some stuff in the background that Sonic and Tails do not see. How do you keep him flying? Like Sonic and Knuckles, you jump once in the air, you hit jump again, and you do the glide, and you just keep gliding downwards. So basically, you can keep gliding down as long as you have, I guess, a height to glide from. So, in that case, it's basically based on where you're positioned. When you're just in a short area like this, we don't have a lot of areas to climb, this is basically all you're going to be getting, but we'll get into some open areas later, particularly go into the deeper parts of the Mystic Ruins, which we do need to go to. And it goes to what Electverse was mentioning when we went back, because when I was doing the editing on this for part 1, which I had to do because of the feed going down, or the stream going down about 3 hours in last week. Thanks. Well, sure, no problem, absolutely. Anything you want to talk about, or ask, or comment on, feel free, and we can get into that. But yeah, it goes back to what Electverse was saying last week with the idea of Tails being able to fly everywhere, and the idea that, does that negate some of the challenge, or some of the sense of satisfaction when you're able to be open that much? And maybe you could think that this might be like a take to that in the sense that, okay, you can't fly forever because Knuckles is just gliding, basically, but kind of controlling that a bit more. But, yeah, so far, I mean, what I like about this with Knuckles is just like Sonic and Tails, he plays pretty much exactly as he did in the Genesis games. So at that point, when I came into this when it came out, I was all set to understand, even before I even started playing. Actually, the first time I played this game, before I owned it, was actually, I went to a Toys R Us that had set up, and the first level I played of the demo was, actually Knuckles at Speed Highway, and I didn't even know what the controls were. That was the first time me touching a Dreamcast controller. I picked it up because of my, muscle memory for Sonic and Knuckles playing that so much. I knew exactly what to do, and I was controlling that no issue. Like before, we have the egg carrier going away, but unlike Sonic and Tails, who are going after it in the tornado, we're not.
My workshop's closed, so let's get the tornado and go after him.
Good idea. Hey, Sonic,
Yeah, Knuckles is not partaking on this.
you go on ahead without me. I have some things I need to take care of.
I mean, I guess the other thing you'd also say is that, and we didn't know this when this game came out, you might think that, okay, maybe Knuckles is omniscient and can predict the future because of the idea of how Sonic Mania worked, because Knuckles got knocked off of the tornado in Rush Saloon Sonic Mania, so yeah, it's like, probably doesn't want any part of that. I love the voice of Tails. Interesting case to that, as I mentioned, that was Corey Bringus voicing Tails, who was a young boy, actually, when this game came out. Let's talk.
Knuckles, whatever happened to your unfinished business?
Yeah, I said I'm just gonna come over here and see. Tails, let's talk to him. But yeah, he was a young child, actually, and that's been the case with, Tails, interesting enough, throughout the rest of the series, because here's the thing. Corey Bringus, when a year after this game came out, Sonic Shuffle released, and what happened was that because he was growing up at that point, he was, I think, about 15, 16, when Sonic Adventure 1 came out, his voice was deepening, and they said, okay, it doesn't sound, lower, I guess, high-pitched enough as far as Tails is concerned, so what happened was that they got his brother, I believe it was Connor Bringus, we brought this up when we talked about Shadow the Hedgehog as well, to voice Tails in Sonic Adventure 2 and in Sonic Shuffle, and I didn't know that, actually, at the time. It was Alec first pointed that out when we played Shadow the Hedgehog a few months ago. And actually, that's been the case, because a lot of the times when Tails has been voiced in every aspect of this franchise, it's mostly been either young boys played him, or I'm trying to remember the name of the woman who voices Tails now, and is voiced him in the most recent games. But yeah, you had Corey and Connor Bringus in, or I think it's Corey and Connor Bringus. By the way, there's an upgrade up here we need to get so we can punch things more effectively. But yeah, then when Sonic Heroes came out, you got this really young boy, like 5, voicing him as well. So that's been, and even in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and the Sonic Adventure, or the Sonic the Hedgehog television show on ABC in the 90s, it was always young children voicing Tails, young boys in particular. So that's been an interesting case, I guess, the idea of, like, okay, Tails is like the young brother, sort of, to Sonic, when you really think about it. I mean, I guess, best friend of Sonic's in a lot of cases, but that's the idea what that is. So I guess with the voice performances, they've always wanted to reflect it that way, except now, because, I mean, I believe it's a woman who's voicing Tails now, and she does a good job, for sure, a very good job, actually, particularly in Sonic Colors and actually Sonic Generations, again. Alright, so, but yeah, I definitely like the voice of what Tails was in this game, as far as, and it does fit the idea of, like, what is Tails gonna be like, in the sense of, okay, he's still young, but also he does wanna, figure himself out at the young age, and also he can build things, as we saw last month with the Tornado 2, the plane of his, and then also in Tails Adventure. Alright, so there's a hint bubble here.
Stone statues. The door to the past.
Alright, that's the hint that we have to go to the Lost World. And the way to do that is you have to find 2 keys. And one thing I actually did do is, because I can never remember where the key is, I looked up earlier to remind myself where were these things. What you do is, there's that one up there we got, come up here to the entrance and drop it. And that'll float and that'll go in place. But then you gotta get the other key, which is over here to the left. Just follow the path down here and you're all set. I think it's, yeah, right here. Or left here, anyway. And we have to use the digging again to do this. And I guess to quote Sonic Adventure 2, rats. Well, actually, not rats, because we found the silver statue we need. Yeah, Emily, you can kind of miss that, potentially, so you might be walking around, although they do give you the hint of, okay, you need 2, statues or 2 keys to open this. So it's not too bad, and it's not going to be something that, oh yeah, you're completely lost. So they do figure that out. Okay, there you go. She'll tell you to be this again, and okay, I'll just throw it. And that'll be funny when we get to playing as E102 Gamma, because how he operates is we're going level, right? Okay, there we go. That was weird. Yeah, because he'll literally just say, pick up, put down, throw, when he does the pickups and things. We'll see that when we play as Gamma. He'll be coming up later, unless you want to see him next. Alright, we're in Lost World again, and I died. I keep forgetting that in this game, unlike Sonic Adventure 2, you don't have the drill thing where you're in the air, hit the X button, and you can, you know, dig downwards, which hits enemies and also can dig underground. This game doesn't have that, so when you hit X, you just kind of go into a, you know, I'm stuck state. Alright, but we're in that room that we were in with Sonic near the end who's running through. It's just an enclosed area here, so we don't have anything else. We do hear more of this track, which you heard when we went into the, I guess the hidden area with Sonic. We heard that for like maybe 2 seconds, but now we're gonna hear it much more as we try and find where the Emerald Shards are. Actually, I do like this track. It has this kind of, sort of jazzy thing. Okay, there's one up there. But it does give a nice sense of atmosphere, but also like some of the choral elements, the doo-doo-doo, or the going on the fact that, hey, we're in an ancient civilization, you know, temple. Alright, okay, there you go, perfect. Yeah, I gotta be careful of the spikes, but they do pull the camera out, and that's the other thing as far as the camera. Even though I'm saying, hey, there's some weird stuff going on with camera in this game, it still is the kind of thing that it doesn't get in the way nearly as much as it could, or nearly as much as the Japanese version did, because I mentioned last week, I'll reiterate that one more time. They released this in Japan about a year before the US got it, at the end of 1998, and then when they brought it to the US, ooh, it got stabbed, but when they released it here, they actually went back and they changed some aspects of the camera and things to make it a little better, and then they sold it back to Japan as Sonic Adventure International. But it had a lot of all the fixes that this US release had. As I mentioned also last week, there are other games on the Dreamcast that did that. I think the idea was that Sega wanted to reflect the idea that, yeah, after the Saturn problems they had, they were back in business. They wanted to show that, yeah, they're taking things seriously. This is going to be great. And there we go. Yeah, the draw distance showed where the emeralds in the boxes, but we got it. But yeah, in that case, they did, like, patch or update games released from Japan when they released them over here, because there was this, there was Blue Stinger, and then there was House of the Dead 2, although in that case they did a different direction, where they actually went in and they took out the light gun support, or it's the Sega light gun support, because there was concerns about the idea of that, but then third-party companies put out less accurate light guns. And it was weird in that case. It was like, well, a lot of the accessories on Dreamcast, all of them, by the way, are region-free, but they're like, no, you can't even import the gun that we made for the purpose of playing this. Alright, we got taken back into the past again by Tikal, and we're gonna get a little bit of a story thing in terms of, yeah, what's going on with the Emerald Shrine there. In fact, you can see up there the colored gems there. Those are the Chaos Emeralds, and actually it looks like that is the Master Emerald. In fact, yeah, it is, and there is Tikal, who's gonna explain what's going on.
I beg of you, hear me now. My father is coming here soon, and I fear what may happen. You must take everyone away from here. Oh, please.
Alright, who's that? That's Tikal. She is an ancient member of the Echidna tribe, going back in the past. She's controlling everything that's going on in connection with Chaos, because...
You can't leave this place?
Yeah, she's talking to the Emerald, sort of, but she's also talking to someone we've seen so far. The idea is that what we saw last month is that, and they've been telling this in bits and pieces, of her taking characters back and forth, and they're the Chow, by the way,
Don't worry, my friend.
that she wants to protect, because her father wants to use the Master Emerald to basically wage a war. And basically what's going on with that is that she wants to stop that, and she's saying, like, well, hey, if I use the power of this, I can, you know, avoid that. But that's going to come back and bite her and everybody else, as we're going to see later. And it does tie into what Robotnik is doing as far as in the present, but what's going on now is that because she knows what's happening in the present, which we'll get the details for as we go along tonight, the questions will be answered, for sure. We then get an idea of, like, why is she taking Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, everybody else to the past to explain them what's happening. And how is that tying with what we've been having going on so far and what's going to happen next. But okay, we're in the front of the altar of the Master Emerald. Basically, the idea is that this is going into the lore of the Master Emerald. The idea that, as she said last month, or last week, I keep saying last month, like I played this game last week, she was saying her grandmother taught her the story of, like, the servers of the 7 Chaos. Chaos is power, power enriched by the heart, which is that the 7 Chaos Emeralds are in connection with the Master Emerald, which is also how Sonic and Knuckles went into it a little bit. And Knuckles has been the guardian of the Master Emerald for all these years, so he's basically the ancestors, or those are his ancestors. Tikal is his ancestor, pretty much, or part of his ancestors anyway. And he's never known, why am I protecting this, except for the fact that, hey, I have to protect this. So now he's kind of getting the answers, and we're building the Emerald again. We have a few more pieces left, but now it looks a little nicer.
Still incomplete.
Yeah, so we have that little shard up there a bit.
Need to find the remaining pieces, wherever they are.
And to that, we have, I believe, only one more level as far as Knuckles is concerned. But the Master Emerald is able to talk to Knuckles or show him what he needs to see, so there is the egg carrier, and now he's going to go off and see what we can find where the last pieces of the Emerald, or the Master Emerald, are.
But I don't
So yeah, that is who Tikal is and where the story is, but yeah, he doesn't know where we're going as far as the egg carrier. We do, because we saw it, but we're also going to get a little bit of assist from E102 Gamma, who has this great piece of music, which we'll hear more, which is like this very spacey, new agey music, but you also have this nice plinking piano, this ding 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 ding. We're not going to hear it long enough to hear much of that piano.
Here I come, Eggman.
Alright, I stopped talking a little just so you could hear a little bit of that piano. It's beautiful stuff. That was Fumi Kumatani, I should say, who did that piece. And also, that is E102 Gamma's theme. We're going to hear that a little later. And it's the only character theme in the game that does not have vocals to it. So if you're one of those people who does not like your video game music or music with vocals in it at all, I know people like that. They'll like that track, although, then again, I know people who don't, and they still love the vocal tracks in this game. Yes, the music is very nice, and it's very varied, because it's funny, because a lot of people have said with the Sonic games, particularly when it went with real instruments with the 3D games, when you had more technology going, you could get the sense that a lot of the games' soundtracks sounded very similar in terms of the instrumentation. Things like, there's a big rock, or rock and roll element of the other Sonic games, like heavy metal guitar, and you get that in this game for sure. And Sonic Adventure 2 kind of leaned into that. But in this one, you get some stuff like New Wave, you get some like world or New Age style music here, where you have like the chanting of the Ancient Echidna tribe feasibly on the soundtrack, or even the jazzy stuff we've heard. And it fits the game very well as far as what it's trying to do, and also as I mentioned before, this game has a terrific atmosphere. I think the music's a big part of that. Dolphin, when you were on last week, you were mentioning the idea of the graphics, particularly the colors. That also adds to it. Even like the sound design, if you're kind of in here and hearing like the I guess the insects and the crickets chirping in the background here. Even just the idea when you're in the sky like this, gliding down, and you hear the wind kind of going the. So it's all these things that kind of go in harmony with each other very nicely, to really give you a sense that, okay, I'm in this world that the game's creating, and it does draw you in a nice way. So, we have to follow where E102's going. He's going over here to where... Okay, this is the area where Final Egg was for Sonic, but this takes place a little before that.
Time to make a house call.
Alright, so, knock, it's Knuckles, indeed, as far as that, going through the door. But this takes place, as I mentioned, in between other aspects of the other character stories we've seen so far. So what that means is, at this point, the egg carrier shot Sonic and Tails down, then it landed for, I guess, a bit of a recharge, or refuel anyway. Now it's taking flight again, and Knuckles is on there to hopefully find the rest of the Master Emerald shards. Okay, he's gonna find them, spoiler alert, he's finding them. And then deal with the last boss that we have to fight. Actually, we don't have much with Knuckles left. So I guess feasibly I could have finished the rest of this last week, but by that time I was tired, and I was like, hey, the stream went down, and I'm not going to say that I completely lost my, desire for it, but I was like, well, no. I found a place that was good to end, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes if the game's longer, and we have to do that, we'll do that, but...
What's going on?
Alright, so we felt a little bit of a rumble out of the jump pack that I got on here, but, yeah, at this point, Sonic and Tails landed, and Robotnik transformed the ship, so now it's in combat mode, so we're gonna go to Skydeck, which is actually gonna be Knuckles' final level. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying it always changes, because it only change this once for him. But if we go, okay, that was weird. You jump over the inside of that door and it doesn't take you in. But all right, let's go to Eggman's swimming pool, which does not have water in it, by the way. But there is an emblem up here, so I may as well grab that. Which there's not really much of a point to get the emblems in this version. In the other releases of this game, you can unlock Metal Sonic as a playable character. But in Dreamcast, no. Basically just for being able to, you know, go around and say, hey, I have a completed file, which I do. I'll end up technically showing that because when I take a look at the internet option, I'm going to just show that. Alright, so here is Eggman's diving board.
I sense the Master Emerald. It can't be far from here.
Alright, so this empty pool has the Master Emerald shards in it, apparently. Actually, it's right in here. Alright, yeah, you know, actually, there's honestly not much reason to get ring boxes when you're in the adventure fields, but sometimes they help for the bosses you have to fight. But okay, here's Knuckles' last stage, Skydeck. But we're starting in the area that, you know, Sonic came through, because, yeah, Sonic stopped here. Alright, there's Speed Shoes, which is not going to be much of a help here. But you hear this great piece of music, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And they had a guitar riff to that in Sonic Adventure 2, which makes it really nice. But, anyway, so we're at the part of that ship where basically it's like it's shifting around, but actually, I guess this might have been why it was shifting for Sonic, because, yeah, you press the lever and you tilt the ship left and right. And as you do that, it makes certain areas of the ship a little more accessible or not. I use that to go get the other Master Emerald shards that are left, which these are the last 3. Alright, so let's see. And it will change how the gravity of the level is going to work in terms of if I'm going to be pulled in a certain direction for the purpose of that or not. But just keep going around and just punch stuff. I'll punch stuff and then find where the Emerald shards are. And sometimes it can be underneath these things, so if, or underneath here, if you just dig under here. It's not going to show this because the radar's not going off. But it might be under the ground, we'll see. Actually, I guess I've gotten lucky or not, feasibly, in the sense they haven't been underground, but alright. It's getting a little warmer. Oh, right, okay, I guess that's right. Yeah, it's right here. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to tilt the ship so these doors open. Warning. Oh, I got shot while I was reading this. Okay, if the ship tilts, the door will open. Alright, so in that case, I'm going to have to go back to tilt that. Or, the other thing I can do is I can try and find other Emerald Shards as I go along, which, again, this game lets you do, unlike Sonic Adventure 1. Okay, in Sonic Adventure 2, I should say. But in Sonic Adventure 2, you can actually still pick the other ones up, or the other shards up, but the radar does not track them, which I always thought was a bad decision. Alright, so there's the third one. Let's try and see if we can't find it. Alright. Yeah, I'm being totally reckless here, but that sometimes is the idea of... Okay, actually, I've never seen that before. Okay, so this must be Eggman's offices on the egg carrier. Alright. Alright, see, this is the other benefit, as I mentioned, of playing a game I've been playing for 22 years, because I'm realizing things just by showing it off that I had never seen before. Alright. So, yeah, I've got to shift the ship twice, honestly. Once downward to open this door, the door that's over there. Oh, yeah, it's right there. And then once to the left. Actually, I could put it up and to the left. So let me climb. Okay, that was weird. That was kind of going sideways. Alright, so push or pull the lever, so let's do that. Alright, come on. So this is wonky to push this thing. Yeah, there's one part of the game I'll say hasn't necessarily aged that great. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Is it stuck?
To control the ship's tilt.
Yeah, it doesn't get stuck as far as, hey, you're gonna be... Wait a minute, hold on. Alright, so much for, you know, me... Yeah. Okay, that's weird. That's not letting me push it or pull it. It's just stuck. Alright, no, okay, that's not good. Okay, yeah. I've said that this game is not buggy too much. Okay, yeah, I guess I lied, technically. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start the level over again. We do that, by the way. You lose a life, but it starts over at the beginning. But, so what I'm gonna do is let's try this again. Let's push it forward. Uh-oh. Why is this not pushing? Oh, there you go. Okay, you have to hit Y in front of it and then push it. Okay, there you go. Alright, so I was just doing it wrong. Alright, by doing that, yeah, the door opens and the gravity of the ship is tilting. Okay, so the Emerald Shard is in one of these. It's not in this one, so it's in... Actually, it's in the enemy over here. Whoa! The camera does not necessarily shift that well here, so... Oh, I'll clip through that. Actually, look at that. Oh, right. The cannon can go through there. Alright. Alright, so I know where the other one is. The other one is I have to tilt it to the left. And now that I know that, hey, this is going to work this way...
Either push or pull the lever to control the ship's tilt.
That's that way. Actually, let me push it back to the center, because I need to have it there, and... Come on. Alright, yeah, see, this is going to be the part that's going to be the problem for me.
To control the ship's tilt.
Yeah, because I'm hitting Y, and I'm... Okay, there it goes. Alright, so I push it too much. That way, okay, so you have to hit Y very specifically to hold in place. Alright, fine. Yeah, this is a great game, but I'll say, like, yeah, this is not... Yeah, this is not aged well at all. Alright, there you go. Hold in place, and push, push, push. Come on! Okay, there we go. Alright, that should be good enough. You don't necessarily have to tilt it completely, but yeah, that's okay. Alright, so, yeah, okay, so we open this area, and by the way, the placement of where the Master Emerald Shards, even when I restarted, does not change. Actually, this is you can abuse that for the purpose of going for the A rank here, which is get all the shards in 2 minutes, which just passed, so... But you have to actually do that after you do the main mission. So let's see where that last shard is. It looks like it was in the middle. Or the other thing is, you know, let's use the call hit bubble. Which is this way! Just shoot off in the direction where it went, and it went up. Alright, I said, oh, there. Wait, is that it? Okay, so I saw green, so that's why I thought it was that. Oh, whoa. Alright, where is it? Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay, and now I'm clipping through the floor. Okay, yeah, as I mentioned, this game is good, but, or very good to me, but it does have its glitches, and yeah, I'm not gonna like going back on that thing with the Switch.
The last missing piece.
There we go, we're done with the Master Emerald collection. But we have 2 more things to do. Takal wants me to take me back in time again. And yeah, that light art, by the way, that's reflecting Takal from the past communicating with me in the present. And in that case, she's taking me away to the past again to show me what's going on. So last time we saw her, she wanted to have the Emerald help her out.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah, Knuckles is wondering what's going on, and we have the fire. Which will make sense at the end of the game as to what happened here. Yeah, because now the shrine is on fire, and she's down on the ground.
I couldn't stop them. They came, and my father... I had no idea how bad this would turn out.
Yeah, her plan to, you know, have the Chaos element stop her father kind of backfired on her.
Look, it's the Emerald.
Also, yeah, this is a little washed out with Knuckles being red, although count your blessings, because the later re-releases wash it out much more. It's like, yeah, it looks kind of almost like it's overexposed, perhaps. But alright, we're back, so we'll find out more about what's happening there a little later.
Is this a dream?
No, it's not.
It's more like a nightmare.
No, the thing with the shifting of the ship, that was the nightmare.
In front of the ship fighting. Help them.
Okay, so that's also the hint of where I need to go, and why was I going through that and not getting it? Alright. So yeah, they said our friends are in the front of the ship fighting, so let's see what that meant.
I finally found all of the missing emerald pieces, but I still can't figure out that creepy monster. Huh? What's that?
Alright, let's go see what's going on. Let's go in the center of the ship here. Alright, there's Robotnik, there's Sonic.
Not again! I hate you!
Alright, so they're having their, I guess, talking out what's going on. I'm here.
There you are, Knuckles. About time.
I will return!
Eggman, come back!
Alright, so he's gone away, but...
Sonic handle it from here. He'll do okay.
Alright, he'll handle Robotnik, as we saw before.
I must return to Angel Island and the Master Emerald.
But before we do, there's Chaos 6. We fought him with Sonic, now we have to fight him as, Knuckles.
He didn't get enough the first time.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because Sonic already beat him, but apparently not good enough, so that's where Knuckles comes in to completely destroy him. Alright, so here's Chaos 6, so actually, technically, all the bosses of Knuckles are of Chaos. Chaos 2, 4, and now 6. That number, by the way, referring to the number of Chaos Emeralds he has in him, so... 6 of... Oh, you could... Uh-oh! I didn't know you could fall through that. Uh-oh. Alright, now I'm getting eaten and dying. Actually, I never saw that I was able to go through the floor like that. Alright, so yeah. I was quite literally a Knuckles sandwich, I guess.
If only you could freeze chaos. Try and think of a way.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know you could bust the floor. Alright, so how to freeze him after I get eaten again is I have to hit those spike enemies when he shoots him out and then throw them into his mouth, but alright. I'm kind of glad I found out that he could break the ground. Oh, and it hurts you when you touch it. Alright, so to punch that, and oh, whoa. Oh, yeah, I'm getting stuck. Alright, you pick it up. Oh, whoa. What's going on? I can't get it. Uh-oh. Alright, this is the other attack he could do. He could do this, tentacle shootout, and then do that. Actually, looks like almost like a, spotlight or something. Alright, so let's see if I can't get... Okay, there's another enemy there, so let's hit that, pick it up, and throw it at him. And he'll eat that. And you know what? Let me hold X down. By the way, when we do that, goes that way. That's the maximum heat Knuckles attack. That's that upgrade we got, and it'll take off half his life for doing that. Oh, whoa! Alright, so just, again, hold the X button down. I charge up with that light, let go, and there he goes. He is pieces.
Is that all you've got?
And we're ending where we started, I guess, in the floor. Alright, so yeah, so far, yeah, I'm kind of wondering if this is, like, gonna be a bad omen of all the glitches I've run into with, Knuckles. And, remember, I'm saying that this is the, good version of this game. But at least we are done with Knuckles for the time being, and we're gonna get to go back to... Okay, there's the Chaos Emeralds as well, so... We destroyed him, but we're also taking the Chaos Emeralds with us, because why not?
Emerald safely to my island.
And yeah, there are 6 Chaos Emeralds there, so we're all good that way. And the last one, by the way, is in the plane of tails that crashed onto the egg carrier, which, by the way, is blowing up, and I'm gliding my way off. Alright, so back at Angel Island we are, and we can get the Master Emerald set. Because the idea from before is that, hey, because the Master Emerald was destroyed, Angel Island fell into the water, which is just what happened also in Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. So now, by putting it back together, we're going back in the sky. I guess it's Floating Island. It's weird. They call it Floating Island in Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, but Angel Island in this game. But there we go. With the last 3 shards, we're going to complete this thing.
This should do it. Perfect. All is well now.
Or for now, anyway. As we'll see a little later.
Master Emerald and the island have been restored.
Alright, with that, we also get the CG cutscene of the island, which crashed into the ground, by the way, going back up into the sky.
I'll probably be on this floating island forever,
No, you won't, as we'll see in later games.
guarding the Master Emerald again. I may not know the whole story behind this, but perhaps it's better that way. I'm at peace once more.
Alright, so with that, we are done with Knuckles, and we are going to be hearing his theme song, which is Unknown from M.E., performed by Dread Fox, who voices Parappa the Rapper, by the way, and Marlon Sanders, who I believe has done stuff in movies later. I know he was involved in a movie called 16 Blocks, I should say, from the late Richard Donner now. Let's put it this way, this is not a movie that they were, holding up when they were giving him, the in memoriam aspect of him. They're holding up Lethal Weapon and Superman, let's be honest here. That movie's horrible. Or not those, 16 Blocks. But anyway, it's kind of a mix of like a rap and like an R&B song, and we're going back on all the areas we've been with Knuckles. And I do love this track for sure. It is nice, and it goes to what, chat, you've been saying, which is the atmosphere of this game. Or I guess I've been saying that on the back of what you've been mentioning, and the music kind of reflecting that. And it definitely is nice to be hearing Dread Fox, as I mentioned, because I'm a big one on Parappa the Rapper on the PlayStation, which is a game at some point we can play. It's a music game that doesn't have licensed music content to it, so I could show that off. And actually, with the Retro Tink 5X, we're running everything through now, or everything retro that does not have HDMI, with the exception of the PlayStation 3, because of how it handles things with that. Yeah, I can use the PlayStation 2 to play that one, or to run that. Because you run that on PlayStation 3, it's not a pleasant time, because of how the input lag is. That game has a lot of, perfect timing to it, but basically the song here is explaining the idea that Knuckles is his own echidna. He's kind of on his own, sort of, but then you have Sonic and Tails, and that kind of goes away, admittingly, after Sonic Adventure 2, because at that point he's kind of just involved with everybody else all the time, and then he also becomes a lot dumber as a character until Sonic Mania, because there actually is one callback to this game, sort of, and also to Sonic and Knuckles, where it's him making the realization. It's actually really, really funny. But there you go. And so, yeah, Fumi Kumatani. Alright, so she'll do the track of E102 Gammas when we get there. But yeah, next on the docket, I believe we will play as Amy Rose. Okay, we're basically just going to go in row of each of the characters. I guess in that case, then we'll probably do E102 Gamma last. I would think. We're going to do all the characters, and then after you complete the game with all the characters, you unlock the last story, and we will play through that. And that should take us out to the rest of the night. And show off some of the other things as we go along. And take any of your questions or comments in the chat, because I've always loved that part of this show. And I want to thank you again for that, and for your viewership, because it is, as I mentioned, you could be doing anything you want at night, or on a Saturday night. But, yeah, I mean, I do appreciate the idea of coming into the show and adding to the show. In a lot of ways, I mentioned this. This is as much your show as it's mine, because you're adding stuff to it. You're basically guiding where the show goes. I'm playing the game, for sure, but depending on what you say, I might go into certain tangents of things. I might answer questions you might have. I might think more about the game I'm playing, which kind of is a good case to it, as we noticed with the stuff with the Skydeck, with the shifting, lever. I don't remember being that wonky and that potentially non-functional, but here's the thing, I think I was just hitting it wrong. I didn't necessarily need to restart the level, but I was like, yeah, that was not very good. I'll say this, if they're going to go back to, remake this thing, because there's rumors they might, please fix that. Sega, Sonic Team, if you're going to do that, please fix that, for sure. Or maybe get that ongoing if they're going to be doing this with the next Sonic game that's coming out, the next big one, which it's not officially known what it's going to be called, but it's been leaked. It's called Sonic Rangers, and thought it's going to be an open-world Sonic game. Maybe going back to something like this, and some people mentioned, oh, it's doing what... They're thinking it might be going the Zelda Breath of the Wild route, or the Pokemon Legends Arceus route, which, by the way, they unveiled more of that this past week. That looks amazing. I cannot wait to play that. I'm just giving you a sense like, hey, if you can do that with Sonic really well, and maybe point to this game or look at this for ideas, it might be something really good, and really get some really good music too, perhaps. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, we are Finn with Master Emerald's Story of Knuckles, and we get our emblem for our trouble. Number 34. So next, we are going to play as Amy Rose. Well, I mean... no, we are going to play as Amy Rose next. Yeah, I think at the end of the night we'll do the thing with the internet, because we have to go back to the menu anyway. This is just going to be a showing what this is later. We'll do that later. We'll go back to Adventure, and we're going to play as the next character. So we played as Sonic, we played as Tails, we played as Knuckles. Now how about Amy Rose? The first Super Sonic Game Saturday show we did for this year was Sonic CD, where Amy Rose made her debut. Let's see what's going on with her.
It's my turn now.
Alright, so we're going to take Amy Rose, the pink hedgehog, the self-proclaimed girlfriend of Sonic. She loves Sonic because he saved her, and they'll explain that in the opening cutscene. She's going and she's doing it for herself in this game, and she has her Pico Pico hammer, which was introduced in Sonic Fighters. But yeah, now she's pulling it out to go along. And she also does hammer jumping, because she does not run nearly as fast as Sonic or any of the other characters. That'll be changed in the Sonic Advance games, but for the time being, like, this is what we got.
The rules for the action stages.
Yeah, the rule of the action stage is we have to run away from that robot. That's Zero. She can't kill Zero, so she has to just knock him out and get to the balloon to make a safe getaway. And you also do hiding, so you can kind of do some stealth stuff, but Zero usually sees right through that. I'll show it off as we go, but time being, let's get going with Amy, and we're going to start our adventure in Station Square. Our adventure with Amy in Station Square. Get the nice sunset there, as we're going to see Amy walking home from going to the supermarket. Yeah, she has her celery and she has her bread.
Gee, I'm bored.
Gee, it sure is boring around here. Yeah, I was just thinking of the old, Link Faces of Evil from the Philips CDI.
With my hero, Sonic.
Alright, but she is reminiscing about her days with Sonic CD here.
And blowing them away.
Yeah, she's being taken back for Sonic while running away from Metal Sonic. So yeah, it is a tie to Sonic CD.
And there's nothing left to do. But shot till I drop. There was always something fun to do with Sonic around. I really miss him.
Alright, well, yeah, she's missing Sonic.
What's going on here? Is there an eclipse today or what? Nobody forecast a storm or anything.
Yeah, not in this game, definitely. I guess you say Eclipse. I'm thinking the Eclipse canon we'll see in Sonic Adventure 2, but for now, well, no. We're seeing, actually, what we saw in the opening cinematic at the beginning of the game when we first played it last month, which is the egg carrier's taken off and it's flying through town.
Eggman, can it be? What's that? Ah! Watch it! Watch it!
Alright, so she got hit in the face with a flicky bird, actually. The birds we've seen in the other Sonic the Hedgehog games.
You look kind of hurt.
Yeah, but yeah, where's the rumbles going? Yeah, there's Zero. With his grabby hands. Oh boy.
What's this?
Yeah, something we want to get out of the way of.
Uh-oh.
You get this nice, spacey music. I do like this track, actually, of Zero.
Yikes! You almost ran me over, creep! Oh
Yeah, thankfully he doesn't see her running into the burger shop. Or if he sees her, he's like, yeah, I don't want to go in there. Maybe he's a vegetarian, who knows?
That was one of Eggman's robots, huh?
Yes, it was.
He must have captured you, and somehow you got away, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'll do my best to keep us both from harm. I'll stand by you all the way.
Alright, so this is the idea of what Amy's going through, is she's taking care of the bird. So at this point, just walking around. She doesn't run very fast, by the way. She just walks kind of a stroll. But when she's at top speed, she'll pull her hammer out. Kind of just want to jump to get her at top speed, was like that, and then hit the X button. And you do that launch. This is how you're going to get yourself moving fast. You also stop and hit the hammer down to hit things. That's basically what's going on here. Alright, so, actually, one thing I also will show off now I'm here. Well, a couple things. Let's go into the burger shop. Actually, you can also talk to people. Let's talk to her. In the shop now, what should I say to him? Just don't know what to do. Basically, the idea is that this girl, this woman, she wants to talk to the guy who runs the burger shop because she secretly has a crush on him. Alright, he's with the idea of me being chased, and he also doesn't know the idea that, oh yeah, that girl there wants to be with him. And actually, that does, you know, advance as you go along. So you do get a little bit of flavor text as you go along, talking to the people that way. And sometimes they also say about what's going on with the egg carrier coming to town. Alright, so... a couple things we gotta do. One of the things we have to do is we have to find Sonic, because this is taking place where we had Sonic run into Amy at the casino. We have to go to the casino. Before we go to the casino, I'm gonna do something else. We're gonna go up in the elevator into the hotel. The one on the right was where we fought Chaos 2 with Knuckles. It's not open here. But going on the left, we open the Chow Garden that's here. Actually, we've been to the other Chow Gardens, not this one. But I'm also here for another reason. Alright, so we got my Chow here. I can hit him, feasibly, or I can just, you know, pick him up and, you know, rock him gently. There's another reason for this, because I was like, alright, when I looked over the footage, also you get the Supersonic Chow as well, that one over there. And he has they have the elements. Oh yeah, I named it Yoshi, I forgot, after Yoshi the Dinosaur. Right, because you can do that, and I believe that's based on this machine, where you put this into the VMU and you can change its name and things. I'm not going to be able to show that off the way that's working, but yeah, that's how that works. And this nice Chow Garden going on about feeding Chow and feeding them that for the purpose of breeding and all this stuff. There are some aspects of this in this game that go pretty deep into it, actually. But they do enhance that in Sonic Adventure 2, and also Amy's eyes disappeared there for a second. Yeah, you can come over here. But you know what, I might as well show this. Shake the tree. And there we go. There is the coconut, and you can feed it to your Chow like this. And there we go. It's eating it nicely. Alright, now let's go sleep. Actually, the other reason you come in here is that when you raise your Chow enough, and you give them animals, and you increase their stats as far as speed, power, flight, and something else. I'll put in the YouTube video what that might be. You can do Chow races, and you get emerald. You can get emblems off of winning these. I got all the emblems already in another file, but I always want to show off a Chow race. And you have the Jewel course and the Big Air course, and also multi-entry. What you can do is you can have multiple players bring their Chows in on their VMUs, connected controllers, and then race them at the same time. We're going to do the 2 beginner course. And you have the Pearl, Amethyst, Sapphire, Ruby, and Emerald course. Yeah, let's do the Emerald course. And you can pull them out of your VMU. You can pull them out of any of the Chow Gardens from any areas, of whether it's Station Square, Mr. Gruen, or Egg Carrier. So let's see. Alright, there's the ones from Station Square. There's one I have in the Egg Carrier, and then the Mr. Gruen, I only have the one. Actually, no, the Egg Carrier, I have this one. Okay, so never mind. I'll pull the gold Supersonic one out. Because I think I did racing on it at some point. Alright, so in that case, you're just basically watching him walk, and you can use the D-pad to keep an eye on where they are. Oh, he fell asleep. Great. You can also cheer him on when the camera goes in some way. And again, as you change the camera angle, you can follow specific Chows to see which one's winning. Okay, thank God mine's not Num one of them. By the way, when you see that flash go there with the stars like that, you hit the left or right trigger and you give it a speed boost, but it's random in terms of how it works. In Sonic Adventure 2, what they do is they tie it to the stamina of the Chow as you grow them. So at that point, you have like a bar there where you can kind of cheer them on to make them go faster, but you also don't want to use it too much, otherwise your Chow will get tired and will be in trouble. Let's see where mine is. Alright, I'm in 5th place. I don't think I'm going to win, but then again, I haven't touched this Chow in a while. Okay, there we go. Okay, no, you hit A. Alright, my mistake. I was thinking how Sonic Adventure 2 did it, where you hit the left and right trigger. Actually, yeah, you're hearing that probably now, going... Yeah, you hear the horn that way. Alright, I'm gonna get... Yeah, actually, this is the long course. I do remember that. Do you control it? No. What you do is you raise the Chow up as far as its stats, and you have to do a lot of raising of the Chow specifically for the purpose of that, and sometimes you'll trip. Oh, okay, right there you hear, like, hurry up. That's basically the other characters in this game, whether it's Gamma, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, other people to that. But, yeah, basically you pretty much raise it up like a virtual pet a little bit. And then as that goes, they have better stats along the way, and then you can be in a case where they'll be more likely to win. Particularly as they go across and do certain things, including flying off like that so get more distance, and then, you know, hitting the water and just swimming. Yeah, unfortunately that one won, so yeah, I wasn't expecting mine to win. Yeah, I'm at 5th place. I'm not going to win, but I already have all the emblems for this. I just want to show off one Chow Race for this, because I realized last time I didn't show that off. Yeah, technically I can press the A button and control and cheer on the other Chow that aren't mine, because it does a random pull as far as when they get the stars on them when you do a cheer. Yeah, you tripped right in front of that. Alright, Shahara, let's see what's going on with good old Yoshi here, which looks more like Supersonic, but yeah, sometimes they'll get flustered like that, because they have issues swimming. As I mentioned, Sonic Adventure 2 goes to that a lot more, but yeah, I'm not going to be doing so hot on this. Alright, so yeah, we are here in Tails, so all the Sonic characters are in the background cheering on the Chows of theirs. Alright, so I got 5th. Alright, so I'm not on the winner podium, which is fine, but for the purpose of this, I just wanted to show off. When I do Sonic Adventure 2, I probably will show off the Chow Garden and the races a bit more. Although, actually, in that case, I have the Dreamcast version of Sonic Adventure 2, which doesn't have all the Chow events, because later games added more Chow events. They had Chow Karate, they had Chow Fight, and things like this. This one's pretty basic as far as how it is. And then Sonic Adventure 2 just added more as far as being able to make the raising of Chow easier and also tie it across, well, technically sort of across both games to this one, but more on the GameCube and, with the GameCube entry anyway. And it is a bit better that way. It's more robust. So this was a good first draft, or I guess second draft, because the AOF system with the Natopians in Knights was kind of a take on this a little, very limited, but then this one did more of it. But alright, after some nice Chow racing where we didn't win, walking down the street to find Sonic. Not least of which because Amy loves Sonic, but also because she has a good point of saying, hey, you know, he can help protect the Flicky Bird here that that Robot wants to get.
Long time no see.
Amy.
Yeah, as usual, Sonic doesn't want part of Amy being around him, but if he has to, you know, help her out, he's more than willing, for sure.
See, this little birdie's got in trouble. I think you should be his bodyguard a little while.
What?
Doesn't matter. We'll just tag along.
I mean, I guess the idea of here, like, Sonic not wanting to help, specifically, is I guess he doesn't know what he's getting into, which is fair enough, but it's like, well, yeah. Amy's, if nothing else, this reflects the idea of Amy's character, which was kind of pretty limited to this game because she was only in Sonic, well, in Sonic CD, and then also in Sonic the Fighters. But at that point, it's like, well, we didn't really have a sense of her character. She's love-struck on Sonic. She's going to follow him anywhere. But also the idea is, like, even when Sonic runs away, she's going to not give up, and she'll keep going on. And she has a good reason feasibly going after him this time to keep the Flicky safe. But basically now at this point, we're going to go to Twinkle Park where we went last with Sonic. Yeah, nice flip there.
Wait up, Sonic! Not fair! I can't
Yeah, that'll change in Sonic Advance 2, I'll say that for sure.
Ah, look! Eggman's robot's on the loose!
Alright, so there we go. There's Zero again.
Handle that bag of bolts.
Ah!
Now what's wrong? Huh?
Well, she sees Twinkle Park. We just saw last month the idea. What do they say about Twinkle Park? In order to get in, you just need to be a cute couple.
Look! It says cute couples can get in free! What are we waiting for?
Amy! Wait! I give up. She's so weird.
As I heard that screeching, was that Amy or was that the car over there? Alright, so at this point now, he's following Amy in, but she's running off ahead. And so we're going to be going a little different way in Twinkle Park, which is her first action stage, by the way. She only has 3. But we're going to do a little different thing with her. We're going somewhere that Sonic will not go, and other character will as well. Alright. So the goal here is run away from Zero when we see him. As Takal's going to mention. You'll get to hear this great music, for sure. For a little bit. Alright, so what you gotta do is you gotta hit the button to open the door over on the left, and get another shield. Meantime, just run around the pool. Actually, yeah, we were not around here very long, because we were just running around with Sonic. And yeah, she doesn't get the speed shoes, so I can at least go get that. Whoa. But, okay, there is Zero. By the way, here's how Zero works. You hit him with the hammer, and he'll go backwards, but he'll have that little arrow. He'll do a target on me, and then he has, like, the claw arm. So you just get out of the way. And the other thing also is that... Okay. Oh, okay. I did not know that the exploding barrel will knock him back. Alright, so that's good to see. Alright, so I do get speed shoots. He runs a little faster with them. Whoa. Okay, that was interesting. I lost all my rings, but I got the 40 ring box as I lost. Alright, by hitting all the 3 of the switches, the Pleasure Castle opens and we get to go inside. I'm going to the Haunted Hall, which has this very, sort of somber piano piece, and now we're in the Room of Mirrors. Just go along, and yeah, they definitely wanted to showcase the elements of the Dreamcast, rendering 3 aspects on screen at once. But yeah, we're going through here to avoid getting captured. Actually, by the way, you don't get captured. The idea is that he'll hurt you, and then you'll die. But the idea is, like, just keep on the run, because you can't kill Zero. You knock him back, eventually if you hit him enough, he'll go red, and he'll be invincible. But at this point, just keep running. Also see it go sideways, almost like the old 2D platform games this way. Just basically just keep running and jumping and swinging the hammer. That's the easiest way to go. And hitting the monkeys there to get the animals out. Whoa. And avoiding the spike balls. And also avoid the other thing there is because if you're seeing the... Actually, you know what? I want to try something. Seeing the mirror over there, there's the rings there, but there's also a pit over there. I want to see something. Can I knock him in the pit? No, okay, I can. Alright. Because I never actually tried that. Yeah, as long as you keep running, he won't catch you, and even when he has the lock on, you can get out of the way pretty quickly and not get hit. Alright, also, let me see something. I don't think this... Yeah, if you hit the... Okay, actually, no. Okay, no, yeah, if you can hit the hammer to hit the spring along with just jumping on it or touching it. I'm thinking what Sonic Advance 1 does, or actually all the Sonic Advance games do this. She has the hammer in that game too, and what happens is that when you hit a spring, you bounce up higher when you hit it with the hammer. Alright. So there's the checkpoint. We are almost at the end, and actually one thing I will show off before we get to the end is... barrel, which I don't think is going to be much use right now. Actually, I think I gotta go to the top here. Oh. Alright, there's the balloon, by the way. Jump on the balloon, you're all good. Actually, no, I can't show the barrel off yet. I'd show it off in another level, but alright. So you get the rings, get a nicer ring bonus, go get the life. There you go. Hit that, hit the balloon's, handle, or try to.
Alright!
There we go, and yeah, I guess he's jumping up high, but there's nothing he can do. We are getting out of here. Although I've heard some people mention this, like, why didn't he just use the claw arm to pop the balloon, and yeah, and then Amy's in trouble. But, he doesn't think to do that, probably because Robotnik made him, and he didn't think that aspect through. I mean, that's always the idea with Robotnik. He always creates these robot contraptions, but then he might not necessarily think of the next step. He's like, oh yeah, I can use this to get Sonic or get what I want. But then it's like, well, what about this? And he tends not to do the, what about this part? Also, you can do the Twinkle Circuit again. We did it last month, or last week. I keep saying last month. We did it last week. It feels like it's been a month ago. But anyway, We're gonna have to do that again. Alright. So we lost Sonic. And we lost Zero.
Sonic must have gotten lost too.
Oh. Yeah, I guess we didn't lose Zero. Alright, so this also explains why Amy got caught when we were playing as Sonic. But yeah, there you go. He's holding him in his arms. So yeah, us getting away from the balloon didn't do anything.
Down! Let us go!
Yeah, so you basically get to sit back and watch a lot of story. Actually, there is a lot of story on Amy's side. Alright, so at this point, yeah, Sonic realizes she's in trouble, and so he's going to come to our rescue. Well, actually, technically, he's not going to come to our rescue to a certain degree. And just also explain some things we saw with Sonic, because, like, yeah, she said, we fought E102 Gamma, why doesn't she want Sonic to destroy him? Well, we're going to get a little bit of an answer to that right now.
Now, calm down.
In fact, here is E102 Gamma, and we get to hear that great piece of music again of his.
What do you want?
Hand me the bird.
We'd love to, but the Fox sensors won't allow it.
Quietly hand over the bird.
No, never!
Why not?
I don't need to tell you anything. You tell me why you want it, now!
Does not compute.
Alright, now this is the other case here. Even Amy's kind of surprised by this. E102 Gamma doesn't know why he actually wants the robot. We'll understand why that is when we play as him.
Please, Mr. Robot.
Yeah, now he's sliding away. Like, yeah, get back.
Help us, please?
Like, she has an armed bird and she knows how to use it.
Insufficient data. You have feelings for something you know nothing about. Illogical.
Alright, so basically it's like Spock from Star Trek in the sense he's trying to get a sense of how emotions work, which is fair enough because, well, Gamma's a robot, so fair enough.
Hey, Birdie, come back here!
Okay, now the birdie's just saying, fine, you know what, I'm gonna, you know, go out anyway, although actually there is a reason what he's doing here.
Go. Escape.
So, that bird did something to Gamma, and basically, he's freeing Amy here, by the way. So, alright, that explains then why she said, Sonic, you know, don't destroy this thing. But yeah, there you go. So, that's where the relationship of Amy and Gamma is coming in. Because for some reason, she and or the bird were able to get into his robotic innards to help.
Hurry. We'll be at the Mystic Ruins base soon.
You're really nice. You're different from the other robots. You've got a soft spot inside your metal frame. If you want, we can be friends, okay?
Alright. So, yeah, in that case, yeah, Amy is friends with the robot. With this robot, anyway. And she is right about Gamma. There's not another robot quite like him. But in the meantime, there are a couple other things we can do. One is, I want to talk to him. Come here.
It is dangerous here.
Alright, we'll go. Yeah, because you also press the buttons on the other cages and get things. There's a Chow egg. You can bring that back to the Chow Garden, and you also hit this, and there's nothing in there. Alright, so we got out, but there's something else that we have to do.
You're not going to escape from here. Let's see if you can clear this awesome game.
Alright, so the key to our freedom is a game of whack-a-mole. Stand in the center, jump to start it. that the heads are going to come up, hit the ones that are Sonic, they're worth 100 points. The ones that Eggman are worth negative 100 points, and you want the gold ones for Metal Sonic, or no, Super Sonic, because when you get that, it's worth 500 points. And I need to get more than 2,000 points to win. Oh, no! No! Oh, come on. No! Alright, so game over. So I didn't do it right. So you have to get at least 2,000 points. Now, actually, we're going to come back and play this twice after or one more time after we do this. At this point, it's not as easy because you have to basically just wait for them to come up and hit them. Alright. But your hammer does have a little bit of a spread to it. Basically, that little shockwave, the pink shockwave there, it will hit the targets multiple times. There you go. No. Oh, but yeah, that's the... Okay, you lose 200 on Eggman. My mistake. Yeah, maybe this is clunky, but there's something we get off of this that's going to make this a lot easier. Unless I don't get it. Alright. But you can keep trying until you escape, and thankfully it's not a case where Robotnik made it so that, yeah, if you fail this, you die. Alright, there you go. Ah. Alright, just 300 more points. There. Okay, there you go. Alright, I'm gonna stop. Actually, I've never heard this part of the egg carrier music before, so alright, I'm glad I failed this then.
What? I can't believe this is happening!
Or, no way! I can't believe this! Alright, so we won. We got 2,300 points, and for that, along with our freedom, we get the first of 2 upgrades of Amy's, and she gets another one actually by playing this, but right now we got the Warrior Feather.
Hold the Warrior Feather. Now you can do the spin hammer attack. Press and hold the action button and move the directional pad in a circle.
Alright, this is actually going to make future plays of this whack-a-mole game really easy. Basically hit hit X, puts the camera out like that, rotate the analog stick. Keep doing that, but eventually she'll get, dizzy. Yeah, she's kind of gotten home from a long night at the bar, but congratulations, well thank you. But yeah, I guess congratulations to her for getting off of her stupor. Alright, she's not drunk, she's dizzy, but point is, like, you keep doing that, you do that. Honestly, you're going to use it mostly for the next instance of this game we're going to play, or that game we're going to play, but gotta do is gotta go in the hot shelter, hit that button. Yeah, this is going to be the first new level we're seeing tonight. This is the hot shelter, and every other character we play as is going to run through here. But Amy has the longest run of it. Another level with great music. You have this kind of great, guitar track going, but then also kind of like this sort of, again, kind of jazzy with a lot of like the horns and the saxophone and things like that. Or actually, okay, horns on this one. Or in this case, we have to hit the switch here, grab it, and rotate the analog stick to the left to open the door. And avoid getting bombed by the monkeys. There we go. Alright. Let's see those tractor beam enemies again, which I think I'm going to have to do what I did last week, which is edit in the Galaga capture on that when this goes to the YouTube site in a few days. Ow! Alright. Yeah, we will, but also another thing about this level. Oh yeah, you get a couple of shock jump moments there. They're pulling from Resident Evil, clearly. The idea in Resident Evil where in some cases you have the dogs coming through the glass. So in that case, they're pulling from that. In this case, just keep running away from Zero and you should be good. We're going to the water. Yeah, he does survive in the water, so yeah, just climb up. Also, she climbs the ladders the slowest of all the characters. We don't get in a whole lot of cases we're doing that. Alright, bomb. Alright, there we go. In case, this is kind of how Amy's playing. It's more kind of like a traditional platform, much slower than Sonic, and that's always been a point of contention when it's come to the Sonic games. It's like, hey, they give you these other gameplay styles, but they don't feel as fast as the other ways of playing, which is fair enough, I guess. In my case, I kind of think, as I mentioned before, the idea of how this game is paced. It's kind of thing that, okay, we gotta hit the button to get the water here and go here, but it gives you enough, slow elements so that you appreciate the speed that much more when you get to speedy sections. Actually, let's get out of the... Actually, you know what? Let's not get out of the water. I want to show this off briefly. Because like the other Sonic games, you can drown. I'm not going to let her drown, but I'm going to let the drowning music go. Because it is a orchestral remix of the drowning music from Sonic 1. You do get the nice countdown over your head. Alright, and we're out in time. There we go. I remember when I first heard the fact that they did an orchestrated version of that in this game. I was like, oh, that's great. Alright, so we hit that, so we just have to make this jump. It's not always an easy jump to make, especially when the camera gets in the way. Especially when you're going slower with Amy getting to the other side, but yeah, we'll get there. Alright, there we go.
It says
Left 1, right 3. Basically what it's saying is there's this lever here, this handle. Basically rotate it left once and then to the right 3 times and it opens. So it's kind of more of a puzzle to a certain extent, but they tell you what it is, so it's not going to be that difficult. Alright. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, you have him busting through the walls again. Ooh. A good thing I have that shield. Alright, get out of the way. A moving ladder returns to original position. Yeah, we're not doing that. It stop. Yeah, because you're locked, by the way, when you hit that computer. Okay, so because it's on a roller, just push it to the left so we can get out of here. Oh. Let me see if I can't just hammer my way up there. There you go. I'll escape through the ventilation shaft. Always hit the bathroom anyway. There we go. And this is where it's really getting jazzy with the music, with the saxophone. I wasn't wrong saying there's saxophone in this track, or in this level at least. Because we're at the second section, and they do change the music, and I love that as far as this game. It's kind of a tie back to Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles, where the Act 2s or second sections of areas had their own pieces of music. Whoa! And of course, you do get this great invincibility music with the bells going off here. The do 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 do. I do love that. Alright, now just jump on the gears. And avoid falling. Yeah, because if I fall down, I'm dead. But if you ride this one up, you hit this button, and it switches the direction. Actually, you know, the other thing I'm going to do is pick up the items here. Because I'm close to getting life. Oh. You know, let's hit Tikal's button and see what happens. Alright, so that's the gear controls. Yeah, actually, Dolphin, I want to go back to something you were talking about last week. You asked this, and this is a good way to explain this. You were saying, what's the difficulty level of this game? What's a game in this series that you would say is conductive to... Okay, I'm invincible, so I can walk right into them. What's a Sonic game that's conductive to being easy to pick up if you've never played one before? You haven't played one in a while, maybe. And I mentioned sorta with this one.
Be careful not to fall off.
Yeah, be careful not to fall here, especially when the camera changes. But, as you're seeing there, is like, this game, you do get those Tikal hint bubbles, so it does give you an idea of, like, what you need to do if you're either getting lost, you're not sure where to go. So, to go back to that point you made last week, and by the way, thank you for that, and bringing that up when we did that, it does give you more of an idea of, like, okay, fine, if I'm not... How lost are you necessarily going to get? And in this game, thankfully, that doesn't really happen a whole lot, but because of that, that also helps it too. Like, hey, if I am stumped, it gives me a little bit of a hint to give you a little bit of a point in the right direction. Without necessarily saying, like, okay, it's completely 100% saying, oh, do this. Which is the case, because I'll bring this up, because we're going to be running through this for a while, and we're also going to go to this point where we have to put the color boxes into the holes that they go with. So we got orange, purple, yellow, and blue. As we do that, I would say, one game I'm playing recently on my downtime is been The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. My coworkers bought the Switch release, and I have it on the Wii, so I'm playing the Wii version. I would be stumped. Yeah, actually, playing Zelda Skyward Sword, there are parts of that game I was stumped down, honestly. I mean, admittedly with Zelda, a lot of it is about figuring out a puzzle. That's a lot of that game, or most of the Zelda games anyway. But in that case, I was really kind of surprised that, yeah, the design of the puzzles in that one were a bit hard, so I had to kind of think a bit, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. Oh, and crash the glass again. I always love that touch right there, as far as that. Alright. A little bit of a weird glitch. You run up this hill a little faster than running, you know... Yeah, that's weird. They didn't program that right. So it's like, yeah, as you run up that one, you go faster. But on this one, it's like, yeah, you're slowing down when you go up the incline. Yeah. I get that idea as far as that, you know, let's go up with this way and use the switch, or the handle. And this is another reason, going back to the reason of doing the Dreamcast version, I just think the rotation of that for the handle that way, it just feels right when you do it. Even a million doing slower. Okay, we gotta do the box thing again. This is a little different because, A, we have Zero on our tail the whole time, him almost hooking me like that. And not all the blocks are on the ground, so we have to go find the other one. Let's get out of the way. And to get it, hit the spring. Wait till the camera adjusts, and pay attention there. And there we go, we're walking on there, and there is the blue box. So go grab it, and put it in the hole. Whoop, okay, there we go. Yeah, this is the other reason why I use the Y button to pick stuff up, because you can also pick stuff up on X or B, but that's the same button that you use to use the hammer, so... Since Y doesn't do anything but grabbing, I usually just use that. Alright, so here we are in the room. There are the coconuts. They're all gonna die because I hit the bomb. Boom. Let's save all the animals just because. You use this for the Chow stuff, by the way. You give the Chow the animals, they get features of the animals, and then their stats go up. Alright, now we're getting away. So that is the hot shelter. It is a bit of a long level, and actually, interesting thing with the A missions for Amy. They're based on time. So it's like, yeah, you have to go through quickly with a character who doesn't really run that fast. So you kind of learn, like, speedrunning strategies as far as going through the levels that way. So in that way, it does kind of challenge the idea of how I go fast with a character that doesn't run fast, which is conductive to Sonic when you really think about it as far as a franchise. So in that case, it works out really nicely. But yeah, since T'Kall's gotten everybody else taken to the past, well, why not get Amy going? As I mentioned, this is the Rashomon concept. The idea that we have parts of the same story being told from the perspectives of different characters, and then also their own unique elements explaining other parts of the story till it comes up in place to that. And yeah, and her kind of having that weird mouth thing, like, yeah, where am I? I'm lost. But that's okay, so we can just keep walking around. Honestly, this is the ancient Echidna area, or the ancient Echidna shrines and temples. In fact, let's talk to some of the Echidnas over here just to get a sense of it. Never scared of anything my whole life. Is there anything capable of making me feel scared? What about you? Oh, you're the same guy, so let's talk to the other one. And they do look like Knuckles because, yeah, Knuckles is Echidna and this is the Echidna tribe. I think, therefore, I am. Alright, so we have Alexander Descartes on this program. Okay, I did not expect that. We're too hyper. I don't know. Okay, so a lot of them say the same thing. Alright, actually, I gotta be honest with you. Well. Honestly, I gotta tell you, I've never actually talked to all of the Echidnas here, so this is new to me. I like fighting. At least, I love fighting. Well, fitting to where Knuckles gets it from. Alright. I guess going back to the Descartes thing, I always think about the drunk song from Monty Python whenever I hear that. Is this life a dream or is it reality? They have a Bohemian Rhapsody reference in this game. I did not know that. Okay, wow. I'm glad I'm talking to everybody, so... Okay, is this real life or is this just fantasy? Actually, I guess that, yeah. Just watch, I'll get them all. There we go. Yeah, I'm finding this out with you. I've never done this. So, there you go. Never gloat in victory. Alright. Alright, fair enough. Gets words to live by. There's an altar in front of the gate. The 7 emeralds are there, and with those, all our dreams will come true. Alright, so this does fill in the idea of why does the ancient Echidna tribe want the Chaos Emerald so badly, or why they want the Master Emerald, and what's that all about. To get more of that. You know what? Just because I'm here, and because I just want to make the most out of this, I'm going to run up the hill, because you run up faster going up that hill, by the way, and feasibly running down it. And, you know, okay, let's try running down. Alright, so yeah, you do run fast running down the hill and doing that, and then I'm going to run up the hill again. Or if I always think about something like this, I always think about the scene in Ace Ventura when Nature Calls, when he's climbing up the steps of the Tibetan temple, and then he goes down it, and he does a slinky all the way down these massive steps, and at the end of it, it stops at the last one. He's saying, like, hey, let's try it again. He's like, no, we can't, we have to keep going. Speaking of which, to keep going, I have to find where T'Kall is. I believe she's around here somewhere. Alright. Alright, that's where it started. Okay, weird enough, yeah, I don't go faster. Okay, sort of do go faster that way. Alright, there's another Echidna guy. Let's see if he knows where I'm going. Chow's secret power? No, I don't buy it. We're going to get those special stones. Alright. Well, okay, let's go into the idea of what the Chow are, because, yeah, they were the cute creatures we had doing races, but there's also something else to the story with them, and it ties to what Takal was saying earlier. Alright, now, where is she? Because honestly, I haven't played Amy's story in quite a while. But you usually can't really get too lost. You just go around somewhere until the cutscene triggers. And usually they put it sort of in the center or on the left or the right, and you'll find it. In this case, you're also seeing how to get moving fast with Amy. Just as you're going along, have the hammer out, then hit X when you hit when it's out there to launch yourself higher and get yourself going fast. Except there, where it kind of get my jump. I don't know why it did that. Alright, where is Takal? Oh, right. Okay, no, now I remember what I gotta do. I have to go... Okay, yeah, I have to go to the shrine, because they're talking about that. So actually, I have to go out the way I came. Alright, so yeah, me coming over here was not really... There wasn't much of a reason to do that, except to show off the things I showed off, and to show off that... Okay, yeah, alright. Even with... And this is why I mentioned I love showing off games even that I've played before. Sometimes like, hey, I haven't done this, let me do this. So I learned that there's a reference to Alexander Descartes and to Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen in Sonic Adventure, which I did not know. Alright, so yeah, you go back here, and this is how you go to the Master Emerald Shrine. Actually, in that way, with Amy, we're getting our biggest, you know, reach of the ancient Echidna tribes, you know, lands. Alright, so let's go here, and I guess Takal is probably going to be around here. In fact, yeah, there she is. Alright, yeah, she is a friend to the Chows, actually. Yeah, the Chows have been around for a while, although this is the first game we see them in.
You're the Chow. Don't be afraid. You're safe with me.
Yeah, clearly they are believing that, based on how they're sounding. She's become friendly, but she's also noticing that they're liking her a bit too. And one of those droplets in the water are about, we'll see that later. Well, actually, no, we'll see it now. Oh, yeah, we'll sort of see it now. I guess they want to keep you in suspense too. Although, yeah, we'll understand that a little bit. But we're back, and we're back at the egg carrier.
What was that? I wonder if I'm dreaming.
No, you're not.
Oh my! I need to get out of this place!
Alright, so we're back in Robotnik's pool. It still doesn't have water in it. Actually, I don't think there's any air... Okay, there might be one character who comes here that does have water in there, I think. But we'll find out.
Where do you think you're going, Amy?
Okay, that was weird. She had the bird in her hands at the end of that, but not really while she's running towards that. Alright. So this is also how we ran into Eggman, and then where Sonic came by. Okay, there's Sonic. Tails right there.
Sonic, help!
Too late, buddy!
Alright, so with that... Yeah, he took the birdie away. But the bird had a Chaos Emerald in it. Somewhere and somehow. So that's why Robotnik wanted it. I guess that's also why I was running away and why Zero wanted to get the bird back so badly. And Gamma wanted to get it, I guess, because Robotnik told him to.
Give him all you got!
Aye, aye, sir. Will comply.
Alright, yeah. So in this case, yeah, he's going off. Unlike Sonic and Tails, we're not fighting Gamma here, because now we know Gamma helped Amy, you know, or helped Amy escape, but now she's going to stop the fight specifically. Okay, now she's stopping the fight after Sonic hit him. It definitely takes a bit of a different case, because, yeah, her music is a little more somber, in the sense of, hey, this is the robot that helped me.
Please stop!
Sonic, please don't kill him. Yeah.
It's one of Eggman's clunkers.
I was gonna say, yeah, Sonic is not... Okay, yeah, okay, he's not flipping her off. It sure looks that way as far as the animation, but he's like, well, no.
This robot is different.
Okay.
You don't need to hurt him, okay?
Amy! Okay, I guess I'll let him go then.
I mean, I guess it fits to Sonic 2 as well. It's like, oh, he doesn't want to kill the robot just because he's gonna kill the robots. He just wants to protect Amy and all that, so that's why we beat him up.
We're fresh out of time. Take Amy and clear out, fast!
What about you?
I'll nail that Eggman. Can't let him escape.
Alright, so as before, Sonic's going off. I'm going off with Tails, but there's another little detail we're going to see here that's unique with Amy.
You okay?
Yeah, he looked very hot and bothered.
It's here. Don't pay attention to Eggman anymore. Free yourself. Come on.
Why are you helping me?
I said we'd be friends, and I'm returning your favor. Even this birdie wants you to be free. Eggman's not the kind of man you should work for.
Amy, come on, let's get going.
Until we meet again, Mr. Robot, take care of yourself.
Alright, so in that case, that also, I think, reflects the other thing, and this is the idea of, you know, okay, me getting airlifted away by Tails, so we're gonna be safe, but also the idea of Amy's character, which is the idea that when someone helps her, she remembers it. I mean, even the idea of her being in love with Sonic, it's because Sonic saved her in Sonic CD from Metal Sonic. So in this case, it's the same case. She's like, hey, I want to repay the favor to Gamma because he let me escape. Although, actually, we do need to go back to the egg carrier after we get back to Station Square with Tails, because there is an upgrade we got to go get from there. Actually, okay, we don't have to get it, but I'm getting it because I want to show. Very nice of her. Yeah, and that's the idea of Amy as a character and the idea of how she operates and the idea of how this game is looking at it. I do like that perspective as well. So it is giving the idea of all these characters of Sonic their due as far as explaining who they are and what they're like. And also the other thing, and this goes to something else, which tends to be a criticism of the series, which is the idea that it focuses too much on the other characters and not enough of Sonic. Okay, Tails is going off to save Station Square from the missile that Eggman launched. But as I was mentioning, the idea is that I think this game does it best, honestly, as far as looking at the other characters of Sonic, as opposed to just Sonic himself. So you get that idea of what it is. And I think, as I mentioned, I think this one really kind of handles it the best in the sense of, okay, I'm not that upset that I'm not doing the Sonic stuff completely all the time. So in that way, it's nice. I think for story reasons, this one does it really well. There are other Sonic games in 3D that don't do the story well. I'll say that. Alright, and here's the other aspect. This flicky is baby of two of the other flickies. I think that's a toss back to Sonic 3D Blast, I think. Which we're going to play in October. We're going to play the Sega Saturn version of this. The characterization is thoughtful in that way. Yeah, and here's the thing that's interesting about it, is you don't necessarily always expect that out of Sonic, and there are times when they try to do that. We'll go later with some of the other games the franchise will play at some point in the future, particularly Sonic 06, where they try to go deeper with it, but the way they execute it just doesn't feel right. Whereas in the case of this game, they do it well, and it's the kind of thing that some people say, like, well, do we need story in Sonic, or should we even have story in a Sonic game? To which I say, if you're going to do it like this, I'm down with it. Or if you're going to do it the way the 2D games do it, which is they're kind of telling it as it goes along. And that's, I guess, goes to the other idea of how, like, lore of Sonic. We talked that last week. And I do like that perspective as well. Alright, so it is nighttime in the Mystic Ruins. Now what we got to do is, okay, we got two things we have to do. Before we do that, okay, we have to go back to, we have to go to Final Egg. But before we go to Final Egg, I want to go back to the egg carrier. And this is what I was thinking of doing with Knuckles before, but I made a mistake with, or thought too early. Alright, egg carrier crashed. Come here and hit onto the raft, and we're taking it out into the water to go back. But yeah, you're right as far as, like, what they're thinking as far as the story. I think that goes back to what I've mentioned, and maybe the overarching, you know, theme of Sonic Adventure as a game, which is, from the perspective of Sega when this was coming out, their thought of, okay, it's been 4 years, technically, at the time for that, since Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3, and the thought of, like, okay, how can we take Sonic into the third dimension? How can we give I guess, more depth in a sense, because they're probably looking at Super Mario 64 saying, hey, let's tell more of a story as far as this established series that was initially just about pretty much going left and right, jumping on things. To a degree. I mean, there were certainly little bits and pieces as far as little things. You gotta really look in between the lines to find it. But again, saying like, okay, for something like this, we can tell it a little more cinematic and do it pretty decently, actually. Alright, so we're going back in here. We're gonna do the whack-a-mole game again. Because I have that twirl, that spin attack, this is gonna be a lot easier. Even though I'm gonna be hit with, hitting the, yeah, basically gonna use this. You'll just hit everything. Even the Eggman stuff. And you know what? Even if you're taking the hit on the, points like that, just keep doing this. I'll just hit everything that comes up. Oh, until I get dizzy. Whoa. Now, I need to get 2,800 points, I think, here. Oh, okay, I'm not in line. Oh, there we go. I think that's gonna be good enough. Alright, 3,600, that... Or 3,700. That should be enough. I don't remember how many points you have to get, but you have to get a large amount. Because if you get a large amount when you play it again after everything, we got this, the long hammer.
Here's the long hammer.
It's basically a more powerful version of the other hammer, which, by the way, the other hammer is called the Pico Pico hammer, just to let you know. And the idea is, yeah, you have the spin hammer attack that you still use, you have an increased range. So it's like that. Also, it sounds like a tin can when you hit stuff. Also, when you swing in the air, you have a bigger range. You can go through Amy's story and not get this, but I figured, no, we may as well. I do like the attention to detail there. When you hit the ground with it, it does sound like you're smashing a tin can, because it's a metal hammer, basically. Alright, so next, let's go to the last area, which we can get off the egg carrier now. We actually have to go back to Mystic Ruins. Because now that we know that there was a Chaos Emerald inside of the Flicky here, and now that we know it's holding a pendant that has the family in it, and, okay, I will mention this, and people brought this up, so I may as well, you know, not ignore it. Question saying, like, how did the Flicky have the pendant put on it? How does it have the picture? But, to quote, a Sailor Moon at Bridge series, quiet, Amy, I can't hear you over the plot hole. But anyway, I don't know how that happened, but it was like, there you go. So we found out that, hey, the birdie has a family, we have to reunite them. And so to do that, going back to where Final Egg was, which is deep in the Mystic Ruins. And really, Amy's story, by the way, is pretty short. It's mostly the story, although, given how long I was running around the past area, you know, finding out the stuff that I'd never found out before. I guess chat, maybe, I don't know if you guys knew this or not. Guys and gals, maybe, if not, let me know. Or if you did, let me know. Yeah, I guess I'm making the most as far as this playthrough, as far as Amy's concerned. Alright, so actually, you know, since we have to go over there anyway, I want to show one other thing. Yeah, you can walk on top of these trees, but there's some you can fall through, because that's where it goes to the, I guess the jungle area. Alright, that's fine, because what I want to do is I want to go on the right, because there's an emblem on the path. That, and also, by doing this, I can also segue nicely into the next story we're going to do when we get to that point. But yeah, just have to kind of get Amy going that way. Wait, did I miss it? Okay, I guess I missed it. There's an emblem, by the way, on that path. I guess I missed it. Alright. Yeah, this is like a bed in the treehouse. It's going to come into play in a little bit. But in the meantime, we're going to go to the left over here and get over to where Final Egg is. And enjoy the atmosphere here as far as it being nice and, you know, with the night sky. A little darker, as I mentioned, than the other releases of this game, but I think it adds to the atmosphere. Alright, here we go.
I don't remember this bridge.
Well, Amy doesn't remember, but we do, because we saw it with Sonic and Knuckles.
Looks dangerously suspicious. Wanna go?
Yeah. And we don't have a choice, but we will go. Alright. Alright, and again, we're seeing the references to other Sonic games. Silver Sonic, There is a Metal Sonic, so yeah, Amy probably is looking at them, probably like sticking his tongue out there. It's like, yeah, you kidnapped me in Sonic CD, but yeah, now I have the last laugh. Alright, now getting into Final Eggs, the same as it was with Sonic. Hit the buttons, and it'll separate out stuff like that, and then hit that one right there. Oh, okay, there you go. Alright, Final Egg. This is the last level for Amy, and this is also where we're going to be able to show off going and hiding into the barrels. But yeah, Zero found us, so...
Not you again!
we gotta run. We'll get to hear more of Mechanical Resonance, because I love this piece of music so much. Oh. As if nothing else, I'll say this. Even when you're going to levels you played before, and this is the strength of this 3D Sonic game compared to some other ones like Sonic 06, when some of those you play the same levels, generally speaking, they sometimes will play exactly the same as far as where you're going and how. With this one, you don't have that happening because you have the different elements of the characters and also different paths, because we didn't go down this way when we're here with Sonic. Alright, so yeah, it's a call telling me run away from the robot, which is fine. So that way, and I'll go into this, because this kind of, again, actually echoes back to the other Sonic games from the Genesis, which is that Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3 in particular did this, where you'd have levels, you go through the same levels as certain characters, by the way, you can hide behind the boxes and he won't find you. Or he'll do the Metal Gear Solid thing with the question mark ahead of him, or on his head, and the exclamation point, the woot, which I think I'll just have to edit in the Metal Gear Solid woot noise whenever I put this up, or when I put this on the YouTube site. But anyway, yeah, do that, hit the button, go down the elevator. But I was saying, they varied up like, oh, you're going through the same levels of certain characters, but you go a different path. I mentioned that with Knuckles. He can go through a wall that, say, Sonic and Tails can't go through. Tails can go an area because he can fly somewhere. Sonic is able to go one way because, hey, he can't take a higher path, so he goes another way. So in that way, and this game does that really well, too, by the way. You hit X under this, and you're hiding under the barrel. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, he's not necessarily fooled because he'll do that shockwave, and he won't be fooled by that. Alright. But I was mentioning, even when you're not playing even when you're going through the same stages, this game does a great job of varying it up enough, so it's like, yeah, it's something different when you go through. So in that way, it works nicely. Alright. Yeah, one of these doors is the right one, which is a concept that actually Sonic Heroes will come back to when you're in Mystic Mansion in that game. Yeah, just basically go in the doors and go through until you find the one that takes you to where you need to go. I think it's random which one you need to go through, or maybe it isn't. I'll put an edit in the video in case. Sometimes you'll find enemies in there, you can kill them for robot, or me getting cut by the one. Yeah, that's the thing about Amy. She does not jump in a ball like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. This is the right way, by the way. So in that case, yeah, you jump on an enemy, it doesn't do anything. So you have to use that. Also, yeah, the idea is that, okay, you know what, I'll show the actual legitimate way to do this. What you feasibly can do here is get into the barrel, okay, not get shockwaved, and drop it here to climb on top of it to get up there. Or you can just do what I do usually, is just pull the hammer out, do that running thing, and just bounce up. You don't even need to use it. Alright. Here is the way out. We can hook on that. There we go. And with that, actually, this is probably a better escape, because, yeah, we're surrounded by, you know, walls there, so, yeah, Zero's not shooting the hook up there. Alright. You probably noticed we have not fought a single boss yet, as far as Amy. But she does have one boss, and actually that is the last thing we gotta do.
That was a close one! I saw no sign of your relatives, Birdie!
Yeah, there were no birds in there.
Oh! You escaped from the egg carrier! So maybe your family's still in there!
Alright, so we have to go back to the egg carrier again. By the way...
Let's investigate, wanna?
Yeah, we will, but actually, just to go into this... Even though I went back to the egg carrier before to get the long hammer, you have to go back before now to get it. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get it. Because as soon as you go to the egg carrier, we're fighting the final boss for her. Although the other thing is, even if you miss it, just to give you an idea of this, you know, we'll go back the long way. I'll see if I can find the emblem along the path as we go back. Even if you don't get the long hammer as you play through this part of it, after you clear each character story, you can go back in and find the stuff you missed. Although at that point, feasibly the only reason to do that is just for completion, or I guess for if you're going to be doing some of the missions in, you know, the trial mode. We'll show the trial mode off briefly. Actually, I'm going to show the Whack-A-Mole game, which, by the way, they call that Hedgehog Hammer. I'm going to show that off because there's a great piece of music that's only heard when you play in the trial mode. And if you'll like the jazzy thing of the soundtrack, especially some of the piano music that's been going on, the piano stuff in that is just lovely. So I'm going to show that one off at the very least. And just run through the forest and get back to the egg carrier, which is the same place we went before on the raft. By the way, if you get lost in here, the best way to handle getting out is basically just hug the left or right side of the paths till you find the ladder to take you out. But with Amy, it takes a while to climb up this. Or the other thing you do is you can just jump up. Sort of. Although you can also feasibly go through the... Yeah, you could feasibly go through the ladder. You know, I'll show that off. Yeah, so in that case, it's probably not going to be of much help. I mean, I guess it makes sense she's not climbing that fast, because I guess she is... I'm trying to remember if she's the youngest character as far as the Sonic stuff, as far as this game is concerned. Or it's just the idea that, yeah, she's not as fast as everybody else. Though, really enough, the character who plays next climbs ladders the fastest, which half makes sense and half doesn't. And you'll see that in a few minutes. But anyway, going back to the egg carrier.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon.
Alright, that's nice. By the way, actually, I probably should have mentioned that when we played last time. I do love that when you go by the train station, you have the, I guess the PA announcing going on, whether it's there or in Station Square. The one in Station Square she'll say, "The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon." It kind of gave it a perspective of, hey, I like the idea of, hey, I'm being talked to by this game. Again, adds to that breathing, living world of this game. Alright, here we are, back at the egg carrier, and there is the birdie who found something.
Yay, it's them!
Oh, there's the family right there. Ooh, but the bird got hooked.
Oh no!
Yeah, here's Zero, yeah. Who is, you know, laughing it up, but yeah.
How could you do this?
Yeah, we're gonna teach him a lesson. And yeah, despite the fact we couldn't kill Zero, there is a way to kill him now, as we'll see.
Now you're gonna get it!
And to go back to, as Chad was mentioning about Amy's characterization, this kind of goes to that as well. It's like, yeah, you hook my friend, yeah, you're gonna die. Yeah, she might not be able to handle it as quickly or as swiftly or as, you know, maybe as capably as Sonic, but she has a big hammer right now. We have the long hammer, so there's gonna be no problem. Alright, he does the same thing as before, but how this works is we have the little electrical beams there. He also has that. He'll do that sometimes. There's something else he'll do, as we see later. But pretty much what you do is keep hammering him backwards, and we have to hit him into the electricity there. And when he gets hit, his hat comes off, hit him in the head. And do that, I believe, 3 times. And be careful when he does the shockwaves. Yeah, when he does that jump, he's invisible. Just keep doing that, and we got him. Oh, yeah, don't miss the hammer, though. Okay, this is the last trick he's going to do. Actually, I'll see if I can't let him show that off. Okay, yeah, he has the electric... Yeah, he has the electric arms. Oh, yeah, and Amy's not taking that nicely. Oh, no! Because I don't have a ring... Oh, okay, yeah, I was close. Yeah, I just got the ring, because... As is law with Sonic, if you get hit and you have no rings, you die. But since I had one, I lived. Whoa! Yeah, we're going to get him. Although that was pretty close. If I wasn't going to die, it would have been because of what I just saw. I'm going to love going back on the video saying, like, yeah, I literally got that pretty much right as I got hit. But yeah, got him with the last one. And he is dead. And his bits and pieces clip through the floor. Yeah, she can do that, and we see that later in the other Sonic games when you play as her, particularly in Sonic Advance 1, 2, and 3. In Sonic 06, not quite, because in Sonic 06 she plays a little like this, but she runs insanely slowly, and the hammer is insanely slow as far as attacks. It's not pleasant, and that's going to be an interesting case when we do Sonic 06. I'll say that right now, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do that by the end of the year, unless, chat, you want to see that as the last Super Sonic Game Saturday entry for this year.
Okay? Can you fly?
Because I'm leaving one of the Super Sonic Game Saturday shows up to viewer choice. So whatever you want to see, we'll play that one. Alright, the bird lived well, okay, it lived, but it can't fly anymore. Or, alright, fine, just needed to get its second wind, and now they're off. But they're not leaving without saying goodbye to their friends, so...
Now you three can live in peace again.
Yeah, in that case, I guess they're gonna go back to Flicky Island, which is, where Sonic 3D Blast was set. Actually, this takes place after Sonic 3D Blast, so, Robotnik's not trouble for that anymore. Or trouble for that area. And we'll see that when we do Sonic 3D Blast in 2 months, by the way. Because that's not the next Super Sonic Game Saturday game we're gonna do. Next one we're gonna do is we're gonna do Sonic 2 8-bit. We're doing the Sega Master System version, which I'm playing through the Wii, because I downloaded that version before they delisted it.
I'm going to try my best, too.
But, yeah. So for now, we got Amy taken care of. She's gonna try her best, and with that...
Just watch me. I'll make that Sonic respect.
Yeah, she's gonna go after Sonic still. She's not deterred by the fact that she doesn't want him, or he doesn't want her. And she keeps trying the rest of the franchise to go and be with him, but usually doesn't work out. Although I think more of the recent ones, that's the idea. Okay, and there she is, you know, with the groceries again. By the way, I didn't emphasize this when we were doing that. The wording on the bag of the grocery says U2 Mart, which is a reference to Yu Suzuki of the company AM2, which is the team who did Virtua Fighter. And he went on to make Shenmue in particular. But yeah, that's a little bit of a in-joke on that, or in-reference. Yeah, that is Amy's playthrough, and we're hearing My Sweet Passion, which is sung by Nikki Gregoroff, who I mentioned this last week, but I'll go into this again. I sometimes looking into the history of the people who did stuff for this game as far as music, voice acting, and all that. Turns out, Nikki Gregoroff is a backup singer, and one with some pretty famous connections. Particular, she's backing music for songs by Britney Spears, Lady Gaga, and Joe Jackson. So it's like, yeah, I'm curious about that idea. I guess thinking of I might go back in the video just to emphasize what song she might be involved in. It would be interesting if she was doing backing vocals on songs I'm particularly aware of. Although, yeah, I'll think about that later. Shenmue is a great game. Lucky break, or lucky hit as it was for Shenmue 2. At some point we're gonna do Shenmue for this channel for sure. Because I've been doing RPGs like every month. I'll do an entry. That next week is gonna be the finale of Super Mario RPG. I'll make it be the finale for that game, and then we're gonna start Kingdom Hearts on the request of the Fleckverse. When we do that, or after we do that, at some point, and actually I'm gonna do Legend of Dragoon because Proto-Robo wanted to see that. But at some point we're gonna do Shenmue, and we'll definitely go into every aspect of that game because I love it. Lucky hit, that's it. Yeah, I was showing my coworkers Shenmue 2 because I have the Shenmue 1-2 collection on the Xbox One. Which has that. I was like, want to play Lucky Hit? They were seeing that. I was like, what is this? It was like, and they were kind of snidely saying like, oh yeah, that great voice. And I was like, it is great voice acting, damn it. It's like, don't challenge me on that one. It is, as I mentioned, like with this game, like with Star Fox 64, like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Well, A, it's hysterical, you're right, and B, because it's so earnest. They really put so much effort into it that it's not the kind of thing where they either don't care or it's so insanely bad you're like, oh, I can't even enjoy it on that level. And the other thing I was mentioning to them, I said, when that game asks me to care about those characters, I am. In fact, going into this, there's a part in Shenmue 2, late in the game, where you're at a boss battle with a certain character. And we'll see that when we get to Shenmue 2, which is going to be a while, I'll say, before we get to that. Last time I played it, I was kind of emotionally feeling that weight. Even more than when I played it the first time, when they're saying, like, make this dodge now. I was like, you can't let him win. I was like, I'm not going to. I was totally into that. I was like, when that game was asking me to care, I really did. Earnest is the perfect word. Well, thank you. And that's always been the perspective of that when again, this has come up, because we did Star Fox 64 earlier this year, and that came up as well, and some people were saying, when that game came up, people were saying the voice acting is cheesy, and some people said that with this game, and I get where they're coming from to a certain extent, but at the same time, they really are putting a focus into it, in that case, like, so, I can get into that, or sometimes it might be so bad you get into a, thing where it can be funny, or sometimes it's like not good enough where you're like, you're not even laughing at that feasibly, or it's just like, it's so grating. But I would say these games I'm mentioning aren't even that. I mean, even something where the voice acting is hilariously bad, like I mentioned Mega Man 8 before on the show. First off, they translated that in a way where you can barely hear the voice acting in terms of how they recorded it. They don't subtitle it, so you can barely hear it, and they get the character names wrong. Like the opening scene of that is like Mega Man is going after bases in Mega Man 7, which is also on the YouTube site if you haven't seen that playthrough. And he says to him in the voice, it sounds like a girl as far as it's saying, "Hey Bass, why must I fight you? We are not enemies!" It's like, well, they didn't even say base right. And then he says, "Shut up," which is the right answer to be saying to Mega Man in that case. And that's so bad it's funny, even though, I mean, I don't know how hard they're trying, because here's the other thing about that game is that there's like stutters in the dialogue in the sense that they'll be speaking a sentence and they didn't do another take. Like, you got Dr. Wily saying like, "That's a good question. We may be able to locate the energy from the radar room. When you find that media, we'll find Dr. Wily." But they didn't actually take another take. So, like, he's stuttering in the line and they kept that in. And actually, Sonic 06 does that. And Sonic 06 does that pretty shockingly. I mean, that was a game that was rushed and is a mess as far as it. And you can tell that because there's one line in one of the areas where you have like saying, "Hey, HQ to the station," and then they flub the line, and they keep the fact that they flub the line and them saying, "Oh, hey, that was wrong, let me try it again." They actually keep that in the game. And the only other game I can think of that does that is a game that I don't think I can show off, A, because it costs a fortune, and they're re-releasing that for some reason. That's going to Switch, and it might be an adult content concept. It's a game called Plumbers Don't Wear Ties that was on the 3DO, which does the same thing. It was like an FMV game for the beginning of it, but then it's not FMV at all for the rest of it. It's like still images, and for some reason, that's getting a re-release on the PS4 and the Switch. And somebody's saying, like, this is an April Fool's Day joke. I was like, no, it wasn't. Limited Run Games said, no, it's not. We're doing a physical version of this. And I'm like, okay, I guess I gotta get it. It's supposed to be one of the worst games ever made, if you can even call it a game. And it costs a fortune on 3DO, which I don't have a 3DO anyway, so that would be the reason. But, well, yeah, I'll have to buy it for the purpose of that and play it that way. Nice final pick there. Yeah, definitely is. And it goes to the idea of what are these characters doing. In her case, like, hey, she's going shopping again for groceries, and, yeah, the bag broke. Yeah, that's the other reason why you usually always take plastic bags if you can, or your own bags. Actually, probably your own bags only because they won't break. But, there you go. I think in paper sometimes doesn't break, but okay, that's neither here nor there. Alright, so we took care of Amy. We're done with her. We're going a different case here, and this is probably the most mock-worthy aspect of this game. I can get this to a certain extent. This is Big the Cat. Let me show you how he works. This is the first game he appeared in. He's voiced by John St. John, who voices Duke Nukem. So yeah, you have Duke Nukem, the snarky shooter guy, who's saying like, "Finally." Or he says, "Damn, those alien bastards ruined my ride." Or, "I've got balls of steel." Because in that case, Duke Nukem, you never played it. It's a takeoff, actually. The character is themed after Bruce Campbell in Army of Darkness. And it's kind of more of a snarky shooting game in terms of that. But yeah, same voice actor as that character, voicing Big the Cat here. And we're doing fishing. You're wondering why we're doing fishing in this game. Well, part of that reason is because, okay, here's how this works. You move around, jump, and you can cast your line. You also swing at things. But the idea is we got to catch our friend Froggy. But the idea is why we have this fishing in this game is that when the Dreamcast launched, Sega ported Sega Bass Fishing to the system. And since that was an arcade game of theirs, they said, when we're bringing this home, we want to get an accessory to make that feel the way the arcade game did. And it's the Dreamcast fishing rod. I have that accessory. I could go over, get it out, and plug it in, but it doesn't work very well for this game, because you're seeing here, you have to hit the A button and then X and B to do the reels. You can't just swing that thing in order to do the casting and the reeling, or use the reel, because it actually has like a reel on the side of it, and when this goes on the YouTube site, I'm going to have a picture plastered right on the screen right here at this point, so another benefit for watching the YouTube site version of this, because it'll let me visualize, or give you a visual picture of stuff that I can only describe to you right now as I'm streaming this. But, yeah, when you use that, you know, rotating thing, or try to reel it in, it basically pulls your line in entirely without you actually reeling in, so you can't actually effectively use it. But there are games you can use that fishing rod with that are not designed necessarily around it, including Soul Calibur. I've seen people do fights with that thing, and even, like, it'll recognize the casting of the reel. Or Virtua Tennis, which did design being able to flick it to, you know, swing the tennis racket. A whole 6 years before Wii Tennis, or Wii Sports Tennis did that. Alright, the rules of the action stage, by the way, is you have to catch Froggy. And you have to do a hook on the line and reel it in fast enough, but not too fast to hit the top. The line breaks, and I guess Big dies somehow from that. But alright, so with that, we're going to go do some fishing. Fitting, I guess, for the end of the summer. And we're starting his story in the Mystic Ruins. On a nice summer night. Fitting again to be playing this game in summer. Alright, so there's a star shooting down. Well, it looks like there's a star shooting down. And Big the cat is sleeping on his wooden bed, and there's his fishing rod there. We're not gonna take that. We have to come back and get it. But alright, that noise, by the way, that was Angel Island falling. Basically what happened at the beginning of Knuckles' story. And here's Froggy, who is the friend of Big the cat. And he's very curious, as is usually the case. But, yeah, there's Chaos again, and he is coming in there and taking control of Froggy. I get this kind of rockabilly, you know, guitar music going, which actually, I do really like this track. And we'll get into that when we finish the game. Really great piano work as well in this, along with the guitar stuff.
What? Froggy, is that you?
Alright, so yeah.
You're looking kinda weird, good buddy.
Yeah, Big is not necessarily a smart character, but he is, I guess, able to tell sort of when something's wrong, because he knows, like, wait a second, why does Froggy have a tail like that? Well, it's because Chaos took control of him. But yeah, now I guess, Big has a Chaos Emerald there. Well, he doesn't know it's a Chaos Emerald, fair enough to that. And now it's taking it away. So basically, we're chasing Froggy to get him back, because I guess, in all honesty, I mean, I guess Big is probably the character who is the least aware of what's going on around him, as far as everything we've been doing in terms of story. Because, like, well, no, he just wants to be having Froggy around as fishing, which is fair enough, I guess. But he's like, well, hey, there's something wrong with him. So we just kind of, in a weird way, going around. I mean, I guess we'll class the show up a little bit. It's kind of, a little bit of a Rosencrantz and Guildenstern story, in all honesty, with this, because he's kind of just going around while all this other stuff is happening around, and we're going to run into the other characters as we go, but in his case, like, he just wants to get his Poliwag pal back, and that's what we're going to help him do by fishing. I do have the idea also that all the people in Station Square don't have anything to be saying about the fact that, okay, fine, okay, she does. Wow, what a huge cat, meow. Alright, so the girl is fine with that. Actually, no, let's go in the first-person sort of view. Alright, so she's fine with the idea of the big cat here. Yeah, all adults don't really mind the idea that, yeah, I'm this big cat walking around with a fishing pole. And yeah, by the way, when you hold X down, you can aim the lure somewhere and hit it there. You can also hit enemies with that. It was actually kind of cool to do that. Or you just hit it there, you just slap it in front of guys. Alright, we gotta go to Twinkle Park. Before we do that, go in the water here, and we're gonna find a power-up. Alright, that's a lure. There are 3 of these, and Big is the only character, by the way, who you can find upgrades in the action stages themselves. But yeah, the lure power-up, what that'll do is it'll let you catch bigger fish, and the idea of everything is that you need to go into the stages and actually fish Froggy out. Basically following where it goes, and at that point we're going to get him out to go on with the rest of the story. And we're going to Twinkle Park first, but since, yeah, cute couples get in free, unfortunately, I guess I don't know if the idea is that Froggy and Big are supposed to be a cute couple. Well, they're best friends. That's what the story kind of goes. It's not really like that. But yeah, we don't have him to say, like, oh yeah, like, we could pass that off. We could feasibly do, like, the Miss Piggy and Kermit thing that way. But, no, we're not doing that. So you crawl underneath that car.
What's wrong?
Okay, now we're going back into the sewer with Sonic, but yeah, you hit Y in front of this. Big is huge, and he's able to pick up car. So there you go. We're jumping down. Now that's where we went with Sonic, jumping up that way, but we didn't go this way. Or we did go this way, but it was blocked by a box. But with Big, it is not. So we can walk down the sewer this way to find where Froggy went. Yeah, this is definitely where we're not going fast with the Sonic game. But honestly, as I mentioned before, I think it is a decent, you know, you get rewarded decently after this, feasibly, because this is the part, let's be honest, this is the part of the game that people hate the most, because it's slower, and it is clunky. In terms of even the fishing, it is very clunky how this works. It definitely a change of pace and gives it more variety, but still, it is something that's like, well, yeah, people don't look forward to playing this part of the game. I'm okay with it enough, I think, for what it's doing, but there's parts of this that are annoying. As we're going to see, we start in Twinkle Park. It's really the reel-in stuff, because, like, hey, I have to reel in the fish, and if I screw that up, I die, and that's not fun. But, we'll see. Alright, so we're back in the pool. We just have to go in the water. Here is the water, in fact. But yeah, Big can't swim, though there is an upgrade you can get where you can go in the water, no problem. So there's Froggy. We can't just go touch him and get him out. That would be the case. Also, another thing with this, with the levels of his, we have no time on here. I mean, okay, there is time, technically, in the background. They do give you an element of that when you finish the level. Also, you know what, I can hit him and kill him, but you know what the other thing I can do is put the cursor on him, yeah. Hit the lure on him and kill him that way, which is cool, although you're not going to get a whole lot of opportunities to do that unless you, you know, really handle it. Okay, so what you're going to do is just throw your lure in and just see where he is. This is admittedly a little limited because you can only really just kind of move left and right and kind of get Froggy to notice it, or get another fish to notice it. You press down, but so it's biting, and yeah, that means you got a fish. And I will say, the music here, the hit music is amazing. This great jazzy track with the, you know, the horns and all that, as you try and reel the fish in. The thing is, yeah, it'll sometimes pull, and so you can't move the lure that much. I'm using the fast lure, or fast reel, but I also don't want to hit the top. You hear that beep, 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 beep when it gets too high. If I hit the top, yeah, I'm screwed, and I'll die if I do that. So I don't want to do that. I do love when the guitar goes in this track, though. Oh! Oh, I missed him. Okay, here's what's supposed to happen. Okay, sometimes what'll happen is they'll come off the hook, but usually when we get him close enough, he'll pull him out, and he'll say, I got a fish! But unfortunately, I guess he came off the line. But it's fine, because I'm going after Froggy, at least now. Alright, got him. Now, Froggy's not too hard to reel in, because he's not that heavy. And some of the other fish, by the way, we got that lure power up. What that does is let you catch fish that are heavier. And that weight thing over there, you get weight if you catch fish before you catch Froggy. Froggy's worth 500 grams, by the way. And in the later missions, what you do is you actually have to catch enough fish to get to a specific weight target, and then catch Froggy. But yeah, Froggy's not going out. Oh, no! Oh shit, alright. At least I'm glad I showed that off. Yeah, I hit that and I'm dead. Yeah, if you do that and you have your line break like that, you're dead. So yeah, don't do that. That is annoying, and I don't like that very much. Or I guess maybe I should insert, I don't know if I will do this when I do this. I'll insert from Sega Marine Fishing the, oh no, line break! Except in that case, when you do that in that game, you don't die. I mean, you don't have, like, the skipper guy, you know, coming over with the spear to, you know, impale you. It's like, that would be the M-rated version of that game, but, yeah, it doesn't happen. Actually, I can't think of a fishing game that has an M rating to it, off the top of my head, unless, well, I'll do research and I'll come up with that. Alright. Alright, I got a fish, fair enough. And if I was doing one of the other missions, that's what I'd want to do. I want to catch enough fish to get to a weight target. Alright, but let's get Froggy's attention. Basically just move it in front of his face, so then he'll tilt himself around, yeah, like that. And then he'll come to this, and then hit down on the analog stick, by the way, to hook him. Yeah, he is closer. As long as I just do it nice and steady, I should be okay. If he doesn't pull, but he's not heavy, so at the very least, I can just keep doing this in intervals, and I'll get him. Alright. Oh, I got him. There we go. And by catching him, by the way, you finish the level. Yeah, they still do give you time elements and rings, even though the idea is just to catch Froggy. But we got him, and that's our 40th emblem. And to be honest, as far as the fishing, this is probably the worst part of it, only because there's a power-up we're going to get before we go to the next stage that lets you go in the water. You basically put an inner tube on, which makes catching Froggy so much easier. You can basically go right where he is and basically drop the line pretty much right there. And he can also go to Twinkle Park for racing, which is interesting. He almost sounds like... I mentioned it's John St. John does the voice, but also in that area, the way he speaks, it almost sounds like, this might be a reference lost on people, or maybe not, I don't know. Dudley Moore, have you ever seen the movie Arthur? Where he almost sounds like that, especially in Sonic Heroes. The line he has a line in that one where he goes, "Okay, here we go." And I almost thought, like, yeah, it almost sounds like a weird take on Dudley Moore, the late great Dudley Moore in particular. But in the case of that one, when he goes off a boost in the Twinkle Circuit element, he goes, "Whoa!" So it almost sounds very similar to that, or it just sounds really weird. But yeah, there you go. I mean, John St. John, I guess he put his own to it. Although since then he's admitted that, yeah, I only did this for a paycheck. But then again, when you think about voice performances, I guess feasibly they do, you know, do it for paycheck for some reason. I guess for a reason. But there you go. Love that movie. Oh, okay. So we have people in the chat who know what movie Arthur is. And okay, fine. I'm assuming I'm going to talk about we're talking about the original, not the remake, which well, he was Dudley Moore is no longer with us, I believe, when the remake came out. It was Russell Brand, I believe, was in the remake. I'm trying to remember who made that remake. I was curious only because of who directed it, but I remember hearing, like, they're not so hot on that perspective of that remake. The original, though, I heard was really good. The sequel, though, I don't remember that being good. Arthur 2 on the Rocks. I remember hearing people saying it wasn't very good, or I think, from what I remember, I heard the idea in that movie is that he sobers up, and the idea is, like, I think film critic Richard Roper pointed this out. He said, yeah, when he sobered up, he lost his edge and his sense of humor. But, alright, this is the life belt, by the way. We use that, we can go in the water, and we'll float in there. Dudley Moore is perfect at... Yeah, that is absolutely true. And it is one of those cases where... And sometimes we go into movie parallels. And fitting for this game, because there's some things we can say, like, hey, this fits to this. I said that with, other performances that John St. John did. And then also with Arthur, as far as, big sounding a little bit like that, is the idea of... that perspective too. By the way, just show this off. Yeah, he climbs ladders the fastest for some reason in this game. But yeah, sometimes with actors or characters, like, they fit a character like a glove. And you get that sometimes with Sonic, of the idea of, like, hey, this character sounds perfect, even though the voice changes for Sonic have been kind of all over the place. But as far as Dudley Moore, it's one of those cases where you almost can't imagine that movie without him. Alright, but here we are in Ice Cap. You have to bust the ice there, and Froggy is down here. By the way, when you're in the water with the life belt, what you do is you hit A and you go down. And you basically sink down and go down anywhere you want. Now, one thing I can do before I go find Froggy, by the way, also he can drown, so I'm going to try and avoid that, but there is a lure upgrade here. It's right over there. I want to go get that. Or hopefully get it. Alright, there we go. I want to find my way out. Alright, there we go. Got it. Alright, so to get over there, I have to crack the ice. Also, the other thing is I could toss the rock out, but I guess I'll jump on it. As big as heavy, as you could probably tell. Fair enough. So yeah, you can bust the ice. Alright. May as well grab the rings I'm here. I mean, here's the thing about, I guess about Big. There's not much that's gonna hurt him in the levels unless you run into, like, a Badnik or something. Oh, I took a park, we saw that. Alright, I gotta see where the upgrade is. It was behind the fossil. Actually, can I use the first person? Okay, underwater I can't. Alright, so... I just have to find where that is. As I said, it's optional. You don't have to go get it, but I want to go get it. Also, they do put a lot of items in here, including invincibility. Yeah, for some reason. I don't know why. And springs there as well. Actually, yeah, I think this is how you find everything is, if the camera will point me that way. Yeah, you are invincible during this. I don't know, though, if you can drown while you're invincible. I know in some of the other Sonic games you can. Actually, no, I think it's up here. No, let's pick up the rock up anyway and just toss it. Yeah. May as well make use of that. Alright, here we go. I think it's down here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a lower power up again, so now I can pick up bigger fish. But really, the MVP of this level is going to be, well, that if you're going for the other missions, but also... That was weird when I went down that way. But also... Okay, sometimes you'll get stuck in that, so I'm going to try and get my way out. But also the life belt. So actually, we can go back to where the first hole was and get Froggy out of that. So yeah, I guess we're doing ice fishing as well. Alright, that's the one way we did. Actually, no, we'll go through the water again. And there's merely one other level that I could show off exploring, and I will show that off. That's the hot shelter. That is the last level, by the way, for Big. Right, yeah, there's Froggy right there, so since I'm in the water now, I can just drop the line pretty much, and we'll be fine. Although, one thing to keep in mind with that is that you do have to cast the line out far enough, because I think if it's less than 3 meters, it won't go anywhere. Yeah, but just want to get it in his eyesight and have him hopefully turn around so I can get it. And since I'm so close, when I hook him, or just ignore me. Okay, go to the other side. By the way, did you invert the directions when you're moving left and right? Oh, no! Well, you know what? I'll let him get it. Alright, come on.
I got a fish.
Alright, so actually, that makes it easier just to grab that one. Alright, so come on, let's grab Froggy. Alright, so technically, I guess I'm doing the B mission by proxy. Although, by the way, for missions in this game, alright, we got Froggy on the hook, but when you do B missions in this game, you do the first mission, which is finishing the level. That's with any character, and then you do another one for B, which in this case is a weight thing. With other characters, either, I think, with Sonic and Tails, it's when you get 50 rings and finish the level. With Knuckles, it's doing the searches without the hint monitors. With Amy, it's rings as well. And for Gamma, we'll see when that happens. Because Gamma plays a lot differently. But there we go. Got Froggy, and we got the upgrade. But the thing is that every time we get Froggy, it seems like he always seems to go away. It's like, or Big loses him. At least for now, we do. But then again, he's technically possessed by Chaos, so... Or being controlled by Chaos. Well, okay, it's Chaos Control before Sonic Adventure 2 did it. By the way, I think this way is blocked off, so I just want to take a look. Yeah, it is. Okay. Because the thing about Big is he does not move very fast, although even then, I'll say this. This goes to the thing of the hub worlds, because people said they don't like the hub worlds in Sonic games in any capacity. Especially with Sonic 06, because sometimes you move really slow. And they're pretty big, actually, when you go around. These are at least more compact, so we're going slower with Big. You still are able to still keep the speed going decently, or at least not feel like, oh, it's a chore for me to completely get out of there. Alright, so, coming out here, and this is also where we saw Tails last week, where, yeah, he found Froggy with the emerald in his mouth. We saw him, and then Tails, from his perspective, is like, why is this cat diving at me in a angry angry rage looking with the eyes, looking at his soul? But, okay, he's thinking that, oh, Tails kidnapped Froggy, but that's not quite what happened.
Glad I found you.
Oops.
And with Oops, yeah, Tails let him go. Hear that bonk from Sonic & Knuckles, as I mentioned last week. But yeah, you could go up and get him, although to be fair, Froggy is bouncing away faster than he can run, so fair enough. But yeah, follow Froggy, basically. And to there, I believe we go back to... Oh yeah, we do go back to Station Square.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon.
The eyes are a nice touch. Yeah, they are a nice touch in terms of... Well, the fact that it does kind of... You know, let's see if I can't position the camera or position the look at the camera a little bit. Yeah, that's the first person or sort of handled look that way. Yeah, it does look kind of like a cat that way, and it also almost looks like... Actually, no, now I'm thinking about this. It kind of looks like the eyes of certain characters within this franchise, particularly like the Egg Robo out of Sonic & Knuckles, honestly. Alright, so I gotta take the train back. But, yeah, that is an interesting touch as far as, like, the glow, and it goes also to the lighting of this version, which is definitely different from how the later releases went, and also more washed out in the releases, too. Alright, we're back in Station Square. Apparently the train took all night to get there, and there's Sonic. Let's talk to him.
That robot. I'd better go after Amy.
Alright, so Zero kidnapped Amy, and Sonic's gonna take care of him. We don't care now because we already handled that from both Amy's perspective and Sonic, so yeah, he'll go do that, we're fine. And as I mentioned, as far as Big kind of just getting, or weaving through all the other characters, or I guess another way to put this is that it's almost like the game based on The Godfather, where in that game you're playing as a character that was made up for that game, and you're going through, I guess, some of the events of that first movie. By the way, that's a great game, although, because of the licensed music as far as the soundtrack of the movie, I'm not going to be able to show that game off, which is too bad, because I actually really like that game. Kind of a take on Grand Theft Auto, but it is actually a lot of fun. And it captures that atmosphere of that very nicely. But at least I can give a mention to it. It's like, yeah, there's nothing stopping me talking about how the Godfather game is actually surprisingly good. In fact, of all the Grand Theft Auto clones of the time, that is kind of one of the best ones. And I got to give EA credit for putting all their, you know, eggs in the basket on that one, including getting a lot of people from the movie for that game. They even tried to get Marlon Brando before his passing, but they couldn't use the lines that they recorded. In fact, he was on board with that game before his passing, which was in case. But anyway, I guess it's fitting, like, we're going fishing in the boat, but it's like, okay, we're not on a boat, we're going to Emerald Coast. We've seen Emerald Coast with Sonic before. It's a little different with Big, including the fact, yeah, you're leaving the footprints in the sand, which are great. Also, you're getting this unique track that you only hear when you're playing as Big. I love it. This is very nice, jazzy, kind of, you know, loungy sound of music. Yeah, the Coconuts are throwing the bombs at me, so yeah, that's hurting me, but... Oh, he blew himself up. Okay, fine. And actually, Emerald Coast is an interesting one, too, because you can also go a lot of different places to find stuff. Actually, there is a lure upgrade, so we're going to go and find it. Which I believe it's in the cove over there. Yeah, and this is actually much more open. You're actually going to this area where Sonic can't go, interestingly enough. There's nothing out here. But for Big, give Sega credit for saying, like, hey, we're going to have you going fishing, but we're going to have this open area, like, kind of in the water. And it looks really nice. And the track here is awesome. And probably one of the most underrated tracks in this game. Alright, so I believe the upgrade is over here. Also, I probably should have shown this off. When you're out of the water, there are air bubbles, by the way. If you get them, you do get an air extension. Alright. Alright, actually, no, it's not in here. Alright, so I'm thinking a little differently. I'm thinking when I do the other missions, or when I would do the other missions, you come in here and you fight, you go get the other fish, or I guess sharks as they are in here. Alright, so... there is an upgrade here, so I guess I thought it was over here. I honestly haven't played his mission in a while. Ooh, stuck. Alright, so I just gotta find out where it is, because I want to get that, and then we'll go find Froggy. He's not hard to find. Admittedly, whenever you start a level with Big, they put you in front of the pool of water where he is. So you don't necessarily have to worry about, you know, missing him. Well, actually, no, okay, that's not true. There's one, the last level will not put him right in front of you.
The frog you are looking for is up ahead.
Well, alright, Takal will also be nice and tell me where Froggy is, but yeah. Okay, he's not Froggy, he's dead. Actually, no, maybe it's not in this level. I thought it was. You know what, let me try something. Let's go up here. Alright, there's a life. May as well make up for the one that I missed. Or the one I lost when I was at Twinkle Park. Alright, you know what? Let me think about this. Let's try and remember where it is. Oh, okay, no, it's not here. I'm thinking somewhere else. Okay, now, yeah, I just remembered. Alright. So let's grab Froggy. Where is he? Oh, by the way, if you hit L and R, you know what? Okay, yeah, he didn't bite, by the way. By the way, when the fish doesn't bite, the fish in the area will reset. You know what? I'll show this off as well, showing, hey, I can do that. Yeah, if you hit the left and right trigger, the reel will come right back to you. Which is useful when it's just like, hey, I just want to get my reel back quickly. Alright, yeah, I don't care about you. I want Froggy. Oh, he didn't take it. Alright. Yeah, sometimes he won't always take on the hook, even if you hit down on the L stick. Alright, got him. Alright, yeah, he's not getting away. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes he will say Froggy when he catches him in the level, but this is the only time he did that. Weirdly enough. Alright, fine, we got him. Alright, so bye-bye Emerald Coast. We'll see Emerald Coast one more time at least, so there you go. So yeah, we had a good time fishing out in, you know, the beach, but yeah, we got Froggy taken away once more.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, E102 Gamma took him.
No, hold
And he made him disappear.
Come back, please. Give me my friend back. I'm begging you, please.
Alright. So we're going off to get him, but because of that, like, yeah, we are following E1 to Gamma, and yeah, we end up on the egg carrier for that very reason. And it'll make more sense when we pull out Gamma in a little bit. Alright, but back to the egg carrier we go, or back to the egg carrier we go, collectively as chat. First time we're going to be seeing, or biggest seeing this.
This place doesn't look familiar to me at all.
Ooh, yeah, but he has a cute sense of smell. I forgot he does that.
He's around somewhere. Think I'll see what's behind this door.
Or to me, yeah, well, I mean, okay, we've been to the egg carrier sort of, actually, we did run through this sort of last week, although actually, to be honest, I didn't actually show off much of what this is. Actually, I'll show one thing off. Actually, no, I think we have to do that. We have to do that later, so y'all, I'll show it off after this. Okay.
Your friend is in the hot shelter.
Hot shelter's right up there. Before we go to the hot shelter, hit the button on the left. Okay, oh yeah, you're right. Just jump on it. When we do that, we're going in here. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you can't play the Hedgehog Hammer game with the fishing pole, which I think is a little bit of a missed opportunity. Yeah, you might want to bring a hammer with you. So yeah, like, my fishing pole is not going to work. I'm not going to let me play it. But I'm coming in here for another reason, yeah, because there's another upgrade in here. This is where the real, or the lure power-up was, the third one. There's 3 of these, so that's the last one. You just catch bigger fish, and if you're doing the B&A missions on this, you want to have all 3 of those. But with that, we'll be set, and I'm trying to think if there's something else I'm forgetting. Because I got the life raft, I got those 3. There's something else. Oh, right. Okay, no, now I remember. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go home. I forgot about that. If you know what, I'll show this off. Can I show this off? I'm gonna take the monorail out. Okay, I can't take the monorail out. Never mind. Wait, can I leave here? Actually, you know... Okay, I think I screwed myself out. Actually, I'm gonna have to beat the game without that power rod. Okay. Alright, that's fine then. In that case, I'll quickly go back into his story, and I'll show where it is and go get it. But alright, this is his last level. He only has 4 levels. Actually, he has more than Amy. We're in the hot shelter again. But this is gonna be a little bit different. It starts out the same with us going down the elevator to this great music. I love this music so much. But instead of what we did with opening the doors, they're just gonna open for me. Or what they did with the doors opening with the lever with Amy. I guess she got here already, feasibly, is the idea. And so we're pretty much following her out. Or following behind her, anyway. Alright, I will show those other areas off there, because you're like, wait a second. Yeah, speed shoes for, Big. He does move faster when you have the speed shoes. So there you go. Yeah, just climbing the ladder. That goes regardless of how the speed shoes work. But alright. So, Froggy is in here, and in order to get him... Well, we're gonna actually... Oh, right, we get a cutscene, I forgot. This is one of the only action stages where there's a cutscene within it. Or while you're playing it, I should say.
Ah, there's Froggy.
Yeah, he's over in that tank. We gotta get it out. Get him out. So do that, hit the button. Boom. So emergency drainage switch again. And Froggy will go there. There is one other thing we can do, and I'm gonna do this, or try to do this. I gotta remember how to get there. Alright, I'm looking for a path through. Basically like the one we just saw on Emerald Coast. Whoa. Okay, there's Froggy. We can catch him now. That'll be fine. But since I'm going to show this whole game off, we're going to go the whole way on it. Alright, we're going this way. And kind of going around. Ew! Whoa. That was weird. I was kind of stuck. Yeah, there's a checkpoint. This is the only level of Biggs that has a checkpoint in it. Alright, now, one other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this monitor here. Warning, there's a plug in the center, don't trip over it. Well, okay, here's the thing. They're talking about this. I can't trip over it. What I can do is throw my reel out, let it drop to the bottom, and then pull the plug out. So I'm going to do that. And also, let's let you enjoy this track more. Because honestly, we didn't get a whole lot of time to listen to it when we're playing as Amy. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to throw it, or throw the lure down like that. There we go. So what I want to do is I want to hit in the center. And when it gets down enough, or it gets stuck in the middle... There you go. It's stuck on that. Pull the left and drain the water. Actually, that's going to help for catching Froggy, sort of. Well, okay, yes and no it's going to help for catching Froggy, but that's how we're getting that. Alright, so hold on a second, because there's another area I can go to. I just didn't know if it's over here or not. Okay, no, it's not. Alright, so I drain the water that way. Alright, okay, what I have to do is I go out here and the water is up to the ceiling. So actually it is a little harder to catch Froggy doing this, honestly, because you have to wait till the lure goes down at the bottom. But with this... Okay, yeah, this is it, because when you do that, this door opens. And go around. So basically we're just going to go around the whole place. Give you a bit of a tour of the hot shelter. Oh, this is a little wonky, because you're coming out of the water and you have to time that right in order to move yourself into that position. It's not easy to do, admittingly. Especially when the camera does that. I mean, admittedly, this is an optional area. You don't have to go here, but I'm just going anyway just to show it off. Whoa. But you do want to come up if you're doing the B&A missions. Because you get bigger fish out of these. In the tanks over here. And basically where we are, just to show you. Yeah, we're in the tanks that are on the side there when we came in. And there are coconuts here, so, yeah, either hit them right there or, cast them. You know what? I always like to just do it this way. It's like, you have to be very specific as far as where you hit them, but sometimes you want to just do it. It's like, hey, there you go. I mean, I got a fishing rod. You do have to aim it very specifically so that the lure hits him in the head. Which is not always easy to gauge even with a target. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to go in the center. This is, again, this is just showing off the area more. And seeing what this is. What does it say? Warning, the water's covered with glass. Alright, right, we can bust the glass and we can go down there and fish. Just get a bunch of rings. Which I guess, again, Big doesn't really probably know what the rings do, but it's like, well, alright, that's fine. Yeah, honestly, just, yeah, nothing is living. Alright, there goes my shield. Alright, but I think enough of this. I think we gotta go get Froggy. I think there is something else around here as far as I... Alright, I got a life, that's fine. Alright, that's that. Yeah, let's go back. Alright, that's where I came, is to go... Wait, no, okay, this is... No, that's right. Right, because I have to go back in on the side there. Oh, right! We can get back there easy because there's speed shoes. You never thought we'd see Big the Cat running like this, but there we go. Alright, now I gotta remember where I gotta go. I think it's... Okay, yeah, that's the tank there. Yeah, I'm not gonna say necessarily I'm lost, but it's like, well, wait a minute. Sometimes you have to get your bearings to get a sense of, yeah, I came this way, now I'm gonna get myself out. Oh, yeah, it's like this. It's over here. Yeah, definitely seeing some pop-up. There is pop-up in this game, I will not lie for that, although, weirdly enough, I never really noticed it until years later. Alright, now we're good. Oh, we can go get Froggy. Now, where is he? I think he is on the side here somewhere. That was weird. I was jumping from the water, the top of the water. Okay, there he is. But unfortunately, I have to toss my lure in pretty deep and wait. But then again, I guess that's fishing to a degree. It was like, well, alright. And this is probably why people don't like this, because A, the fishing controls are clunky, I'll admit that, but also the idea of, hey, this goes in the face of Sonic, and people saying, like, well, they did this because the peripheral, the Dreamcast fishing rod, it doesn't even work with the game specifically, although I don't know, I'll say this, to their defense, I don't know if they actually intended this to be used with that. I mean, I don't think they did, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, but alright, come on, Froggy, let's go. Let's get going. I mean, as I mentioned, though, if nothing else, I'll say this as far as the fishing stuff. And this is probably what I mentioned. Actually, no, this is what I mentioned last time. Alright, we got Froggy on the hook, but... Oh, shit, what happened? Why didn't I get him? Okay, yeah, I don't know what happened. He just came off the hook. To be fair, I've seen that happen myself, and I remember other Let's Plays that have done this. The Super Gaming Brothers channel did this. In fact, they had the same thing happen when they played this, and they weren't even playing the Dreamcast version. They're playing on the GameCube. And did the same thing. But what I was going to say is, if nothing else, I mentioned this last week, I'll say this as far as the fishing. At the very least, think about this at least when this game came out. And this was my attitude when I was growing up playing this. You buy a Dreamcast, you buy this game, and like at the time, this is the only game I had. I think the next game I got was Virtua Fighter 3. But before I had that, I was like, well, this is the one game I have, and if nothing else, it's like, well, hey, look at the variety I'm getting for my money. I'm paying $50 for this game, along with, you know, the $200 for the system. Okay, fine, I didn't. I got this as a gift for my birthday. But point is that, hey, you're spending that money on something like, I bought this game, I'm getting the Sonic stuff, and it happened again. Okay, let me go backwards again. Alright. But, as I'm mentioning, is that, at the very least, you're getting a good variety of this game, because I'm getting aspects of a platforming game, you know, with the Sonic stuff. I'm getting a snowboarding element with the snowboarding sections we've had. I'm getting a fishing game. I'm getting a third-person shooter, which is what we're going to be having when we play as E102 Gamma in a few minutes. I'm getting elements of racing in the sense of, hey, I'm running a Sonic, and you have, like, the kart racing thing. So, in a lot of ways, you're getting a lot of good value for the money in the sense of, okay, I'm getting a lot of different styles to kind of keep you from getting bored. This seems difficult. Yeah, it kind of is, and as I mentioned, this is the clunkiness of the fishing here, because I'm not... Okay, I got him on the hook. There we go. But just the idea, he comes off the hook, and I don't know why he came off the hook. Because the idea is, it's not like... Because I'll go back to Sega Bass and Sega Marine Fishing. In those games, what they do is they give you, like, directions saying, like, turn the rod to the left, or right, or lower the rod, or raise it up. They don't do that in this game. So I'm like, oh yeah, he comes off the hook. And I think he'll come off the hook if you're low enough. But I think it's... What happens here is that, because they put the water up high, it's weird how, like, Froggy doesn't get recognized, or I don't recognize, you know, pulling him out when I get close. Because I have to pull him up. So, technically, I mean, I'll say this, I guess they didn't program the game very well for that. So, like, as I mentioned, this is not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, and you kind of see it with elements like this. Okay, got him. Thank God. I just need to do it specifically, but I'll say that, I mean, that is one of, like, man, I was here 10 minutes. Okay, I did not know I was there all along. Although we took a guided tour. I mean, honestly, that's the reason why it's difficult, admittingly. Not completely because getting Froggy's that bad, just because of this elements, and, oh yeah, I'm floating on air, that's weird. But I've got, you know, my frog in victory.
Together again at last, huh?
Yeah, famous last words, though, because we hear that music, that is the theme of Tikal, and yeah. Tikal is taking Big back as well in time, so it's like, well, let's see what's going on there. And I guess the idea of, like, what's the plan she has for Big? I mean, I guess you could say it that way, like, she's the deity, but again, she's kind of going from the past to the present to say, like, hey, all these characters come here to understand my plight, what's going on. But yeah, we're going to the Master Emerald Shrine, too.
Froggy?
And once again, the idea is like, yeah, he keeps losing Froggy. Honestly, that's the thing that happens with Big in the other games he's in, which are Sonic Heroes, and, well, as far as most of the stuff, that's about it. Though he does have a cameo on Sonic Adventure 2, and also he is in Sonic Chronicles The Dark Brotherhood, which is the RPG that was on the DS, and he's also in Team Sonic Racing, which came out about 2 years ago.
Wow.
Alright.
Is it alright for me to be here?
Alright, so this is the idea of what's going on. Of her, I guess this is her coming to the shrine for the first time.
Trust me?
And she's just getting this trust of, you know, the 7 Chaos Emeralds and the shrine, you know, controllers. Or shrine controller, singular. As we'll see. Because I'm honestly waiting for them to kind of reveal the big thing about what's going on here. There's the Master Emerald again.
Could it be? The servers are...
The 7 Chaos Emeralds. Chaos is power, power enriched by the heart, unified by one controller that manages the chaos.
The 7 Chaos... The controller itself... Could this be the emerald that controls the 7 Chaos?
Yep, and that's the idea going back to Sonic and Knuckles, by the way. The Master Emerald controls the other 7 Chaos Emeralds. That's the idea of it, and this game ties that into what the plot is here. But also ties it into what's going on with the call here, which would then be a through line with the next 2 games of this series, which would be Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes. Okay, fine, 3 technically with Shadow the Hedgehog, but not completely. Alright, yeah, we're gonna get ourselves out of here.
If something happens now, there's no point to my rescuing you.
That's a really fatalistic attitude, don't you think?
Save us both.
Well, yeah, given the fandom of this character not having much in the community, yeah, that's the idea. Oh, the idea is like they retired Big as a character, then they brought him back for Team Sonic Racing. Actually, the comic books did a lot with him, which is actually kind of interesting, honestly. I mean, I don't think Big as a character is completely, you know, irredeemable. I think it's just kind of, it is a weird case compared to some of these things. And yeah, we're riding the monorail now, by the way. So hit the button, and here it comes. And we need to take this to go back to the top. And this is, I think, also the reason why we can't get the, we can't go back and get the better fishing rod. Which I mentioned, I'll go back in after we beat this and show it off to quickly get it, and then we'll go play it with Gamma. And then last story. Alright, so there's Tails' plane. That crashed there. We have to go to the center, or... Okay, now we have to get back up. Alright, there we go. Yeah, just clipped through me. Yeah, I was like, yo, let the camera catch up, please. Alright, there's Chaos 6 again. And yeah, Big is gonna fight him, and it's kind of unique how this works, I'll say that. Actually, I guess this isn't Chaos 6 yet, because he didn't have the other emeralds tossed into him. I don't think he did. Oh, I guess this is technically Chaos 5, who we never fight.
I'm right on time. Chaos! Grab him! Get that frog!
Yeah.
And don't forget the Chaos Emerald!
Okay, so there... Okay, no, this is Chaos 4, technically, because... Robotnik has the emerald he got from the birdie, from Amy. And now, here's, Froggy, possessed by Chaos, and, well, he's vomiting out the other one. There we go. So that's the reason why, you know, Froggy's here. I guess why Robotnik wanted him. And we're going to get a through line on that on Gamma's story when we play that. But yeah, there you go. There is Chaos 6.
The frog is possessed by your tail!
There you go.
Once you get your tail, you'll be complete and ultra strong!
Actually, not completely, but that'll come into play in a little bit. Yeah, so with that, Chaos is eating Froggy. That's his tail, and that's how he did those tail attacks when we saw him when we were fighting his Knuckles, or fighting him as Knuckles, anyway. Yeah, there you go, there's the tail. So now we gotta get him out. There's Sonic, but yeah, this is not Sonic's fight now.
What happened? Chaos has transformed again.
Huh?
Yeah, Froggy doesn't know, I mean, or Big doesn't know what's happening here, but he does know one thing, which is that, hey, He wants Froggy out there. Froggy's his best friend. He's dedicated to him. Kind of in the same way that Amy is when you really think about it as a character. It's like, but yeah, he'll get him out. No matter what.
No sweat. I'll get him back. Watch me.
Except that Sonic forgets to get him back. So yeah, we're going to have to do this ourselves. Yeah, Sonic destroys him. Knuckles destroys him as well. But yeah, now it's up to me. And this boss battle can be ended in 5 seconds if I know what I'm doing, or if I aim this right. Because here's Chaos 6. I have to fish Froggy out of him.
Aim for the frog and cast your lure.
There you go, let's see what we do, and... Whoa! Okay. I missed. Alright, so... Yeah, the target is just there, it's like to just kind of aim that way and then hit him. Or try and throw it in. Got him. Perfect. I don't have to reel him in. Just grab him and we're done. And yeah, the game's camera went underneath the platform. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't want to see Big anymore. He's not that bad a character, my friend.
Hooray!
We got him. Alright.
I won't let them take you away again.
Go on and get out of here. I'll do the rest.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Alright, so we're leaving, and actually this is another case, and this is a little something unique. Because the idea is like, well, how is Froggy getting out? We saw Sonic get out by, taking this thing down. Tails and Amy left by being airlifted. We'll get the answer to Gamma later, what happens with him. But here we go. Tails plane. The Tornado 2. We're stealing this thing. We're gonna go.
But I don't know the first thing about it. Oh well, I'll give it a try anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he's never flown a plane before. It was like, hey, if he's gonna get him and Froggy home, may as well, roll the dice. Alright, so there goes down the egg carrier again. Or again we're seeing, but yeah, there we go with a big flying the plane on the outside of it. Yeah, because it's too big. That's neat. Yeah, it is kind of neat as far as it's something different, if nothing else. But there we go. So we're going home with Froggy, and we're all set, but I'm also going to come back into this to get the reel, or the fishing pole. As we're hearing this piece of music here, this is called Lazy Summer Days. The vocalist of this is Ted Pauly, who is actually the lead vocalist for a band called Danger Danger from the 1980s. In particular, I know him for a song. Okay, I know that band for a song called Naughty Naughty, which is basically the idea that how he wants to seduce a woman. And I remember when I heard that song, because I'm a big one as far as like 80s glam metal, which is what that is. I said, that voice sounds familiar, and I was like, oh my god, it's the same person who does the voice work for some of the Sonic songs. Like this one, there's We Can that's in Sonic Heroes. And I believe he also does the version of It Doesn't Matter from Sonic Adventure 2, which is different than the one in this one. But yeah, it's interesting hearing like that idea like how he wants to seduce a woman, or even like the middle part of that where he's saying like, don't worry, I won't bite you. Not yet. Listen, maybe we could, what kind of a girl do you think I am? It's very interesting. Have you ever heard that song? It is, unique. But yeah, same vocalist as, this song right here. This very nice, jazzy, guitar piano piece. And especially when they get to the piano solo in the middle of it. I'll stop talking when we get there, by the way, just so you can hear it, because it is nice stuff. And also really nice use of the slide whistle. So it's very nice as far as the, intrigue and the, unique instruments they're pulling for that. So, alright, there we go. There, we're done with, Big the Cat. And if nothing else, as I said, it's a different change of pace, and it is short. And I was like, okay. I think even they knew. I was like, well, we're not going to necessarily keep people going that much. I mean, honestly, the longest playthrough of these characters has been Sonic. Which makes sense. It's Sonic Adventure. It's his game. And he has 10 levels where everybody else has fewer. But I guess in this case, like, well, yeah, he gets more levels than Amy does. But still, it's the kind of thing like, alright, fine. We got through this, and then the next part, we're going to be able to shoot stuff up. And then, final story. Which I think we'll finish this probably in about a little over an hour, I think. I thought maybe this would go longer, but, because I didn't end last week where I wanted to, or where I thought I would. But honestly, with this, I mean, I think it's going pretty well with where we're at so far. So, and hopefully you're enjoying the show out there. Hopefully, enjoying what you're seeing, and I guess some of the unique elements of it. Because as I mentioned, I love this game, despite everything I'm seeing. There's moments in this game that are saying to me, showing to people, is like, yeah, how can you love a game that has problems like this, and this? Like, yeah, you know, you're not wrong. I'm gonna cop to those things. I'm gonna admit this game is not completely aged perfectly. I'll cop to that, but there are things of this that have aged very nicely. And I mentioned earlier in the show, I said, the next big Sonic game apparently is going to be open world, from what I've understood. Sonic Rangers. I hope they take ideas from this game as far as the idea of making Sonic open, but maybe, you know, enhancing some of the elements of the mechanics. And we're going to see that, I guess, because, well, it's supposed to be out end of next year, maybe. And then the idea, like, maybe they'll have stuff going for that. Although sometimes that comes to the case. Okay, I'm going to quiet for the piano solo right here. Well, I'll give you a little more than just the piano, but yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, it's funny. This is definitely another one of those guilty pleasure songs, but I just like it. I just love the instrumentation of it as well. Like, say a lot of things as far as the music in this, but man, they put a lot of effort into it. Oh, and even just the idea that they would go to outside, you know, elements as far as other elements of the music industry, as well as the stuff inside as far as like Jun Seno. But yeah, it's good stuff. And basically the lyrics of the song, if you're not picking up, is pretty much explaining... all the lyrics of all the songs of all the characters are explaining their stories. In this case, like, the friendship of Froggy and Big. And I guess the idea that feasibly, I guess, Froggy is more, aware than, I guess, the game gives off. Honestly, though, I can't really think of other cases in the games where you really get a sense of that. But, like, well, hey, what'd you think about the incident? No, you always take me for granted. But, like... I don't think Big takes him for granted. I think Big is going the whole game trying to find him, but whatever. It works as far as a song, but there we go. So there's Big's gameplay done. We're gonna go back and get the rod, which I think they put you right there, so you can go get it. Yeah, back home, which actually my rod is underneath my bed. But the problem is I didn't go back there before Emerald Coast, so that's why I missed it. There we go. We'll do that, and then afterwards, we'll do the stuff with Gamma, Final Story, and then I'll briefly show the internet off. Although I can't actually connect to the internet because I'll explain this briefly. The Dreamcast has a 56K modem built into it. There also is a broadband adapter that came out for it, so feasibly you can put your Dreamcast online. The idea is for this game, you're able to go in and get downloadable content for this game, as far as like voices, as far as the like the menu. Instead of the woman there saying select a character, you can download stuff for the other characters like Sonic and Tails, even Big for that matter, and save it to your VMU and it'll be there. And even like tracks and things, though you need a lot of blocks on the VMU in order to run it, or use that quad VMU which has triple or quad space. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna have to go back to Mystic Ruins then. So I thought it started me right by my bed, but alas, no.
The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
And by the way, if you come back in here after you finish someone's story, you can basically go to any of the action stages again, play them, and do the other missions, or you can just go to the trial mode and access them that way. Or also find any emblems that are lying around. But what we're going to do is we're going to quickly go to Big's house. We're going to get the rod because I want to have it, and then we're going to... I mean, there's not much point to have it now because I finished this gameplay, but it's going to be as complete a run as I can make it, and then we play as Gamma. Thankfully, it's not too far a trek back. Just jump in the minecart that Big clips through, by the way. And his house is, let's look at the camera there. Okay, yeah, it's too far a distance to show it from here, but yeah, it's over the right. And if I handle this right, I can walk... Okay, unfortunately, no. I was going to try and walk on areas where I wouldn't fall off. How do you know which way to go? Honestly, you don't really until you come in here. I will say this, though. As much as I've been ragging on the other releases of this game, Sonic Adventure DX, the one on the GameCube and PC and the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, they do add a map here. So they give you a sense of where things are and where the landmarks are. So at that point, you can kind of get a sense of how it is. So that is one thing I will give those versions. See, never let it be said that I'm unfair when I'm, slamming a game for some reason or another. Or saying like, oh yeah, Dreamcast or bust on this. That's a better element of those games. By the way, you push it under your bed and you get it. But in that case, it will tell you where to go. The other way, also feasibly, you can also know where to go is if you find to call around. But in that case, it's usually more of telling you where to go for plot or for the next level. All right, this is the next rod. Basically, just casts from further distance. You can use that better for fishing stuff. But yeah, we're home. And you can sit there. Okay, I pushed my bed out of the way. Can I push it back in place just out of curiosity to see? I don't know if it tracked it. Yeah, alright, we're pushing the bed back. Alright, we're sitting on the bed or standing on the bed and hit start. By the way, when you hit start, you can also quit out and go back to the menu. So we're going to do that. And it will save that. You saw that now saving when I picked it up. It saves it so it holds it. For the purpose of what we needed to, that's not going to be important. But alright. With Fishing Rod taken care of, and with Big taken care of, got one more character to play as. This is E102 Gamma. I always thought that was an R, because I didn't remember what the, the symbols like that were. But, let's show how he works.
Preparation complete.
How to play as E102.
Alright, so E102 Gamma, it's a third-person shooter. Basically, you're walking around with this robot character, jumping and doing lock-on shooting. This is your gun for that, and time works interesting as well. Also, as far as running, or running. Okay, that's weird. I did not know that was spelt wrong, but alright. I guess I'm proofreading this game 22 years out as well. Anyway, he can also roll for going faster. We'll show how that works.
The rules for the action stages.
The rules of the action stages is kill things, or kill a target that you're given. And time works differently, because unlike the other levels, you start at 0 and it just keeps going up, and you don't have a time limit. This one, you start at a higher time, like 3 minutes, and you have a time limit. That goes down, and at 0, you die. But as you kill enemies, you kill them in a string, you get more time on the clock. And we'll see that as we go along. And we'll also get a little bit of a background in terms of Robotnik and what he's doing here. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're...
All systems, full power.
Oh yeah, we're getting that line again, but yeah, that's how we start out. We start out with, the robot being created and the jump pack going strongly. Actually, I'm feeling that for the first time, honestly, because when I beat this game the first time, I never actually had the jump pack for it, so I haven't... This is my first playthrough this entire game with it. Alright, so this is the E100 line he's made. I'm the second one. And yeah, we get yikes of, faces of Eggman that way. So I'm E102 Gamma, as is. So we gotta do his bidding, and my head is spinning like that, but we're set. There we go. Here's this great piece of music with the piano going.
That's right. You will now obey only me.
Alright, we are Robotnik's robot, so fair enough. And we do look like Robotnik in terms of the color scheme. Actually, it looks a lot like the Egg Robo from Sonic & Knuckles, now I'm thinking about it. But here we are, we're in his lab here, just running around. But you hold the X button, just shooting, but there's nothing to shoot on. By the way, when it goes blue like that, the beam goes out. But alright, walking around and jumping. There we go. Let's talk to Eggman, see what's going on.
The shooting range is through this door. Your big brother, E101 Beta, is there practicing. Enter, Gamma. You're not as advanced as Beta is, but you'll do fine.
Alright, so there are other E100 models. There's E101 Beta, apparently my brother. And we're starting on Final Egg. Final Egg is the last level of everybody else. It's the first for Gamma. Fitting, I guess, because we're with Robotnik. But anyway, we gotta destroy the Sonic target.
Destroy the Sonic.
Or the Sonic doll. So yeah, we got the Tails doll and the Knuckles doll. We're decapitating them, yeah. I guess a fitting thing, and actually it goes to something else with another game we can show off, Sonic R for the Sega Saturn, which is that you had these creepy, like, dolls things, like Tails doll. I'll put a picture on the YouTube site upload of this. But yeah, here's how it works. You're basically just aiming around, and shooting out the items. There's items out of range, by the way. That's why. So as you have lock on, you have 5 targets there. That seconds counter's going up, and that's adding my timer over there on the left. On this level, you're not going to need it, but just keep doing that, and the key is just lock on, and right before the beam goes blue, let go and hear the beep, beep, beep. There you go, let go. Just hit items in there, and you gotta destroy the Sonic doll, which is right here. Just aim at it, and you have to hit it with 1 shot each. So get a little closer, and just fire, and there you go. So yeah, that's what I gotta do, Sonic. At least that's the idea. This is the training of Eggman. Talk about yikes, you're right. It's like learning how to kill Sonic feasibly. Although, again, he never figures out. Or, going back to Sonic Generations again, when he says, like, do we, like, the 2 versions of Eggman, and he says, do we ever win? Well, I say, well, that depends on how you constitute winning. Catching Sonic! Oh, well, then, no, we don't. As I mentioned last week, the closest that anybody gets to killing Sonic is Mephiles in Sonic 06, where he does kill him, by the way, in that game. But only briefly. And we'll go into that when we play that game. Ooh, don't you worry. Alright, we finished the final egg. Yeah, there's this. I don't think there's even any reason to go in there. You know what? Let's try that. That's the final egg for everywhere else. Actually, no, I think you... Oh, yeah, come on, camera. Cooperate with me. Alright, there we go. Alright, oh no, I think that's if I want to go back into final egg, but we don't need to. Let's go talk to Eggman, see what he's got.
Good job, Gamma.
Alright, we took care of the Sonic target, no problem. It's not that hard, it's a practice stage, but it works out to give you an idea of things.
Okay then, Gamma. Here's your test. If you want to stay on board, you must be able to pass it. So pay attention to what I say.
Alright, so in order to earn our keep on Eggman's army...
The almighty egg carrier.
Well, yeah, we gotta be part of his egg carrier crew.
Come forth, Beta!
Alright, there is E101 Beta. Now we gotta kill him.
Just call him Beta. I am pitting the 2 of you against each other, and the winner serves on my ship. I put my bets on Beta, but I owe you at least a fair chance.
Alright, so, yeah, Gamma's gameplay is also going to be very boss-heavy. Pretty much every level has a boss in it. Or in this case, we have to fight him. So here's E101 Beta. Honestly, these are not too hard. Just pretty much just keep hitting that X button in front of him and he's going to die. Yeah, there you go. Finished it in not even 6 seconds.
Mission complete.
Yeah, so we're going to be part of Eggman's egg carrier army, and Beta's going in the trash. And because you're going, by the way, down from a timer, it's like the time bonus handles a little differently than it does if you're playing as the other characters. But alright, yeah, so Eggman lost his shirt feasibly with the bet he placed on Beta. But yeah, we're set to go.
You surprised me, Gamma. I had a funny feeling there was more to you than meets the eye.
I wonder if that's a reference to Transformers. With Transformers more than meets the eye, but I'll look at that, and if it is, I'll put in a reference that way. But alright, he didn't die, but it's like, well, Beta wants to come forth. Yeah, and he's getting up close and personal with Eggman to beg him, yeah, don't kill me. Well, maybe not for now, but yeah, he's coming up. Alright, so with that, yeah, the egg carrier is taking off again, or this is the case of what happened when it first took off. Actually, I'll say this, I like Gamma's story in the sense it also gives a sense of, you know, what's Robotnik doing? Because in a lot of cases, none of the other Sonic games up to this point really went into that a whole lot. It's that curiosity of like, hey, Robotnik is definitely the perfect foil to Sonic as far as the villain of this franchise. But just the idea of like, alright, what's he been up to? What's going on here? So that's curious to see. But yeah, Eggman does know how to put on a show. Or Eggman Robotnik, it's interchangeable basically as far as this game, but there we go.
Aha! Testing 1, 2, 3. You The elite egg carrier crew are here today to hear a very special announcement.
Okay.
Behold, it's a tailed frog. Very unique.
Alright, so there is Froggy, and this is what happened when it came to getting Froggy, or E102 stealing him.
I command you to locate.
So there's E103, 105, 102, and 104 is the orange one that's right there.
Bring it to me. We haven't got time to waste, so come to attention.
Alright, so for that, we're going to go to Station Square. We're going to the beach. And I guess... Okay, the workers are still on strike. Or at this point in the story, they're on strike. So, yeah, they're not caring, I guess, about a massive robot in town. You think, like, feasibly they can just start shooting people. But, by the way, you have to lock onto something to shoot. So, yeah, nothing's happening. Dr. Robotnik's robot. Help, please. Okay, he's kind of, you know, nervous. I want to walk around also to get the wheels going. There you go, because when you go long enough, he'll go on wheels like that, and there you go. Also, one other thing I may as well show off before I do anything. He can't go in the water, but he hovers over it, so there you go. Oh, there's no reason to go up. Yeah, okay, I can't go up there. That's where... Okay, yeah, I can't make that jump. That was where the jet anklet for Tails was. But alright, fine. The worker's on strike. I don't care because I'm after a frog. Which sounds very weird out of context. But let's go and see what's going on. Actually, let's see what the hotel has to say. Mr. Frog, we don't have anyone under that name. Okay, so yeah, he's pretty nonchalant about it. What about him? Okay, he's happy that his company is on strike. Actually, let's see what the swimsuit girls have to say about the robot. Froggy saw him hopping towards the beach. Big Cat was looking for him too. Okay, so they know. Second person asked about a frog. Okay, so alright, they don't have a problem with that. Alright, but we have to shoot the targets down. Yeah, because the beach is restricted to robots until we shoot it down. Alright, so Emerald Coast. Let's go. Yeah, definitely a nice vacation area. Let's shoot it up. Also see the, and I like this detail as well. As I mentioned, the footprints in the sand. But the characters that come here each have unique footprints when they walk in the sand. Even the idea of, and I'm going to show this off, when I walk around enough and he goes on the wheels. Yeah, you get wheel tracks. As I mentioned, when I played this game for the first time, that just really got me excited. It's like, wow, look at this. Look at that attention to detail. And this is a game that definitely has a great attention to detail, but like the other characters, you hit without rings, you're gonna die, so be careful. Just shoot everything, though. Yeah, everything is gonna go away. Find it interesting, also, technically, I'm destroying Robotnik's robots for the purpose of what I gotta do. But yeah, Gamma can't go over loops, so we have to go to the left. But you can't hit the springs, no problem. While I'm hovering on the water, and it's getting a little jittery over here. Honestly, this is a pretty short level, because actually Froggy's just up here. Just fire over there. He's in that orb over there, and we got a 15-second time bonus. We got him.
Frog capture complete.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of a short story as well, as I mentioned before, but it's definitely a fun time to some degrees, and a good variety. Honestly, I'd say, as far as, you know, straying away from Sonic, this is one of the better cases of it, just because it still feels fast, and I guess action-packed as you're shooting stuff, but yeah, Tikal wants the robot back in time as well. Yeah, Tikal brings everybody back. But what more about the plot are we going to have revealed with Gamma?
Must determine location.
Again, the colors are incredible. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. And in this case, you're getting a better view of it for all the places we're going. And even some of the aspects, like here, like in this case, yeah, they're doing a green tint because he's using his scanning to try and figure out where he is. But also because of how, and I mentioned this, the idea of how they're more muted in this version, but that kind of makes it pop nicer in some ways.
This presents a problem.
Although, interestingly enough, the model of Gamma and I think Big, when they made Sonic Adventure DX, the later releases of this, they didn't update the model from this game. They just took this one, which is very weird. But they still made it a little brighter as far as the color palette, so it made it look a little worse for wear. Alright. There the Chow. Feasibly, I guess, if Gamma wanted to, he could shoot them, but this is a cutscene, so I can't do anything about that. They're doing the nice singing of some sorts. Well, alright, I guess then to call things, I'm gonna start firing on him, but, well, again, she probably shouldn't have brought me back if she thought I was gonna do something.
I'm sorry. I see you must not be one of them, huh?
And now she's flirting with the robot. Technically, you really look at it as far as, like, how she's giving, like, the eyes of, like, hey, I'm a little shy.
He's a very
well, okay, that's not what's happening, but it kind of has a look of it. But yeah, anyway, she's explaining what's going on with the Chow.
Its protection. This protection allows them to continue seeing in peace. Even I was surprised the first time I saw him.
Saw him, huh?
Father is trying to take their sacred home.
Yeah, and that goes to her father, like why he wants the emerald for war waging.
It seems his heart is closed off to us all.
Yeah, keep that line in mind when we get to the end of the game.
We'll understand each other.
Yeah, I don't think so. But in this game, well, there's more of a chance, I'll say that. Actually, do this... Okay, they don't show what him is... You know what, I'm gonna go into this sort of, and the game will as well. They're talking about chaos. Chaos comes from here. With those ripples in the pond, that's been chaos, and we kind of saw him when we were playing as, Big, I believe.
Here's the real one. My frog is the right one.
Also, the only time you get voices for the other, E10 characters for some reason. They that the one line, like, my frog's the right one. But yeah, they don't have the right frogs. I mean, look at that. I got actual Froggy. Green there. That one got a red one. There's a pink one, and...
Ah, dummies, 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 dummies! None of you got the right one!
And that one, and, there's the yellow one. Yeah, but you didn't see mine, did you?
Has also swallowed a Chaos Emerald! Huh? Ah, there it is! Right there! I'm proud of you, Gamma.
Alright, so we did what Robotnik wanted.
I knew you'd be of use to me.
Yeah, he's getting very happy about that. But the other ones, yeah, they're, not gonna be... Yeah, he's sending them packing.
You will get a new assignment. This one's easy.
So what are we doing?
Go to the room through that last door. Once there, you'll find a girl and a bird. Just get me that bird. Now, go!
Alright, so this is why we were trying to, or why Gamma was trying to get the birdie that, Amy has.
Is this the one?
Alright, but the, rotating floor there took me in another room that I wasn't meant to go in. Yeah, definitely not. There's Beta. He has been demolished. He's been turned into spare parts, as Robotnik mentioned. And it looks like he's being repurposed into something else. at the very least, we're living, because I guess I'm the main character as far as the E10 line, or the E100 line as it is. But yeah, my brother's in arms with Beta, yeah, he's not so lucky. And Gamma doesn't know how to take that.
This is the wrong room.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Before we go to the right room, though, there's an upgrade up on the other side. And actually, at this point, we can also take another look as far as how the egg carrier is looking. There's the Chow Garden, which went into last time we played. Alright, now there are 2 upgrades for him. We can only get one of them now to come back for the other one. In fact, that's where the other one is going to be. Alright, in that case, I fell. But I can go up again and go to the left. Ah. And actually, the upgrade that's behind that is going to be actually very useful for platforming. I'll say that right now. Ow. If I don't fall through or fall off the side. Dang, I'm playing this like, I guess, like a Sonic game in the sense that I want to go fast. But yeah, but I probably shouldn't for some of this. Alright, where is the door? Entry restricted. Actually, wait, do I have to go see Amy before I get that? Alright, before I go see Amy, let me take a look at the other door. And that one over there is the Chow Garden, so it's not that one. Acre Reservoir. Wastewater is drained and stored here. Okay, maybe I have to go and talk to Amy first. And here's a continuity fail if you really want to think about it, because yeah, this is the part of the story where we go in and then we let Amy go. But yeah, she already has the high score for the Hedgehog Hammer already. I like the background music. Yeah, the background music for the egg carrier is really nice, and it's this very spacey kind of thing, along with Gamma's main theme, which is right here again. You're basically hearing this with a lot of the cutscenes of his, but it does have this nice style to it. But alright, so we're going to take care of... There's that Chow egg we haven't done anything with. And okay, there we go. We're coming out after Amy to get the bird now.
Go away!
Give me the bird.
Again, we'd love to, but the Fox censors won't allow it. Yeah, any fans of Animaniacs might understand that one.
Give me the bird.
I said no!
Why not?
None of your business, why not? I want to know why you want it.
Data unavailable.
Yeah, and as we saw last week, you have cases where, yeah, we're telling the same story, but it's from Gamma's perspective, and the dialogue's changed a bit for that.
To him, you bully. Why not help us out instead? Don't you know how bad I feel?
Does not compute.
And actually, with us coming in here after we saw, you know, Beta literally been ripped apart, that also kind of explains this a little more as well. And I going back to that with chat, I love the fact that this game does that. It's like, it's putting in pieces from it because we're looking at it from a different perspective. And I think, of all the Sonic games that do that, which really are this one, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic 06 to a certain extent, and kind of with Sonic Heroes, this one definitely does it the best, I would say. Unless there's another one that does it that way. I think that's it. I think it's really all those that kind of are looking at the same element of story from a different perspective. And putting the most effort into it, I would say, too. Alright.
Why are you letting us go?
It is dangerous here. Hurry, we'll be arriving at the Mystic Ruins base soon.
So, you're not like those other robots, huh?
Well, yeah, Gamma is definitely not like them.
You truly
And it also would lead to E123 Omega in Sonic Heroes, who I believe was, well, I'll get into that a little later. I mean, we have seen Omega already when we played Shadow the Hedgehog, but yeah, he is interesting case too. All right, so I think now we had to go see her, and then we can get the upgrade. Because now she got away with the Hedgehog Hammer thing, but all right, let's try this one more time.
1, 2, 3. Gamma, get ready for battle instructions. Get the jet booster from the ammunition room and get up to the deck.
Okay, so all right, he didn't unlock it. I had to go get Amy first. I was trying to remember how the ordering of that works. Like, well, wait a minute, I can go up here. So all right, he opened the ammo room, so you can go in here and grab it. Or not, I'm thinking ahead. That's another upgrade we can get later. Whoa. We get to hear more of this really great spacey music. And as I mentioned, that's, I think, the thing about this soundtrack. The high quality of the instrumentation and the variety of it. And honestly, it is one of my favorite soundtracks of this franchise. For that very reason. Alright, so here is the, what is it, jetpack they call it?
Here's the
Jet booster.
Press and hold the jump button and you'll float for a while.
Alright, so basically it's hovering, so it's going to make platforming a lot easier. And we'll show that when we come out of here. Unless the camera doesn't want to cooperate. Yeah, see, maybe, okay, maybe this... Oh, I didn't even know you could go up this way. Okay. Oh, this is new. I've never seen this before. Okay, I did not know you could go up the way. Alright, that's what the jet booster, by the way, does. You can basically slow your descent from a jump when you jump again in midair. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm glad that the camera didn't cooperate, because I was able to then find that area, which I've never seen that in all the 22 years I've been playing
I
this.
see you got the jet booster. Report to the rear of the ship.
Alright.
Hurry!
Alright, so we gotta go to the rear of the ship while we're also seeing, you know, the cleaning robots. There you go. Yes, jump on this, it'll take us up to where we need to go. Okay, so yeah, when, like, he called Gamma in, this is what we're doing. We gotta take care of Sonic.
How can I serve you, Dr. Robotnik?
Eradicate all of those menaces. Give them all you got.
Aye, aye, sir. I will comply.
Alright.
I'm counting on you, Gamma.
So yeah, Tails fought Gamma, Sonic fought Gamma, now we're gonna shoot Sonic in the face with Gamma. I guess in that case, this is, you know, gun aspect of Sonic, although better handled than in Shadow the Hedgehog, because it makes more sense for our story. But yeah, character battle, just keep standing here, hitting X.
Oh no! Oh no!
Shoot him in the face, he's done. Yeah, I told you to see quite a scene. Yeah, it is a scene, it is a nice thing, and you do get a nice, you know, perspective of that. Also, unlike before, I'm not, you know, an electrical mess. But yeah, right when I'm gonna, you know, do the finishing blow.
Stop, Mr. Robot!
Yeah, Amy is getting in my way. So it's like, okay, now it's a little different. Because, like, first he's saying, Sonic don't do this, Tails don't do this.
Robot, I know you're not an evil soul.
And now he's just talking, she's talking Gamma down.
Amy! Oh, I really don't get this.
An interesting idea, I guess, of the fact, like, wait a second, how does this necessarily make sense if we had it Sonic and Tails fighting him, and now this perspective. But it is interesting to get a different, you know, view to this. But, like before, the egg carrier's going down, so we gotta go.
I'll nail that Eggman. He must be stopped.
stopped at all costs.
Yeah, you do that.
Thanks again for saving me as usual, Sonic. And how are you, my metal friend? It's dangerous here. Why not leave, Eggman, and come with us?
Why do you help me?
I told you we'd be friends the next time we met. Even Birdie wants the best for you. You must ditch that awful Eggman. Amy, come on!
Alright, so off Amy goes. And the question, I guess, of all this now, as we're getting the other answer to, is what happened to Gamma?
We'll meet again, my robot friend.
Yeah, I got my little hover thing, and I am flying my way off. But he's remembering what he saw. Yeah, Beta got taken care of. His buddies got torn apart. And there's Amy and Eggman.
Dr. Robotnik.
Alright, so... yeah, I guess he has emotions technically because, yeah, he's, his program now is gone, and as far as Eggman's, it's like, yeah, he's not on Eggman's side anymore. And now I gotta save the other, E100 line. Save being a little bit of a, misnomer, as we'll see. But one thing I do want to see is... yeah, okay, yeah, it did crash. I think. Yeah, because, yeah, because after the egg carrier crashes, we go back to it and get the other upgrade. Let's go do that. And then we'll take care of rescuing the other E100 lines. Yeah, I think we do have the wheel thing, so it makes going through this a lot easier. At least now it does. Alright, so instead of going the door we went on the left side, we go on the right side. And you have to come down here after the egg carrier crashes, otherwise you're not getting this. And you can miss this, so I was like, I don't want a repeat of the fishing rod with Big, but alright. With that, the water went... oh no, I went the wrong way. Okay, so it was one on the left, never mind. Thankfully, there aren't a whole lot of doors, so it's not going to be a case where, hey, I'm going to be, you know, missing it, or having to traverse too far. There we go. With that, the water drained, and we got this.
Here's your laser
This is the laser blaster.
Its blast damages enemies in a wide pattern.
Yeah, what this does is it lets you target more enemies at a time, and also the duration of the shot lasts longer. So, like, I'm holding up that way, it goes blue, you know, in a longer amount of time. Also, the explosion radius of blasts will be bigger, so you can hit more things at once. And the next level is going to be a prime showcase of that. So let's wheel our way out of here, and we're going back to Windy Valley. Actually, this is the last time we're going to see that. The last time I see that level, although that's the thing about the levels in this game. Each area is connected to 3 characters, so 3 characters will go to each level. So in his case, next is going to be Windy Valley, but it's going to be a bit different than when we were there with Sonic and Tails. Alright. Okay, actually, I take that back. Gamma's the slowest climbing the ladder.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon.
I believe the way of getting in is the same as it was with Sonic and Tails. I think we gotta get that Windstone. which is the same place. Just go back to Tails' workshop. Actually, no, I hear him say this.
Pick up, put down, pick up, throw.
I do love that touch, where it says, like, pick up, put down, and throw. As far as that, well, it makes sense, because he's a, you know, the robot logic and all that. He had a robot with a heart there, so there you go. And all it took was, well, a couple things. Amy, you know, softening him, I guess the bird, and then also, seeing his brother, you know, dismembered. Alright, so off to Windy Valley. Which is one of the easiest levels to keep your time going. Actually, time's not going to be a huge factor in many of the stages. But alright, we have to destroy our brothers. Yeah, those worm things. Those things give you 40 seconds a pop, so you're never going to run out of time on this level. The one thing you do need to be careful about, though, is, well, not shooting too quickly, but also not shooting the bridges down. Because you can do that, so be careful. And this is the gameplay style, by the way, in Sonic Adventure 2 they would elaborate on, because when you play as Tails and Robotnik, you play as him in Sonic Adventure 2, if you have not played that. It plays exactly like this, which is a little better in some ways, although not better in terms of the camera, because it gets locked and snaps in places where it's not that great. On the kiss of this one, yeah, let's look at that. Look at those time bonuses I'm getting. You're never going to run out of time in this stage. Ever. We're also going down a little bit, going under and through the caves.
The robot you're looking for is up ahead.
Alright, let's go find him. I guess we're going to rescue him by destroying him and, you know, freeing him of Robotnik's, you know, tyranny and control. But yeah, okay, yeah, be careful shooting those off because the bridge collapses if you hit them. But this is where you use your hover, and it's very useful. Alright, here we go. This is a E103 Epsilon, I believe. But I'll say in the voice what that, you know, Greek symbol is. I think it's Epsilon. Yeah, just keep shooting them. They're not hard. Boom, he's done. So I guess we're doing a mercy killing as far as our robot brothers in arms here. And he has an animal on him.
E103 Delta.
Oh, E103 Delta. Okay, I'm thinking ahead. So there we go. But that's also why I like the voice there, where you'll say, like, E103 Delta, rescue complete. But there we go. He is freed. Now we gotta take care of the rest of the E100 line in the same fashion. And the next place we're going is over there, because that's where the... Oh, no! I didn't want to go back there. Alright, yeah, unfortunately I walked into the wind there, but I can quit out the level. And by the way, when you quit out of this, it'll take you back to the adventure field, so we'll go back to the... Okay, this is the second mission, though, by the way, which is collect 50 rings, and then kill... What's his name? Or kill E103 Delta. But yeah, it also goes to the idea of, like, the B and A missions, specifically. But, alright, let's go back, and now let's go to the not the Hot Shelter, Red Mountain. We do go to the Hot Shelter, but not yet.
Mode change.
Seeing the nice sunset, which, again, I do really like. And going back to what Chad has been saying, it definitely is a beautiful sight to see. And just the way the color is, as far as how the cool palette of it is, makes it very nice on the eyes. Even in here, where it's kind of reflecting on the sides of the rock walls here. Alright, so same areas before, and yeah, we don't have to use the monkey destruction switch to get into the Hot Shelter. I think we have to go to the Hot Shelter. Or not Hot Shelter, Red Mountain. Yeah, shoot that down, go through the door. But unlike when we were Knuckles, we're not outside, we're going inside. So, Sonic went both ways, outside and inside. Knuckles is outside only, and now we're inside only, so we're in the Hellscape area, or the, I guess, lava cave. You get to hear this kind of like house, you know, rap style track. Almost sounds like something that would be in Sonic 3 as far as some of the, you know, I guess some of the Michael Jackson written tracks. There were tracks that were written by him for that game. I always think like the boss battle music of Sonic 3, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do, ah, come on! Which was in that game, but this kind of has the same sound. I bet they're probably thinking that when they were making this. Alright. They just keep going and keep shooting, and I do like that perspective of it as well. While you do move faster than you did with Big, so in some ways it still feels kind of like a Sonic style to it, even though it's something totally different with, you know, third-person shooting. But you are taking a little bit of a different path because you have to destroy the targets there to destroy the rock walls to get up to the other path. As far as the time is concerned, as long as you just keep moving and keep killing everything in a string, you'll have enough time. But the next level is where it's going to be more difficult, admittingly. And you also have to have enough time when you get to the boss, because you are still under a time limit. We're trying to destroy him. Alright. There he is. Oh. Yeah, okay, so I don't hover over the... Wait, what hit me? It didn't look like I even hit anything. Maybe it just went to the level. Alright, here is E104 Epsilon. Alright, he's going down. Yeah, basically what they'll do, by the way, is they'll shoot missiles out that will lock onto you. But as long as you just stand here, shoot, and just keep hitting X, you're not losing this fight. Any fights. With the exception of 2 of them. Because there are 2 of them that are going to be a little different. Actually, it's the next 2. Yeah, we're leaving him in the fiery depths of hell.
E104 Epsilon. Rescue complete.
Alright, yeah, the time bonus again works differently because you're going down from the clock as opposed to up from it with the other characters. But there we go, we got him. Only 2 more to save, so that means we have only 1 action stage left, and then 1, and then the final boss for him. And then we unlock the last story, and we're doing that, and then brief look at internet, and we'll be done for the night.
E103 Delta. E104 Epsilon. Rescue mission accomplished. E105 Zeta. E101 Beta. Location unknown.
Alright, so that was Beta, remembering back to what he saw.
Aboard the egg carrier.
Yeah, they are both aboard the egg carrier, so we gotta go back there. In that case, everything's going to be in line with where we need to be. So we'll just roll along. Oh. Yeah, sometimes that lip there when you go in there, because that's a locked door in some cases. Yeah, sometimes you get stuck on it. Actually, see, can I do that? Yeah, because you can kind of go, well, sort of upside down, or on the rock wall at least. Alright, we're going back to the egg carrier, we're going to take care of them, and then we should be getting close to the end.
The train...
Yeah, because we'll finish this game as far as within the hour, I'll think. Because they said this is a 9-hour game, from what I understood, so on top of what we did last week, this will work out perfectly. Which is good, because sometimes I have to try and figure, like, how am I gauging length of a game. Especially something like this, because this is the only Sonic game I think we're going to play for the Super Sonic Game Saturday segment of this year that runs this long. Unless, chat, you want to see something else that runs longer. And if you want to see something else, Sonic-based or anything else-based, let me know and we'll make it happen on a future program. But for now, we got to go back to the Hot Shelter for the last time. You know, let's go up this way. Okay, that was interesting there. I just barely, thought I would fall, but then that set actually... And one thing I didn't show is actually, if you do a tail whip on that box there, you get an emblem. But, yeah, I'm not showing that. You do have your tails in order to do that. Alright, so let's go back to... We went through all 3 of those doors at the end there. The one where Amy was, the one where Beta was, and then we're... Okay, that's weird. Why did it not go down? Why am I still up there? And why am I transitioning in? Alright, there you go. So, yeah, you're getting to see another glitch that way. Alright, let's see what Call says.
Friends are in the hot shelter. Hurry up and rescue them.
I don't know. Does Call know we're murdering them? I don't know, but maybe it's part of the master plan. Alright, we're going to hot shelter. But we're in the second area that we're in with Amy this time to do it. And this is the hardest level of Gamma's because of the way the timeline works. You have 3 minutes going down, but because of the enemies, you really need to be hitting everything in a big chain. And sometimes the way the targeting works is that you don't always get that going right. And also, by the way, when you hit those hit blocks, they don't give you time. You only get time off of enemies. So you really need to keep your shots going and make sure you're hitting the enemies to get them. But you're also getting a bunch of items that way, too. You have to hit those things. But yeah, using your hover is going to be your best friend in this. I mean, as long as you keep moving, it should be okay. But yeah, there's little room for error. And there's, of all the levels you run out of time in, if you're doing Gamma stuff, it's this one. But also making that jumps easier than Amy because I got the hover thing. Oh yeah, and I was being a little reckless there because, like, yeah, that can turn. I could have fallen and died. It was like, well, yeah, I was going to be reckless, and it did pay off. Alright, yeah, this game... Okay, yeah, and this is the part of the game where it's slowing down a lot because there's a lot of assets going on the screen. Alright, there we go. Yeah, and you want to get them in the chain because when you hit one of them, it's 1 second, but if you hit them multiple like that, you can get up higher. Ow.
The high-speed cargo station is ahead.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, the other thing about this is you are in cases where you have to wait in the stage, including here where you have to hit that and get the hook to take you up. In that case, I'm doing this a little out of the order you're supposed to. You're supposed to hit the button with the gun, which I already did, and then have the hook take you over here to the train, which, by the way, the clock is still running, so that also makes it, you know, difficult there. Yeah, it's still running even when, you know, the transition is going in. Even during the loading screen. I did not remember that. So yeah, just keep moving and keep shooting. Also, know that I think when you are between the tracks, you just hover, so you're gonna be fine. Oh. The spike ball, you won't be, though, if you hit that. So don't hit that. At least obtain item. I do like how he says that, too. So I get the shield. Alright, now where is my way forward? Oh, right there. Oh. Yeah, the camera's a little weird here, but count your blessings again, because it could be Sonic Adventure 2, where the camera changes on you, and you often don't have the ability to actually control it. Because I'm controlling it here with the left and right trigger. But in Sonic Adventure 2, as soon as you do that, it snaps back the minute you start moving. And I don't know why they did that. Thankfully, this game doesn't do it. So, in terms of that, this makes this style of play better. Because that style is in the other one as well. Or in Sonic Adventure 2 as it is. Right, there we go. Alright, just got in time. Perfect. You hit that button, you stop the train. Yeah, see, in this case, I'm under 2 minutes, which you're usually never at when you're playing the other characters, but this is a good place to build up time if you need it. It's basically just float down here, aim there to get the items, aim here to get all of the coconuts there, and get, yeah, 30 seconds on top of it, and 30 seconds right here if you hit all 8. Just pretty much swivel around and you'll get them. Okay, so our time concern is totally done. I got invincibility, perfect. Oh, alright, well, okay, I missed the one, but yeah, I'm getting at least 6 hits that way. Boom, 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 and that's the fun of this part, like, yeah, being able to just cause all this havoc. There you go, so yeah, my time is up there, so yeah, if you know what you're doing, you'll be fine. Alright, here is E105 Zeta. By the way, you also see in that little reference there, there's Dreamcast attached to him. That, the gray parts on the bottom ring of him are Dreamcast systems. They just shoot the cannons. Actually, I have almost half them all already. In fact, yeah, I explained the thing with the Dreamcast there, the reference down there. Yeah, see there, the little Sega Swirl deal. I explained that, and then basically within a couple seconds, yeah, he's dead. Yeah, the bosses are not that hard with him, though. So just shoot, 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 and you're good.
E105 Zeta. Rescue complete.
Yeah, and the camera's blocking us again. But yeah, there you go. The rescue's complete, and I guess they don't want to see Gamma doing that. Alright, there's Emblem 49, and we have one more to 50 and one more task to take care of before we go to the next section. Nice. Well, thank you. It definitely is nice. It is a nice thing to be able to play this game, come back to again, because honestly I haven't played this game in a bit of time, but it's also a game, and I'll say this as far as the show, I do like the idea of that it's kind of giving me an excuse to either come back to games I haven't played in a while, or play games that you might want to see. So in that way, it kind of works nicely that way. Alright, so now we gotta go to the egg carrier, particularly the deck of it, and we have one last task.
E105 Zeta rescue complete.
Not for beginners? Well, I mean, as I mentioned, this game is pretty approachable as far as picking it up, but it is also something that there are parts of it that definitely will challenge you more. And as I mentioned, I think if you're going to be starting with any of the 3D Sonic games, I think start with this one probably, as far as being able to get into it. That or Sonic Adventure 2, although I think some of the design elements of this one are better than Sonic Adventure 2, if you're going to ask me personally. Although Sonic Adventure 2 does help you out as far as when you get into a jam, particularly for bosses, because in bosses they'll keep telling you, if you keep dying, they'll give you progressively more clear hints as far as what to do. And this game sort of does that, but not completely. In some cases it does, other cases it doesn't. Although in this case, this one's easier in some ways because of how the responsiveness of it and aspects of the camera design, whereas in that one is because it gives you more direction. Okay, thank you. Alright, alright, no problem. Alright, well here is E101 Beta Mark II. Alright, this is the last boss, and he is the hardest. Yeah, he'll do that dash thing, which actually, I'm realizing now, I never actually put two and two together on this. That's that dash forward thing that Robotnik does with his, I guess the last boss of Sonic Heroes. I did not notice that. Yeah, just pretty much keep... Okay, he's harder than the other E100 lines because he does that dash, but when he stops to shoot him. Yeah, he'll block my shots otherwise. Also, he'll do this, he'll shoot, laser blasts out, and they have a big blast radius, so get out of the way. And this really nice jazzy track, which honestly, I don't remember this track because you only hear it here. There's a lot of good music in this game, and some I honestly don't remember. And honestly, some of it is with the Gamma stuff because you only hear it like once. Oh, yeah, but you keep shooting those multiple areas, but as long as you have rings, you'll be set. Except, yeah, that's a huge blast radius. Dang. Oh, come on, dash me. Ow. I do like that sound he makes, that doot-doot-doot. I guess he's gonna go through it again. Oh no. Alright, I think I only need to hit him one more time, we're good. Yeah, there he goes, he's doing the dash again. I just hit him in the back. Got him. Let me get out of the way, because I think... I don't remember if that explosion hurts you, but given that I have no rings, I don't want to take a chance. Alright, now it doesn't, because we're in a cutscene.
Mission complete.
Alright, so, Beta is, liberated. And that we are done with, Gamma and with every character. Well, almost. Oh, but yeah, he's not dead, and I'm getting blasted. And if you're noticing, yeah, the bird there... Yeah, this also explains another thing, which is, yeah, Gamma's looking pretty bad. Yeah, there's a bird. That's the same, white bird that was, the family member of the blue one that Amy was hanging around. And unfortunately, yeah, with Gamma, yeah, the shot he took, well, he is not living through that. But he does remember a little something. Yeah, so bye-bye, Gamma, we hardly knew ye. But he will be repurposed, sort of, for E123 Omega in Sonic Heroes, so... the legacy will live on, and actually, he is cloned in Sonic Adventure 2, and you go into levels, and he actually is in there. And as you'll see, there's also another interesting attention detail. I'll wait until we see what's really happening down there. Because, yeah, Gamma's dead. But... yeah, inside of Gamma was the Mother Bird. So basically the idea is that's, I think, suggested as the reason why Gamma sort of had, the soul in him, as far as, being able to, willing to betray Eggman that way, which Eggman never finds that out, by the way, that Gamma turned on him, because he had other things going on. We'll see when we do the final story, which is coming up next. But, yeah, the parent birds of the little bird that Amy was taking care of, yeah, the parents of them, yeah, that was what Beta and Gamma were. And in Sonic Adventure 2, as mentioned, Gamma is rebuilt, but every Gamma robot that's in that has an animal in it. So it's a great connection to this. And the other idea as far as this with Gamma, and I do like this as far as a story thing, a subtle thing, too, goes in the idea of what Robotnik really does as a character, which is that usually, he's taking, woodland creatures and turning them into robots. But in this case, the idea that, hey, there's the animal still beaten inside of the robot, and the idea of, like, is that, element still within it, surrounded by all the metal? And the answer is yes. And really, the comics tended to do that. The Archie comics did stuff with that. But I think this was kind of the first time the games did it. So in that case, it turns it nicely, and it does have a nice little... I'm not going to say necessarily this is something that's emotional as far as that, but it's something you smile at. Yeah, it's nice. Especially with that nice piano music to it. And the idea of giving a little more, depth to it as well, on top of the pretty fun, shooting gameplay with Gamma here. So yeah. So you go, that is the 6th character taken care of. So we only have one more thing to do. Okay, we'll do the internet thing. You know what? I'll do that at the end. The last thing, I'll boot up the internet to show that off briefly, and also show that it's not going to connect, because I don't have any connected to my modem. And I don't know how to make it so that you can get the Dreamcast going online with modern stuff. You can, and I don't think you necessarily even need the broadband adapter to do it. Because I know the broadband adapter was specific for games that utilized it, of which it wasn't this one, because the broadband adapter came out like a year and a half after this game did. And then you can feasibly put it online to actually still play games online with this with people who run private servers or stuff, particularly for stuff like Phantasy Star Online. They're still doing it, even though Sega's not officially supporting it. Fans found a way to make it go, or to get the downloadable content for this game or other games as well. So, yeah, there you go. The Dreamcast definitely was a kind of a forward-thinking case like that. And, yeah, so you get that way. And, yeah. So, there we go. Filling more of the variety of Sonic Adventure and showing off more of how good a game I still think it is. And I'll go in the final thoughts when we do it for the last story. Because we're unlocking the last story. When you beat every character's story here, you unlock the last thing. We'll see that in a minute. And that will take us out when we're done to probably about... I think it's about a half an hour after, I think. And then briefly with the internet thing, which is not going to be long. But yeah. So yeah, tonight is going pretty well as far as Super Old Game Saturday, and also the fact the stream hasn't gone down. So yeah, it's been a good case as well as far as that. So the internet's still holding, Twitch is still holding. I guess my PC with its memory is still holding, because that's sometimes been a case. At least it looked like it was when I did it last week, but yeah, all set for the time being. And I'm having a good time doing this game for sure, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. And thank you for watching once again. I'll reiterate that for sure when we end, and also what the itinerary of the other games are. This was fun. Thank you. Well, anytime. And I'll reiterate where the rest of the streams are going to go. And as I mentioned, the variety of this is where your variety really is right now for this game, for the past 2 weeks, and then also for Super Mario RPG next week, which I'm pretty sure we're going to finish. And then after that, for September, it's going to be stuff. It's going to be more variety. It's going to be a full set of 4 games. Which I'll get into that when we finish the last story, because actually we're basically at the end of the credits right now. And that would do last story, the internet thing, just to show that as a nice time capsule to cap this off. And yeah. So let's do it. Alright, so before we get to the end, we have one more finale pick. There you go. There is Gamma and Beta, or at least the flickies that were inside of them. They're freed, and they're flying around Windy Valley. And yeah, their child is not pictured there, but we know the child's okay because we played as Amy. There we go. So now we're set that way, and we are going to go to last story. And this is where everything with the plot is going to tie in as well, and pretty decently. Alright, let's do this. So back to adventure we go. Alright, when you complete all the stories to 100%, you unlock Supersonic. Now, what's that about? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. So we'll get the big question mark on what's going on with Supersonic, as we also get pretty big story stuff, because honestly, there's not going to be much gameplay to this until the end of this. But, yeah, let's do this. So we're going to go back to the Mystic Ruins, and this takes place after every other story has, ended. So, alright, Big flew back with the plane of Tails, the Tornado 2. And remember, there's a Chaos Emerald in the nose of the plane. And Angel Island is falling again, for some reason. Yeah, because remember, we got it back up with the Master Emerald set with Knuckles. Well, why is it falling again? And there's Robotnik. It's like everything's gone wrong feasibly to him. So he's just kind of going through the Mystic Ruins jungle, venting.
My master plan. Chaos!
There's Chaos. But it looks a little bit different this time.
The Master Emerald is where it belongs. But Angel Island is still falling.
Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense. Maybe those Chaos Emeralds that I brought back with me.
Yeah, because remember, Knuckles has the 6 Chaos Emeralds that were in Chaos, so
I'll take them to Sonic
for some reason, even with the Master Emerald up there, it went up in the sky. I have those emeralds, but now it's collapsed for some reason. And there's Robotnik, I guess, sort of alive.
This is terrible. Chaos
is what?
Well, it's over there, number 1. And number 2, if even Robotnik is worried about Chaos, then that can't be a good sign. I guess even when you hear that ding, 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 which I think is actually like a noise that was in Sonic Knuckles, now I'm thinking about it. Like when you get the Super Emerald thing collected. But alright, there's Sonic. blazing at the end of a summer day, or at the end of this night, for sure.
Guess Eggman learned his lesson. Yep. And maybe I'll take another vacation somewhere.
Sonic!
Hey there, Tails! Did you find the tornado too?
Never mind that. Get up and follow me. Angel Island is falling again.
Hey, no way! Who blew it this time?
Oh, I don't know, but we better hurry!
Alright, so yeah, Tails delivering the news to Sonic. What's going on? Yeah, we're playing Sonic, by the way. So yeah, we are going to be playing as him for the finale. I guess it's not a spoiler to say we're going to have Super Sonic involved, but how is going to be really the question. So what we got to do is go to where Angel Island is and where the Master Emerald is set. There you go. So we do get our speediness going on, and that's why I mentioned also the fact of, hey, you're playing as Big and Gamma. But yeah, you're getting your speed going, because yeah, we're still Sonic again for the big finish of the game. Alright, so Knuckles and Eggman had problems there, and yeah, they're both on the ground. So what's happening?
Sonic, sorry.
Knuckles! And Eggman! What happened here?
He stole my Chaos Emeralds. And Chaos is still alive.
What?
Ah! He's not gonna get away with this!
Hey, Eggman, wait up!
Alright, so Eggman's going off in a hurry because I guess he's lost control of Chaos.
Chaos is a fearsome beast. If he gets that last Chaos Emerald, we're done for.
No need to explain. We'll get on it. Tails?
Right!
What?
Oh, jeez!
Or I guess we won't because we're going back in time again. And there's also tie-in everything going on with Tikal's, you know, fall, or I guess her fellow kidneys and her father.
It's not a dream after all.
Alright, so we're back at the Master Emerald Shrine, and this is where things are going to start to come into place.
Get out of my way!
No way!
Did you hear what I said?
I won't obey!
We need those 7 emeralds to give us total power. It's power for the people. And they are your people too, you know. We must get that emerald.
And Tikal's saying no, she's standing in the way of her father.
If it starts, you will always want more. Please don't do this! I beg you!
Bah! I don't listen to the words of a child. Ready, men? Charge!
So he's basically saying fuck his daughter, and yeah, trampling her and the Chows. There you go, there is Chaos. So basically what's going on to this is that in ancient times, Chaos was connected to that, and he had the Chaos Emeralds himself, got in their way, and, well, yeah. Gonna be a bad scene, I'll tell you that right now.
I think so. Oh my gosh! No, no, no!
Yeah, it's weird, Sonic doesn't have... Okay, no, he does have eyes. I was looking back at the, recording there. It looked like his eyes were gone. Looks like they're just fading in. Alright, so yeah, we gotta follow her, because... Yeah, if Chaos is there, and has gotten in the way with her parents, or her father, I should say...
Is power enriched by the heart. The controller serves to unify the chaos. The 7 emeralds can change our thoughts into power. If this emerald controls that power, please, you must stop him.
So basically, she's using the power of the Master Emerald to try and seal Chaos away in the past. But, of course, as we know, Robotnik brought him back. Well, partially Robotnik, but also he was able to get out.
Wake up!
And now here we are back in the present.
I was on a snooze cruise, I guess.
Good thing you're okay.
That's weird the way they cut off that line of good thing you're okay of that.
Knuckles left already. Come! We gotta go after the last emerald.
Lead the way.
It should still be on board the Tornado 2.
Alright, so we gotta get moving, and the Tornado 2 is back at Big's house, so we gotta make a mad dash over there. And we gotta get there quick, because, yeah, if he gets that last emerald, well, things are not gonna be good. If it was bad in the past, imagine what it's gonna do now, because actually, here's the other thing. Remember, what was Robotnik's plan with Chaos? It was, he wants all 7 emeralds in him so that he can, you know, build Robotnik land. But yeah, now even Eggman's not in power of that, so let's get going. Oh, right, you're right, you go directly to Big's house when you come in here. There it is.
Yeah, so let's get the Chaos Emerald and leave. What? No! He's got the last emerald!
Now what do we do?
We pray, as you're gonna see, because if you remember the beginning of this game, when you saw, you know, something happen in the city, well, this explains why that happened. And we're getting awfully cataclysmic, I'll say that for sure. Yeah, they're definitely raising the stakes for this, because, yes, Station Square has been destroyed, and I think they have a line here that raises this, but feasibly a lot of people died. And this is what I meant when I said Sonic Adventure going darker, but making it work, because that scene we had there, it's like kind of keeping it quiet, so it's like you're hearing the screeching of the tires and people screaming. And there is Perfect Chaos, who has all 7 Chaos Emeralds in him. And yeah, he did destroy Station Square, but Robotnik's not controlling him like he thought he would. So, yeah, we're in a bad shape, and that's where we're going to come in to take care of this. And there he is.
If I wasn't just dreaming, that monster is a real menace. Eggman.
But Eggman is going to try and get some control back using the egg carrier.
He's after Chaos too. This egg carrier too was
Or fine, his backup egg carrier, I should say, because we busted the other one.
your master, stupid beast. Now you must be destroyed at all costs.
Yeah, but Perfect Chaos made quick work of the egg carrier too, and of Robotnik. Alright, fine. Eggman's out of the picture at least, but we gotta take care of Perfect Chaos. But how is the question? Oh, right! With the help of Tikal. Because she knows what happened in the past with this. So, and she sealed Chaos away, basically, so now the idea is she'll be helping us to seal him away this time. In fact, here she is, now in the present, so...
My heart has always been in the Master Emerald, along with Chaos's. Now he's filled with anger and sadness. And if it goes on, he'll eventually destroy the world like he did before. Look! He's absorbed the Emerald's power! He must be sealed in the Master Emerald now!
But we don't have the Master Emerald here now, do we?
It won't change how he feels inside, will it? His heart will still remain in turmoil, and his anger just won't vanish. He'll just be trapped forever.
What choice do we have?
Well, we have Sonic, you know... Oh, whoa! Oh, right, there's a glitch that can happen. Sometimes Big's model will not load correctly, so I'm glad that happened to be able to show that off.
Hey, Sonic!
So yeah, it shows some tonal dissonance of how, you know, serious this is, but all our friends are here. They found the Chaos Emeralds that Chaos sucked the energy out of, but going into the aspect of the wavelengths of the Emeralds, Tails knows something.
The negative power of the emeralds. Sonic, you should be able to harness their real power.
As much as I hate to admit it, I think Tails is right about this.
Go, Sonic!
And the people who are still alive in Station Square got my back as well.
Negative forces aren't the only way to empower the Chaos Emeralds. Our positive feelings toward each other can make them work.
And like with the other Sonic games, yeah, what happens when you get 7 Chaos Emeralds, you're going super. It's story reason only for this game, and most of the other 3D games do it this way, but here we go. We got all 7 of them. We got the positive energy in. We're Super Sonic, and we're going to fight the final boss, and here we go with Open Your Heart. We heard it in the opening of the game. Now we're going to be hearing it, and this is where, you know, this is getting really thrilling. I remember when I first got here at this point, when I played this game after all the hours I was playing it, got that final boss. I come in here on facing him, you get that. There we go. This is perfect chaos. Let's go. Just run towards him and run into him fast enough while avoiding his energy shots so you can get the hit on him. Well, here's the theme of the game with Open Your Heart, and then when the lyrics come in, it's like, it's such a great moment. There you go, and if you're going fast enough, you'll get up to the top. If you're not, you don't. Guys, and I love this piece of music so much. It's Crash 40 doing this track, and it is amazing. And it really gets you going. It's like, yeah, things are really serious now. Here he is, but Super Sonic is here to save the day, getting caught on something there. And also, like the other games, when it comes to the Super form, your rings keep going down, you keep it up. If you hit 0, you're dead. And I might not get into him quick enough, and you have to avoid the tornadoes, too, and the laser. Yeah, I might just miss him. Yeah, if you don't go fast enough, you'll pop out, and he'll go another direction. So hard for me not to fight the urge of singing to this song, because I love this song so much. And it's a perfect capper for everything we've gone through with this game. It's like, yes, Station Square is in ruins, but yeah, Sonic's here and we're gonna take care of him. Yeah, there you get the guitar going here, which is amazing. Can't see it, but I got a massive grin on my face right now. That's what this game does to you. I mean, seriously, even if you prefer the 2D Sonic games above the other ones, there's something to be said about running through this with Super Sonic. Like, yeah, there you go. This is Sonic the Hedgehog to me, but we're not completely done. We got our shot of Open Your Heart, but, yeah, we gotta do that again, and it's getting a little harder. At this point, I'm starting to run out of rings, so I gotta find where they are. They're always gonna be on the highways, or on the, pieces of road that are in the ground like that. Whoa! you know, I'm going back because I want to make sure I have enough rings. Yeah, the easiest way to handle that is when you're seeing all those things around, zigzag around it so you can avoid it. But thankfully, with Sonic, you're fast enough you can handle that. Alright, last hit, but I am a little nervous because I don't have a whole lot of rings. Uh-oh. No! I don't want to die here. Alright, time to die. Alright, we got him. There we go. So Perfect Chaos is taken care of.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
Alright, so there you go. That is the end of the game, and we got one more cutscene to do, and then actually, we'll do the internet thing, and I do want to show off the music in the Hedgehog Hammer, and then we'll be done for the night. Yeah, we took him down with the positive energy of the Chaos Emeralds, and he's back to his Zero form. And with the Chow here, and with Tikal here, we're able to remind Chaos of what his real purpose is, which is to protect the Chows. That's the idea of what it is. The Chows are derived from Chaos, I believe, and pretty much the idea of he's the guardian of them, while Tikal is the guardian of the Master Emerald and of Chaos and Chow, basically.
Yeah! Supersonic must have neutralized it, so it's nice again.
Maybe a little bit of an oversimplification from Tails, but yeah, yeah, he knows now. It's like, okay, here you go. This use a protector role, as was Tikal. So there we go.
They stayed alive for generations and now live peacefully with humans.
And this will not be the last time we see the Chows, by the way, in the other games.
The fighting's over, harmony's restored, and life goes on. Thank you so much.
And with that, Tikal and Chaos are going, I guess, back into the Master Emerald and into the past, as is. I guess the only time we technically see them again is in... Okay, there's Sonic Generations where you actually fight this same boss in a different perspective, but as Alec first brought up, you're not Super Sonic and you're still able to destroy him. So that goes with the timeline, weirdly. And also, they're playable in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which is the re-release of Sonic Adventure 2. But outside of that, that's it. And there's Eggman, who survived, because of course he always does. And it's time for Sonic to go off on his next adventure to find him. Oh, yeah, again, the thing with Big, I didn't plan that. That just randomly happens, by the way.
All's well that ends well, right?
No, Tails. This place is feasibly, you know, it's a mess, and there might be people dead. Although, to be fair, the game is not, you know, copping out like Shadow the Hedgehog did, saying, like, oh, everybody's fine. Like, no, people are not fine. And that's the idea. Handling the seriousness of where this game goes, and still feeling like Sonic without, you know, suffocating you with, like, ooh, look how dark it is just because I'm going to go dark. No, it makes sense the direction it's going with the story. And there we are with the story, and we're going to hear the full aspect of Open Your Heart by Crush 40, and my god, what a wonderful track to close us out of a wonderful game. I've said tonight, or shown tonight, that yeah, there's some elements of this game that have aged for sure. Some things that are very glitchy, some weird stuff with camera. But compared to its later releases, this one's way better than those. And just the style, the aura, the music, the atmosphere it creates, the variety of the game, how strongly it hits on the cylinders that's hitting from start to end, especially with the Sonic stuff, the Tails stuff, the Knuckles stuff, even with Tails being broken feasibly. It's still a lot of fun. I remember when I played this game in 1999, my thought was, okay, Sonic's going 3D, what's it going to be like? This really was kind of everything I wanted to see. It was giving me the feelings I had playing the Sega Genesis games in a 3D aspect, with the polish that we wanted to see, even with the issues had, and considering where some of the other games went later, yeah, trust me, this is definitely more polished than some of those later ones are. And the idea of, yeah, this is a great first start for 3D Sonic. It never really, honestly, lived up to that after this, as far as full, you know, open 3D. But yeah, I'd love to see Sega take another crack at something like this and just make this lean, mean 3D Sonic machine. Hopefully Sonic Rangers will be that, but in the meantime, we have Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. Despite everything that's, you know, aged on this game, I love this game. This is definitely something that is one that, as a Sonic fan, I still hold it in very high regard. I have a nostalgic element to it, I'm not going to deny that, but even so, I definitely would recommend, if you haven't played this, to play it. I would say play it on the Dreamcast if you can, but if you can't, there's the Dreamcast conversion mods, and there's a suite of them for Sonic Adventure on the PC, which is on Steam, and I believe it's on Epic Store as well. It's like 10, 15 bucks, and it converts that DX version, or the DX version that's also DLC on top of that, into the style of this, the color palette, the controls. It's 16:9s the whole thing. That is probably the definitive way to play it if you don't have a Dreamcast. It's probably the more readily available way. But honestly, I still think, even with some of the things you can say against this game, if you're a Sonic fan, or even if you're not, I still think you should play this at least once in your life. And I've sometimes gotten this discussion with people like, is 2D better, Sonic better than 3D Sonic? On the whole, I would agree it is, because of the quality of some of those 2D games. But that's not to say there's good 2D Sonic games or bad ones. There are some. We'll get to those at some point. But, yeah, you want to get a sense of, like, what it can Sonic do in 3D and really capture that same feeling you have playing the classics on the Genesis or Sonic Mania nowadays. This is the game. It's one of those things that I hope that they take a look and say, like, yeah, let's come back to this and do 3D Sonic right, because I think they can do it. This game shows it can be done. I've gotten discussions on people of, should they just never have gone 3D to this franchise? Are all the 3D Sonic games bad? No and no, and this game proves that. And I hope Sega will pay attention to that and, you know, do right as far as Sonic Rangers when that comes out. If it's going to be open world like they're suggesting it is, I could see it go in this direction. If they polish that nicely, which is not going to be a guarantee, I hate to say that, but if they can do that and get me feeling like this, I would be down for that, and I would be a very happy player. Me too? Alright, there you go. I got an agreement as far as that on chat. And of course, one thing that will definitely be constant no matter what is the music, because even with the ups and downs Sonic's has gone through, the music has always been great. And they've always come up with great original tracks when they did it, including right here, listening to Open Your Heart, and my heart is wide open for this game. And I'm so happy I was able to play through it for you, and that hopefully you enjoyed what you saw. But open your heart, it's gonna be alright, yeah! Definitely a fitting one as far as, you know, the idea of Sonic as a franchise. But yeah, I just feel good when you're done with this game, and there you go. That was quite an adventure for sure. And there you go. So there is the final title card with Tikal in the past with Chaos as the protector of the Chows, and you do get an emblem off the back of that. That's 51. So, two things we're going to do before we close the show off for tonight, and also before I go into what the itinerary for the rest of the next couple of weeks are going to be. We'll do that in just a second. So we're doing two things. We're going into Hedgehog Hammer because there's a unique piece of music I want to show off. It's the same minigame we did with Amy, and then I'm going to do the internet thing, and we'll end on that. This shouldn't take too long. Go into trial, go into minigame. You can also play the action stages again, go through the missions on all that and stuff. And when you go into any of the challenges, you have all the upgrades you have. So with Amy, that means we have the rotate thing with the hammer. So let's do some Hedgehog Hammer. And you can also do fighting with bosses as well. But here we go. I just love the piano music. I want you to have a listen. I'm going to mute this. Alright, so not my best score to that, but you get to hear the idea of, like, how that sounded. We done? Oh, right, yeah, you get a point total. And yeah, because I'm hitting the Robotniks, you get points deducted. But yeah, doing that spin, you sometimes will run in that case. Oh, but you do get an emblem, by the way, of going through it. And you do get the game over screen specifically. So, okay, I got to show that off. I know we're doing the internet thing, which is not going to work because I don't have anything connected. But then we'll be done for the night. Two little extras to kind of give you a full picture of what Sonic Adventure is. Alright, so bye-bye, Amy. Thank you. And let's take a look at the internet. Yeah, because that was the big deal with the Dreamcast, so I guess it's fitting I'm showing this off with the first Dreamcast game that I have a recording of told with you. But yeah, internet to do aspects of downloadable content, activating or going to the Sonic Adventure website. I don't know if it's still up if you connect it, but yeah, you can hit that, and also you can hit the button. I don't know if you heard that, there's like a beep on the VMU, because it's going to dial the modem, or was going to, if I have something connected to it, but I don't have a telephone line in. And it'll do disconnect, and same with the mail. Yeah, but you can feasibly get your Dreamcast online, even nowadays. I think what you do is, like, you do a virtualization of, like, a dial-up, I believe. Alright, so there's that beep as well, just to show the idea, because I guess you can do your email feasibly through this. To think where we are as far as technology nowadays. Like, yeah, back in 1999, this was a, you know, a kind of amazing, you know, thing. Also, you hit the start button, you also get the browser, so you have Tails' as roll button, Knuckles for your email, your address bar, and favorites for Amy, forward for Sonic, backwards for Sonic, Sonic Adventure logo is home, options for E102, Gamma stop for big, and return to the game. And there you go, there's also your stuff as far as your internet connection, your display settings, your email account, including stuff like showing screensaver, sticky keys, sound effects, verbose modem messages. Oh man, this is, let me tell you, this is taking me back in line. Again, you can also, because the idea with Sega, with the Dreamcast, was, hey, get people online with this, including, you know, signing up for AT&T WorldNet. So, yeah, look at this, you know, ping of nostalgia for technologies and dial-up numbers. Whoa, guy, I'm going to edit that out from, on the video when it goes up. I did not realize I still had stuff stored on that. But, yeah, besides, that's, it's not active anymore, so, yeah, there we go. Now, what I'll do, by the way, when I do that, I'm just going to put in a black screen over that. But that'll be easy. I just didn't remember, because the thing is, I'm still using the same VMU for the save on this that I had for this game back when I played in 1999. But, okay. I mean, hey, at least it was that. It wasn't like, oh, it was like content or something, which you're going to run into, or I'm going to have to avoid something with that when we do the fighting game showcase later in the year. But, yeah, wow, indeed. And I agree with you, Dolly Finn, and thank you very much for watching. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for watching for Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast. Just to give you an idea of what the next couple weeks of the show are going to look like. Next week, I'm going to be pretty dedicated on this. I think we're going to finish Super Mario RPG. It's going to be part 4. I enjoyed it. I'm glad. I'm glad you did. Hopefully you were able to have a good time with the show. Thank you very much for adding to the chat, adding to all of the discussions you had. I had a great time with that, and I appreciate that so much. I mean, it really, as I mentioned, I'm playing this game for sure for you. I'm getting that sense. You're learning a lot. Well, I agree. And that way, you're kind of helping me learn a lot in the sense of coming to it maybe fresh. I don't know if you played this game feasibly or not, but just understanding some ideas about what this game is doing and having insights that sometimes coming into it you might not necessarily know. Because we're going to get a little more of Open Your Heart because, yeah, it's always great to keep hearing that song. But, yeah, so I'm glad that, and I love the idea of kind of putting my mind in places of some of that where you wouldn't necessarily think, in my case, because I've been playing this game since it came out, basically. Seeing what it can do, which is a nice thing to see, and I'm sometimes that way too, even with stuff I pick to play, or the people say like, hey, can we see this? I'm like, absolutely, really interesting, well thank you, and anything you ever want to see for this program, let me know, we will make it happen. As far as what we'll be seeing for the program going on, I'll let the track go, it'll also show like some of the cutscenes as we go, but next week, we are going back to Super Mario RPG for Part 4. I believe we can finish that game for next week. I have everything set up. I did all of the off-screen play that I needed to, so we're going to have a little bit of a worldwide tour for some of the cleanup. Then we're going to go into Bowser's Keep, and we're going to go into Smithy's Fortress, and I believe we could probably finish that game probably within like 4.5, 5 hours, if that, next week. We'll see. I'm pretty dedicated, honestly, as far as keeping it going that way, and so that'll be next week. for September. September's going to be an interesting case because it's going to be all different games. So I'm not going to be, doing one game each, or going back and forth between the same game over 2 weeks like I did with this one. And we're not going back to Super RPG because we're going to finish it next week. But yeah, September, it's going to be all new slate of games. The first weekend of the month, we're doing Pilot Wings 64 for the Nintendo 64. I played this game last year, but I don't have the recording of the stream I did, so we're going to do it again with the better tech I have. So coming out of the RetroTink 5, it'll look really nice, up-resed or scaled to 1080p. We'll play through that game. It's one of my favorites for the Nintendo 64. And yet a very underrated one, even despite the fact that it was the only game on the system at the launch, except for Super Mario 64. Yeah, we're going to play that game. I'm going to give it all the love it deserves again. And hey, I'm glad to be playing that game yet again. And we'll have the recording set for the record for that. The week after that, I'm also going to be playing a game I've already played but don't have a recording for. We're going to be doing Sonic the Hedgehog 2. That'll be the next Super Sonic Game Saturday entry, but I'm going to announce it this way. Last time I said we're doing Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and then later I said, oh, we're doing the Game Gear version, the 8-bit edition. Sounds great? Well, thank you. Well, we are doing the 8-bit edition. We're not doing the Game Gear version this time. We're doing the Sega Master System version, which I don't actually own a Sega Master System myself, but they released this on the Wii, on the Virtual Console. The Virtual Console on the Wii is shut down, but I have it still. We're going to play it through that. And that's going to be the Super Sonic Game Saturday entry for September. And then for the rest of the month, the week after that, September 18th, is the 30th anniversary to the day of the original Streets of Rage, a wonderful beat-em-up game from Sega. We're going to be playing that game through. I believe we're going to use the version within the Sega Classics Arcade Collection for the Sega CD. It's also one of those cases where that game is difficult. I can get usually to the end of it, pretty much, but then get a game over at the last level. If it comes to that, I will use a code. I'm pretty sure that the codes from the Genesis version will work on that CD version. If I have to do it that way, I'll do it. I'm not going to have shame on that, but I'll admit that right away. So that's going to be for the 18th to celebrate a 30th anniversary day and date, because I love doing that for that show when I can do it. So that'll be the case of that. And at the end of September, we're going to start the next RPG for the show. Electverse wanted to see Kingdom Hearts, which is kind of going off of Super Mario RPG in the sense of Square mixing with a famous company. In that case, with Mario with Mario RPG. With this one, it's going to be with Disney. So yeah, we're going to play Kingdom Hearts. We're playing the 1.5 version on the Xbox One, which is a place where people tend not to play it. They play it on the PlayStation systems, or they play the original on the PS2. But we're doing that Xbox One version on his request. I appreciate their request very, very much on his part. And for his viewership and your viewership, as we're going back to the memories that we had with the cutscenes here of, Tails and Sonic taking off on the runway. But, yeah, so that's what the next couple of weeks are going to be looking like. And I think with that, I'll let them fly us out. And then at that point, then we will close off for Super Old Game Saturday for this week. Again, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate all of your input, all of your support, all of your interests, and for making the show. The show is yours. You're definitely making it yours with all the discussions you have, all the elements you're bringing in. And as I said, when I started this last year, just as a lark, just as something to, play around, communicate with people I wasn't able to actually see. That's changed to a certain degree, certainly. But I was saying, I just want to show games off, and I was like, hey, people came in, they wanted to say things, they wanted to have input as far as what they're doing. In some cases, I've actually had people with me when I'm playing the games here, and I want to get that going, and I will keep that going as we go along. Fabulous. Thank you. Great show. Bye. Oh, thank you, and again, have a wonderful night. Again, thank you for showing up. I will see you next week for Part 4 of Super Mario RPG, and presumably the finale. Keep being awesome. I will see you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and thank you very much for everything. It means a lot. It means the world to me. And you too. All right, well, thank you. And yeah, Tails, just take us out. And I guess when he fades away, then I think we will sign off. Maybe I'll sign off now. But again, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next week for Super Mario RPG. Have a great night, great weekend, great rest of your week coming forward, and take care.